Hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
Poor cat sounds stuffy.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just tired. For anyone who is saying OD on vitamin C, don't worry, I have been. And I think that's been my saving grace because I should sound a lot worse than this.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
uh,
yeah.
but then I also had to
You need to
chase.
get
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying you need to get thieves oil too and use that. But anyway.
Bro, I need to find my thieves oil because I have some somewhere. And my mom's also sick, but I walk up the stairs and I get like slapped in the face with all her different essential oils like oozing out of her room. And I'm like, I almost don't even need my own oils. I just walk up the stairs and just slap.
Get ivermectin. Take ivermectin. I
I'm gonna need
wonder if that would help.
I'm gonna need you to write
Technically it's
that
for
in.
parasites, but
It's for
you need to write
parasites?
in what?
Oh.
Yeah, well, because like so that was that's the controversial thing that they tried to do for like
Oh,
COVID and stuff, right?
right.
Was you
Yeah.
use ivermectin and because it's a parasite killer, but I think it's also a bacteria killer technically. I think it does
Oh.
a little of both.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so typically they give those to like horses and stuff like that. And um yeah, but that's supposed to help kill anything and helps you get over being sick really quickly, and it doesn't have like any side effects. Like it just
Interesting.
works. It just is good
It
because
works
of
like a
course they give
horse.
anything that's good to animals. Yeah.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna need you to write that in our DMs because I don't know how to spell that.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of how you would think of it in your head, I think. I think it's something
Oh, okay.
like this. I think I have a box of it right next to me actually. What it
Dang. Let me catch up on chat
Yeah,
here.
it's literally how you would think it sounds in your head, just like that.
Oh, okay. Okay, I might have to look into that. Also, congrats, Kara, getting first. Hello, friends. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the
Yeah.
hydrate. I got my tea beside me here.
Hold on, I'm gonna run through everybody real quick.
Do it.
Hello, Brenda boy. Hello, Thunderbird. Hello. I'm doing like the George Bailey thing from It's a Wonderful Life, where he just goes and he's just like, "Merry Christmas, caregiver. Merry Christmas, Keisha." That's what I'm doing right now.
Go for it.
Um, yeah. So, uh, hey there, Keishu. Hey there, Care. Hey there. I was gonna say Lion. That's Charlie. Never mind. Hey there, Rico. Hey there, Jeff. Hey there, Super Austin. Hey there, uh, uh, wait, Dan's. Hey there, Dan's. Hey there, Lau. Uh, uh, oh, there's a lot. Hey, oh, Rosie. Oh, she's lurking. Hi,
Rosie, thanks
Rosie.
for the lurk and thanks for the resub.
Um, um, yeah, that's basically it, at least as far as back as I can go right now. If you want to be seen, you have to say something else. I can't go back that far.
Oh. Oh, we had Kara, we had Thunder, and we had Dan's earlier on. I don't know if you said them. I'm sorry, guys. My brain's all over the place. I ended up chasing Charlie because she ran out the door because she could hear mice outside, which I can confirm because as I was doing laps around the trailer trying to get her out from underneath it, I saw a mouse run out from underneath uh, this piping that we have to kind of keep the water from it's a really weird layout. We have like these rubber mats in front of the shop doors and this pipe to kind of keep um from people like driving off the mats and getting stuck in the mud. Because when it rains it just
Hmm.
pools there, which is really annoying. But she got under the trailer and so I went back in to get her treats to be like, okay, well, there must be a mouse because normally she comes to me when I call her and she wasn't coming to me. By the time I came back, she was gone. And I'm like, where the heck is this cat? I'm like, whatever. So I left the shop door open. I came back here to try and get things ready. So I'm like, I'm too sick and too tired to go chasing her at this point anymore. And then I heard the dog barking. I'm like, ah, there she is. Somehow she ended up all the way at the house, which is like on the other side of the yard. And he had her
Nice.
like not pinned, but he had her like hiding behind the barbecue on the deck. So I put him in the house and she was just sitting there and she didn't hiss at me, but she was hissing at everything, being like, "Yeah, I'm tough, girl." And it's like, "Yeah, sure, whatever." So she's back now, but I was like, "Ah, this freaking cat! Of all the days to run outside, why today?" When I'm like, I feel like trash. It's fine. So apologies if I'm a little sniffly today. I just really wanted to be here and I really wanted to do this topic. So
Yeah. I'm
So,
sorry you don't feel good. So,
eh,
luckily, I'm going to be the one talking this whole time because I feel
yay.
pretty good overall, except for just slight brain fog from not sleeping.
Hey, man.
So,
No judgment here. Well,
but yes, guys, we are wanting to do, um, basically talking about single men. Actually, Kat, do you want to
uh,
preface like where that came from? Oh,
sure.
Max,
Max,
let's
welcome
go.
in. Hood once again steals the stream, huh? Thanks so much for
Yep,
the
it's mine this time. It's me and the boys
resub.
today. Me
Well,
and the boys.
actually,
You
actually, it's you and the girls because the girls are asking the questions.
true, but I figured because I'm still talking to them at some point, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
So
That's fair. That's fair.
yeah.
Yeah, no, Hood is taking over the stream today. I will be chiming in my 2 cents and stuff here.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah,
but yeah, Hood's running the show today, thankfully. A blessing in
yeah.
disguise.
Do you want to give a preface again as to why we're doing this?
Yeah, for sure. So, for anyone who wasn't there, I did one of my Wheel of Games streams the other day, and I was it ended up being like a dating simulator type game, which I wasn't ready for, but hey, it was funny. Um and we started talking about like relationships and guys and girls and stuff like that. And a lot of my single brothers were saying things like, "Yeah, I've just accepted being single," or "Oh, like yeah, the girls don't like me," and stuff like that. And it just made me really sad cuz y'all are really awesome. Like again, I don't know y'all super well. Um but I know that you guys are like very kind and encouraging and fun, and so just to see my brothers just accept defeat, which I know I'm not negating the hardships you've been through or the heartbreaks you've been through. Like that sucks, and I'm really sorry you've been through that. But as a female who's been through that sort of thing too, it's like I just felt the need to encourage you guys. And then talking with Hood about it, we're like, well, actually, like I feel like both sides could use some encouragement as well as have questions for the other gender, but maybe aren't sure how to ask or when to ask and stuff. So I made 2 separate links, which ladies, if you do have questions still, like the link is pinned there. And gentlemen, the link is in the Discord if you want to submit. The ladies have doubled the amount of questions than the men have right now. But don't worry, gentlemen, we had to postpone yours till next Tuesday because Hood's gonna be busy this Thursday, so we're not doing morning
You know,
monologues this Thursday. Plus, I might just be in bed for the whole rest of the week. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see what happens
yeah, it
today.
might have worked out. Yeah,
Yeah. So that might have been a blessing in disguise.
yeah. And I
um.
also wanted to just talk to to a lot of you guys too, just like from so kind of like so we get like from guys' perspective, but then we also get the questions from the girls that we can kind of answer and that sort of a thing. So kind of working on both sides there. So,
Mhm.
but yeah. So, do we want to start with questions or do we want to do otherwise?
Ooh, that's a good question. I did
Because in
not.
my mind, I presumed that just to address the thing that you were dealing with, right? Like the thing that you were dealing with in terms of you know in the beginning, like where you like what you just talked about, basically is what I'm saying.
Mm,
So
right, right, right.
where people were being kind of down on themselves and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
um so yeah, but I guess unless you think that it would go better a different way, I can just kind of start there.
We can
So
we can jump right into it. I'm trying to think. Oh, hi, Love Fight. Thanks for the pat.
yeah.
I was trying to. I was gonna put the questions up on screen so then people knew what we were talking about. I was too tired last night. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can come up with something here. Hold on a sec, guys. I'm gonna pull up good old Canva. We're just gonna do it the old-fashioned way and just write it up on the um whiteboard, I guess, so to speak. Where are we
Yeah.
here? Also, I'm so sorry, guys. I know I sound like crap, and I'm so sorry I have to listen to this, but thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
Stuffy nose cat. Stuffy nose cat.
I mean, who was it? Oh, Lizzie, I think, was asking, like, "Is Slime through here yet?" I'm like, "No, not yet. Just tired, exhausted, crappy sounding cat is still here." Like, Hi, Will. Welcome in.
Kier says you sound fine. See,
Ah,
so
thanks. I'm glad.
it just sounds like a little bit of your soul has been taken from you at the moment. That's
My
all.
soul, it's gone. Hood stole it as
Yeah,
payment for the not the tavern, the guild. Or no, I'm still paying for the tavern apparently.
yeah, yeah. Give me your
uh,
soul
no, not
with
my
interest.
soul. No, please. That's all
I
I
want your
got
soul with
left.
interest. So what is the interest? That's what I need to figure out.
That's all I got left, man. Okay, let me see here. I'll share my
Oh my
screen with
gosh,
you
is that
too.
the Kara, is that the cat from
Yes!
freaking the K-pop thing? No way.
Yes, she was showing it earlier. It's so cute. I love it. Oh my
Oh, I hate
gosh.
that cat. I hated that cat. The worst
Why?
thing. I hate his stare. I hate it. It's
It's
like
so
Cheshire cat for me.
derpy. It's like Cheshire Cat
Hate it.
but derpy. I love it.
Ugh, can't stand it. Ugh, gives me the creeps.
Oh, it's just so derpy. I love it so
Ironically, he
much.
was one of the better parts of that film, though. But we're not talking about that right now. That's
Yeah, give me a
that's a
sec
different
here.
combo.
Yeah.
So
Let's see here. Oh, I
I will
forgot I was
love God
gonna.
even when it feels like God does not love me. I will trust in God even when it feels like God will not help
Oh.
me. I will stay with God even when it feels like God has left me. I will always give God my all. The Bible says that Jesus will not leave nor forsake us.
Mm-hmm.
So even when my feelings try to deceive me, I will remember who is the master of deception, or who the master of deception is, and believe in God. Yeah, man, that is the way to do it. That is
Amen.
the way, and
Amen.
it's easier said than done because like we can say a lot of the things and kind of just go through the motions, not really let it sit within us, because especially when the reality of the situation for a lot of people is they want something and they're just feeling like I can never have it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when everybody else around them is obtaining it and then they feel like they're getting left in the dust. Like that's a really real thing. And that doesn't just come down to relationships. That can come to a lot of different things. Just success in career paths, you know, just hitting different milestones in your life. I've talked to so many people about this within the last handful of months, I feel like. And it's just it's a really real thing and it's not just a guy thing. I think women feel the same types of feelings as well. A lot of it is I think just our culture and such has
mm-hmm.
kind of caused that to happen. Um, there's a lot of variables, but I'll get into some of that more later. But yeah, thanks for that, Ferric.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, thank you for the
what happened
resub.
to your? Hey, yeah, thank you. Hood, what happened to your joy and whimsy? That cat was the best part of the movie. I agree with you that he was probably the best part of the movie, but that speaks to the less goodness of the movie itself than than to the fact of that I liked the cat. The cat freaked me out, but he did like I did like the joke of the pot thing for
Yeah.
anyone that knows what I'm talking about. So
Oh,
that was fun.
my OCD, but also my like, get out of there, quick hide. It was just killing me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Rico, this is questions that the women are giving to the men.
Mm-hmm.
So, so basically, I'll be answering this from a guy's perspective, and then Kat's gonna kind of chime in, and then you all can chime in as well.
Mm-hmm.
The boys. It's the boys' day today.
The boys.
So yeah, I guess we can start with questions then.
Yeah, I
So
just threw the first one that was on the list there. So,
okay, do you want to read them or do you want me to? Since you're not
um,
feeling so hot.
well, I guess I can read them because you're gonna be doing most of the talking. So I'd like you to save, um,
Okay.
I'd like you to save your
See, then it'll sound like it's
voice.
coming from a feminine voice, right? So then it's like it's as though they're saying it, right?
As feminine as it
There you
can
go.
be, feeling this way.
as feminine as feminine as it can be with my stuffy nose.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. He's just kicking me while I'm down. It's fine. Um, but yeah, so and
Not kicking.
I know I tease. You tease, I tease, it's fine. But yeah, these are all anonymous. So ladies, if you have any more questions, it is all anonymous, so don't worry. Um,
Mhm.
but yeah, let's see here. So our first question is My boyfriend says that in guy friendships where you don't know each other's last name is the closest type of friendship. I find that strange. Is I think that Are guy and girl friendships truly that different?
Real quick. So yeah, no, Rico, it is questions that are directed at men. Like, so this is kind of meant to be things that like we're all kind of answering just so like from guy perspectives because these are all questions that girls asked anonymously to say
Mhm.
like, like again, like in this case, like do guy and girl friendships, are they really that different and stuff like that, and then we're answering from our perspective. So
Mhm.
um so yeah, this one made me laugh when I first saw it, when you showed me like the different ones, because this is definitely, I would say, like, there's a lot of over exaggeration, right? Like that
Mhm.
we have in social media, but that's what makes it funny is that the in every stereotype there is a little bit of truth. That's what makes it funny. That's what a lot of humor often is. And so like I've actually seen a meme um that did this very thing where there's this girl talking to her boyfriend and his friend while they're like playing a game or
Oh, I
something.
just saw that.
And did you
I
okay, like the
did.
animation one?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
yeah, yeah, yeah.
did.
And so she's like asking those all these same questions, and so one of them was that it's like, well, do you know the other's last name? He's like, no, I don't even know. I don't even know his. Or no, it was, do you know his middle name? He's like, no, I don't even know his last name.
Yep.
Um, and it's like, well, do you know where he lives? No, he just shows up here. It's like, um, and there is a small amount of truth to that because I think guys just don't care about the intricate details of every little thing that goes on. And that can vary from guy to guy, you know. Some guys are more personable, some guys are more standoffish and but um they are different from like a basic foundational element in that guys you may have heard before that guys like often do things together whereas girls will often talk together, and that's how they relate with one another is like girls will like that's the meme, right? And I think we've mentioned that before, but like the guy will come home from golfing with his friends and what's the first thing that his wife asks him? What did you all talk about? And then what does the guy say in return? Nothing. And it's just like, wait, so you were there the whole time and you didn't say a thing to each other? It's like, nope, we just played golf. And there's like that's I would say that's fundamentally true. Like it's like basically true, but obviously there's like probably small talk that's happening, but it's usually based around the thing that you're doing.
Mhm.
It's not usually like getting into all these different things unless it's like your friend is like having a hard time and is like, "Yeah, I just really needed to get out here to like get away from it." So you might talk about that for a minute, but if that was the purpose, if it's just like, "Yeah, I'm having a hard time, I need to get away from it." Well, then you're not going to really like from a guy's perspective, you're not going to want to focus on that. You're going to be like, "All right, man, let's just play golf then," you know?
Mhm.
Like so that would be the mentality, not like, "Well, let's talk about it." Like they might throw out there the idea of like, well, do you want to talk about it or do you want to, like in other
Mhm.
words, do you want to vent or anything? You want to get that out of your system? And most of the time, the guy will be like, "Nah, man, I'm fine. Let's just play golf." All right, man, let's just play golf. And then they talk about like dumb things. They might talk about some like small chit chat of things, but not like you know, let's catch up like with the how's the missus? Like I don't know, like that just doesn't from my perspective from what I've seen happen as often. It just depends on the guy though. So, but I mean but there is still like conversations that happen. That's why like even that video the animation that we were talking about is obviously over exaggerating, but it's relatively true though, because it's like, yeah, there's like a handful of things, even like with my closest, like right now, my closest IRL friend, I know like where he lives, I know like what place he is living in, but I don't know the address. I've never been there, and I haven't gone there yet because we haven't been in touch in a little while. But like, yeah, I just don't know some of those things until, and even if I went over there, I wouldn't probably remember it. I would probably be like, "Hey, I need the address again so I can get over there." Because I'm like that. That's kind of in one ear and out the other for me, unless I like know I need to remember it for some reason. Um. So yeah, that's at least from my perspective. You guys, and again, for any ladies that are in the chat listening and whatever, you can also read the chat and just see what the other guys are saying
Yeah.
as well. So, but yeah, I would definitely say women talk more when they get together. Like from my perspective, from what I've seen, and you can temper this, cat, in case I'm off by any amount. Is I think girls are typically okay to just get together to talk. They don't need to necessarily be doing anything. They could just get together just to talk. Where guys usually want to do something. They're usually like,
Mm.
let's like be doing something together. Um, if we're gonna do any of that at all, like they're not just getting together to be like, hey man, let's just chat for a bit, unless it's like a very specific thing, like an intervention or like
Oh yeah.
you know, to help you with something. Like yeah, that's usually how I would say in terms of just the friendship element. But
Hmm. I mean, I guess I think it can vary for girls, but I think yeah, I think it's usually like to chat and talk about things and stuff. Um,
yeah,
I will say like with me and my bestie back when we lived in the same city, like we would get together, but we'd we'd get together to like go run errands because we were both like homebodies. Like, okay, if we meet up, then we can get stuff done, and we can like make sure that the other gets stuff done. Or we'd like get together, like, hey, you read a book, I read a book. We'll just lounge on the couch and snack and read books, and that's
hmm,
it. But usually 9 times out of 10 we were chatting about stuff. So.
yeah. Yeah, and like Maximum said too, like guys have deep convos, but it's on a need to know basis. And that
Mm,
I would
mm-hmm.
argue that's typically when it comes to personal things. So
Right.
like guys can talk about like concepts and different stuff. Like I've had like deep theological concepts with a handful of different people. Like one of them was I can never remember how his username is, but David, Heart like David, Heart of
Oh yeah, yeah,
David.
yeah.
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 Um we had a really good deep theological conversation. Obviously Maximum and I have. Oh, hey, thanks Donna.
Thanks, Donna. That's another point.
You know, Uber and I have, you know, a handful of different people, me and
Mhm.
Joseph. So it's like that's happened on a handful of different occasions. But like when it comes to the personal, it's more like, again, like you said, it's like a need to know basis. So it's like usually you just like offer, and then when they're like, yeah, no, I'm good, you just kind of leave it. You don't like press it and be like, oh, well, come on, man, talk. You know, like what's going on? Like that's not usually the thing. It's just like, all right, well, you know, I'm here if you need me. Yeah, I know. All right, cool.
Mhm.
And then you just move on, and you know, because it's I think the way that guys just process things, maybe it's a cultural thing, like that's been created in us, or maybe it is just part of how we're wired. But
Mhm.
usually, I think guys don't want to like bother other people like with the things that they're dealing with, especially because they think they probably need to handle it themselves. Um, so there's a handful of different things that can happen, and so and I know like from just like my perspective, like I've always said, um the difference between me and women in terms of saying like when I say like I'm fine, right? Like the joke that we say for when women say that they're fine is that they're not actually fine. They want you to talk to them and ask them what's going on.
Mhm.
For me, and I feel like I can speak for most guys in this case, is usually if I say I'm fine, it either means I actually truly am fine, or I'm not fine, but I will be, and I don't need to talk about it.
Mhm.
So that's usually the two variables of what it could be. So like if I'm saying that, it's more just like it's more of a like, no, seriously, just leave me alone. I'll be all right. I'll be good. I don't want to talk about it right now, but I'm good. You know, that type of
Mhm.
thing. Um, but yeah. So that's what I would say, at least as far as my answer to that. But
That's fair. That's fair. Okay. Good stuff.
you know,
Outcast Gaming also agrees with the "I'm fine" statement.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just like I said, I don't know if that's culturally or if that's part of just how guys are wired. Because I know guys like even outside of culturally, I think if you didn't have the like push in society to be more stoic, I think guys just naturally are that way. They just would be more that way anyway. So, um, you know, but again, I think it varies from guy to guy. I again, I'm a more talkative guy than your average bear. You know, I feel like I reach out to friends, whether guys or girls, you know, more often than a typical guy would, because but that's usually because I feel like a lot of that was tempered by God anyway. So it's like usually if I'm reaching out, it's because I'm like I feel like God was putting that person on my heart, and I just want to be like, hey man, you doing all right? You know, like how's this going? Or sometimes I'll just literally message someone just to pray for them because I'm like, yeah, no, I feel this like prompt on my heart to do that, so I want to make sure that I follow through with that, and you know, I used to be, but I'm not so much a believer now that like, oh, well, you can just pray for them by yourself. There's something about actually reaching out to them that's part of the faith element to me, I think,
Mm.
of it's like especially if it's like online, that's the digital version of like laying hands on somebody in my mind, I think, is like taking that step to be like, hey, I'm just gonna pray with you. You don't have to pray with me. I'm just gonna do it, and
Mhm.
so on and so forth. So, um, and I've done that for Christian and secular friends that I've had alike, and so yeah, so that's just my personal thing. But
Mhm.
so anyway,
That's fair.
all right,
All
what's the
right.
next one?
Our next one. Why are men more attracted to mean girls?
Interesting. Yeah, this is like the reverse of like, why do women like the bad boys or whatever, right? I think that
Mhm.
stereotype.
Yeah.
Um and this one actually is a little bit more interesting because I would argue that guys don't typically like this. So if they do, they're probably liking something that is aside from this.
Mm.
What I would argue, okay, so I'll talk from the other side first because I feel like that one's a little more straightforward. So
Mhm.
I think the reason that like women and again, you temper me on this if you think differently, but
Gotcha.
I think that women oftentimes, especially like in like adolescent into early adulthood, usually like what they call the bad boys or the bad guys or whatever, is not because they like, as they say, being treated like crap. It's not that they like that. It's I think what they're attracted to is the raw masculinity that comes with that,
Mm.
because that is unfiltered masculinity. That is masculinity that is not tempered by femininity in any way. So therefore, like you take it to its full progression, and it like masculinity at its rawest form is like dominance, it's assertion, it's aggression, it's risk taking, all these different things that are the opposite of femininity, which is oftentimes what or that's what the girl embodies. She embodies the feminine, so she, like, again, opposites attract. So she's if she feels very feminine, then she's going to be attracted to the very opposite of that. And then I think with time comes good judgment to be able to say, like, I like masculine things, but I'm attracted to those things, but I like them when they're done properly, not when they're done psychotically. um and so this one's a little different though, in that um I'm not even sure I would necessarily agree with the premise of that they're attracted to mean girls. What I'm wondering, if this is what's happening, is that I wonder if one, the women that are saying that they're mean girls actually know the personality of the girl that is being dated by the guy, but the guy doesn't see that side of her because she shows a different side of herself to him,
Mm.
rather than but then to other women she shows a different side. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm. Mhm.
Um there's also the potential that if she is showing that side, that I would think maybe there's a certain amount of like I would argue to say like pushback, because it depends. Like mean girls is a very broad term, so I guess I'd have to know maybe a little bit more of like of this specificity of that, because I would argue again, same for the women, the guys are usually attracted to the exact opposite of themselves. But they
Mhm.
don't realize that they're not fully attracted to that, just like women, like at those earlier stages, don't realize that they're not really attracted to the guys that are mean and stuff like that. Um, because a lot of guys you'll hear when they're less mature, I think they'll be like, "Yeah, I just want a girl that's submissive and does whatever I say and is like that traditional, like this and that." And they like say all these like very like, like those types of terms, where she just kind of, she just is there and she's my piece, you hear those types of things, which is like again, relatively true, I guess. But I would argue, and I'll use a story to kind of buffer this, but I would argue guys actually like being challenged a little bit. And when I say
Mm.
challenged, it's more like that they're not just they don't just have a bobblehead with them everywhere that they go. They actually want someone who has a mind, who actually is independent to some degree, but not independent to the point that they don't need them in any way, shape, or form. That's where you start heading into feminism, right?
Mhm.
Like competent, I think is maybe the better word, because So, like, a friend of the family who was stationed in Okinawa back when he was in the, Navy, he, uh, he would date a bunch of Japanese girls while he was out there, but he said it was so hard because anytime because of how the culture is over there, the guy is supposed to come up with, like, the entire date. That's how that just works, and then the girl just follows along
Ah.
with that. And so he's like, I would say like, well, like, what do you want to do today? Like, what are you thinking? And they would always like parrot back to me, well, what do you want to do today? And he's like, I couldn't take it. It was like driving me insane. I couldn't stand the lack of like, they just didn't have, it seemed like they had no personality. They had no mind of their own. They were just there with you, you
Mhm.
know? Um, Ironically, then he found another Japanese girl that was also stationed in whatever their version of the military is, whatever that would the defense force or whatever.
Mm-mm.
They both had an interest in motorcycles, but he said when I would ask her things, she would actually like tell me what she desired. And then he said the other thing that he liked was that because he's a jokester, so he likes to tease and he likes to poke, and she wouldn't put up with it. She would fire back at him. She would like, she would get upset with him and like, you know, and whatever, and he liked that. He liked that she had that kind of spark to her. Um, so I'm wondering, like in that regard, if like when we're saying mean girl, if maybe the perception of a mean girl like I'm just wondering like because the term is so broad what that might mean because I'm thinking if there's elements that the guy is seeing that he doesn't maybe even pick up on that it's like some of that is coming across as maybe a form of confidence or a form of uh that um like again like competency or whatever maybe it's coming across that way
Mm.
but I would my gut reaction is they probably just it's very possible they're too stupid to actually like notice that like they're probably just seeing her as attractive and they're not actually seeing her personality behind the scenes and she's probably not giving that off to him but is probably giving it off to other women. So the other women are like, yeah, she's really mean and she's a jerk. How come he likes her? Well, it's cuz she's probably not showing that side
Mhm.
to him most likely unless there's a scenario that somebody's thinking of that they're not realizing so or that I'm not realizing I mean so
Probably. Like my when I read this, my mind went two different ways. Kind of like the second one was what you just said. Like they portray themselves one way to women, but then to men they kind of cover it up. Because to this day, I know a guy who what was it? We met for coffee a couple years back, and we were reminiscing about old times and stuff. And he asked me about this girl who she was a jerk, like an absolute jerk to everyone, unless you were a guy that she found attractive then she was the
mm,
nicest person on the planet. And he's like, "Yeah,
yeah
do you still talk to so and so?" Like, "Yeah, I've been trying to reach out to her and this and that." I'm like, "You're still friends with her?" Like, I'm
yeah
like, "She was."
well
I'm like, "I don't really talk to her anymore because like she was really mean." He's like, "What? No, she just misunderstood." And I'm sitting there like, "Buddy, she can't like the entire youth group." Knows that she's not misunderstood because she treated everyone so poorly. You, however, were one of the few guys that she found attractive, so she was really nice to you.
well now here's the other thing too from your perspective do you think that she was objectively an attractive girl?
I'd say so, yeah. So it made
Okay,
sense. It made
because
sense.
right well so because this is what I was thinking too right and this could also be part of it so like just to get like down to like the base argument I'm making, and then I'll kind of back up, is it could also just be that he is hypnotized by the fact that she's attractive, and people will put up
Mm.
with someone if they are attractive. That is just a
That is
true
so
statement.
true. That is so he's
That is
so
just a
based,
true
guys.
statement. It's like pretty privilege actually is a real thing. That actually does exist.
Dude,
That is a real thing.
that's like the whole murder trial a few months back where it was like this really good-looking
Yeah,
guy and all the women were like,
yeah,
"Oh, well." It's like, "No, he literally murdered 3 people. Why are
yeah,
you trying to give
yeah.
him a pass?" Like, "Oh, cuz he's good." No. No, 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 no. Pretty privilege stops. It needs to stop. This
And
is so bad.
And so what I think happens though, right, is so like these people who are considered objectively attractive, they get people bending over for them backwards all throughout their life because people naturally do think
Mhm.
better of people who they perceive to be attractive and they think better of them morally, they think better of their character, they think better of their work ethic, everything. They assume if you're attractive, you must have good qualities to you it's the whole reason that like someone like Ted Bundy was able to do all the horrific stuff that he did because he was attractive. So he that's how he lured people in. It's because he was an attractive guy. So um so I think in that same regard that these girls that could be mean, it could very well be that they have that personality because they've been attractive their whole life and have had just things handed to them, things just worked
Mhm.
out for them. They didn't ever have to grow a good character or personality to balance out maybe some of the other shortcomings that they would have had, physically or something, right?
Mhm.
And now that's not obviously every single case, but I think it happens a lot of times, and it
Mhm.
happens to guys too. Guys absolutely will take advantage of that. Those are usually like it's a very much like a Gaston type of mindset,
Oh,
right?
yeah,
Gaston
yeah.
knew he was attractive, and he's like, I know I'm a catch, and you should like me because of that,
Yep.
right? Um, and so it's not just like a machismo guy thing. It happens in both genders, just in different ways, I think.
Mhm.
So,
That's fair.
um, so that's I'm also wondering if that's just the case too, because again, to some degree, guys often can be simple. It just depends on like what the most important thing to them at that point in their life is. As guys mature, they start to realize things are more important than just simply like, sure, yeah, she might be attractive, but is she like, does she care about me? Is she like actually not a nice
Mhm.
person? Does she, does she care about God? Those are the things that like a mature, like what I call like a good guy, because we have like the derogatory term of like nice guy and nice girl. So I say the difference of that is like the good guy is the guy that's actually going to be looking for things that go beyond that. Now they'll still look for that, but they're going to go beyond that.
Mhm.
Where maybe in earlier stages, especially, or guys that just never learned that, they just never learned to be to have proper um discernment. They might just feel like, well, yeah, she has these little quirks, but then like you said, like in your scenario, like, they'll just make excuses for them because they're attractive. They won't probably say that, but that is usually why they're making the excuse.
That
So,
that actually kind of answers my first thought too when I first read this, because
mm,
um I won't go into specifics, but I have a female family member who back in the day
mhm,
would literally beat up guys, and they were still like
mm,
smitten with her. And I'm like,
yeah,
why?
yep,
She
yep,
literally just threw you into like a snowbank head first after kicking
yep.
you, and you're still like, she's the one. And I'm like, what is like, that's ew.
Yeah.
It's
And
like,
I think that's why
ugh.
there's so much like there's so many proverbs and so many other areas in scripture, proverbs is the main area that I'm thinking of where it's just like Solomon is basically saying like don't be beguiled by attractiveness. Like don't let that be the thing that beguiles you. And this is where like, and I hate that it's become like so co-opted, but saying like the Proverbs 31 girl or whatever. Like,
Mhm.
but there is truth in that. Like he's saying like this is what is the good this is what a good character is for a woman and stuff like that, right? And you even see it in like the New Testament where it's like, hey, um rather than focus on your outward appearance, maybe focus on your inward appearance here, right? Like make humility be the thing that you clothe yourself with, right? They use this poetic language to help it be like understood that it's like it's not about how you present yourself on the outside, it's more how you present yourself on the inside, and that's going to be more attractive in the grand scheme of things than just looks alone. So,
Mhm.
um Outcast says, but that's I think for before I say that, that's
Oh
probably
yeah,
my
yeah.
answer to that.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know if
That's
that's
fair.
satisfactory, but that's what in
No,
my
that
mind probably makes the most sense.
it
So
makes sense, because even like with the bad boys, like if there's a bad boy who's average looking and a bad boy who's good looking, guess who the women are gonna make an exception for?
yeah, yeah,
So
yep.
it's
And you see it
yeah.
actively happen. It's the same thing like when you hear of it's become a meme, but I think there is again, it's a meme because I think there's an amount of truth to it where like one guy can say something where he's like coming onto a girl. I don't know. I think the typical thing is like in the workplace, so we'll just use that as an example.
Mhm.
Where so it'll be like in the workplace, and then another guy will do it that she perceives that she's attracted to, right? And he'll say the same exact thing, and she'll call the one sexual harassment. She'll call the other one like, oh, he's pursuing me, right? Like
Yeah,
the
yeah,
perception changes depending on whether or not you're attracted to them. And I think guys do the same thing. I think that often happens.
yeah.
Um,
That's very fair.
yeah. Yeah, pretty privilege is definitely real. Whether anyone wants to say that it is or isn't, it is a real thing, which is
Mhm.
that's also part of the reason I think that it's being so attacked in our media all the time too, is because I think a lot of people that don't perceive themselves that way then want to destroy that, because then if they can destroy what like is considered the ideal and bring it down to their level, well then now they become the ideal, you
Mhm.
know? And I think that that's what they're ultimately kind of after in a lot of those cases. So,
Yeah.
um, go ahead. Were you gonna
Oh
say
no,
something?
I was just thinking in my head, like as an average looking woman myself, like I don't want to destroy it, but it's like when women are like oohing and awing over a serial killer, it's like, okay, we need to draw a line somewhere. Like,
Sure.
come
Yeah.
on,
Yeah.
people.
Yeah. Outcast says, I know I ain't attractive. I'm 6'2", 380 pounds. Definitely not attractive. My selfie is what people use to put in their garden to scare away birds. Well, so here's the thing, man.
Hey, none of that.
So
Be
yeah,
nice to
so
yourselves. Sorry.
this is kind of the point. You're actually like embodying like this is kind of the point of why we're doing this too. Is
Mm-hmm.
you know you you definitely can't start off perceiving yourself that way, because that destroys any ambition and drive that you might have, right? When you start perceiving yourself as bad, then you'll treat yourself that way, and there will never be improvement. So what I usually like to say when you feel that way, if that's really how you feel, um, and again, self-deprecation humor, I do it as well, okay? But
Yeah, he
after a
does.
while, when you do it too often and too long, now it starts to become part of your personality. It becomes like you
Mm-hmm.
actually believe those things. And um so what I would say, just in your particular case, like if you feel that way about those things, obviously there's certain things that can't be changed, right? Like I've even said it before with someone else that I liked in the past, where it was like, I can't change my face, and that was like the thing. They weren't attracted to me on a base level. They said they liked a lot of other things about me, but from a base level they just weren't attracted to me. It's like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um and I'm like, I can't do anything about that, right? But the things that you can do, that then use that as the motivation to try and do those things, and don't do them for somebody else to like you. Do them for God first off, but
Mm-hmm.
secondly do them for yourself, because you want, like, okay, so in this case you're 380 pounds. Okay, if you feel like that you're like, man, yeah, that's unhealthy and that's not attractive, well then if you feel that way, then actively do something to try and do something about it, right? And I think, because what happens is when we get so caught up in our mindset of like, oh, well, nobody's going to like me anyway, then you start saying, well, why try? And this is exactly what the culture that's being cultivated, specifically against men right now, by the way, is they're trying to
Mm-hmm.
do that. They're trying to take away ambition and drive. This is why they're making um like women in media objectively less attractive on purpose, and then are gaslighting you and saying like, "Oh, you just want to watch, corn or whatever," right?
Mm-hmm.
This is why, they're demeaning men and saying that just masculinity in general is toxic, right? Like being like a firefighter is like now toxic because, oh,
That's
just
so
that raw
dumb.
masculine. Like, did you know that exercising, that's part of like right wing conspiracy? Like, seriously, these are articles people make, and
That's
it's
so
all
dumb.
yeah, no, it's a real thing. And it's all meant to try and demoralize you so that you don't try, because if you're demoralized, you become unhealthy, and if you become unhealthy and demoralized, then you're controllable. That's the ultimate end goal. So if
Mm.
you know this, that might help you be able to fight against that. Um without putting on blast who said this to me. I don't know if they'd probably care. But someone told me that like the best way that you can fight against this is to literally just try to have a family and just like and live a happy life, because that's the thing they're trying to destroy the most, is just you having a happy life. And so what I would say is that, definitely, pursue God above all things. And if he's calling you to something different than what your average Joe or what you're told, you should be going after, then you do that. And I know, and I can in fact even promise you, because I know God enough to know this, that if you do that, then you won't miss the things that everybody else has, because you'll be doing the very thing you were crafted for, the thing that like that you're made to do, the thing you're good at. Um but if you have these desires, I don't believe God is going to withhold those from you forever. It just might be for a time, because you need to do things to either improve yourself, or maybe it could even just be like that. You have a lesson in going through the journey of just being alone. Like there is a
Mhm.
lesson in that you can't just learn without going through it. You have to go through it. You have to feel that. You have to feel that like diminishing of your pride and stuff like that, because that's the way that you can become humbled and then be able to be used by God. Okay. So, that's a lot to say that just, you know, rather than like, in other words, if you feel those ways about yourself, then don't let that be the self-defeating thing, right? Because then what'll happen is you'll lose confidence in yourself, and that's really the thing that ends up being less attractive to people is, and this goes for men and women, but you know, obviously in this
Mhm.
case, I'm assuming you're a guy, so I'm thinking from a woman's perspective. It's like not having that confidence is going to be actually less attractive than any of the other stuff that you could be, concerned about. So this is where it's like, well, yeah, but I can't get rid of this weight. It's just part of, this is just I've tried and I just can't. That's another part of the mindset that again, the demoralizing thing. You can do these things. It is possible. You just have to put in a lot of work and you have to self-sacrifice and you have to be disciplined, and that's just really hard. Okay,
Mhm.
like my own journey in that, like I've never been an overweight person. I've actually probably been more underweight at different times in my life than I have been over. Um, but I made a post like a handful of months ago on Twitter, which a lot of guys in the community, it was really cool. They came together and were kind of trying to help me figure some of that out. But I was like, I hate doing upper body. I hate it. I like running. I hate doing upper body. I hate the feeling it gives me. I hate feeling shaky afterwards. And I rarely do I see like really good results from it. And it's usually because I probably don't eat enough. I need to eat like 3,000 calories a day, but that's 12 PB&Js, and I just can't. I can't scarf all that down. It's just really hard for me. But that's the thing that like I struggle with. But what I've learned to do, what God's kind of taught me, is to become self-competitive. Okay. So you become self-competitive. You don't do it for anybody else. You do it because you're like, I want to do better than I did the day before. So it's like, if I ran for 5 minutes one day, 5 minutes is 5 minutes. So the next day, the next time you go for 6 minutes, and you'll probably like depend. Like I remember when I first started running my first 20 minutes, because you're supposed to in a run at least 20 minutes to get your heartbeat going for that amount of time before you
Mm.
slow it down. That's what they would consider a good cardio. When I was first starting to run, that was the worst thing I could have ever imagined. It was so hard to make that 20. Now I run for over an hour a day. And I had to
That's
build up to it
awesome.
slowly though. I just pushed a little bit further. I would literally go just a minute more. I'd go like 21 minutes the next time. The next time I go 22. If I felt a little more confident, I go 25, right? And and I just told myself I'm not allowed to give up. I'm not allowed, now if you start like tunnel visioning and you're about to pass out, well, maybe you got to slow down a little bit then. But
Mhm.
my point was is I just didn't let my body tell me you can't. And it really is a mind over matter thing. And I kind of used exercise, one, to help with chronic pain that I've had, but two, to mentally train myself that it's like if I can do this physical thing that was really hard for me, I can also do these other things that are mentally taxing. Things such as like asking somebody out. That's a mentally exhausting thing for a lot of people, a lot of guys, and you can overcome those things when you add physical exercise into your routine, because it teaches your it's killing your flesh. It's a form of killing your flesh, okay? Because
Mhm.
you're forcing it to be disciplined and saying you're going to do what I tell you, not the other way around.
Mhm.
And so then when you do that, then it will teach you mentally, oh, well, if I could do that, then I can do it too. And so when your mind tries to tell you, we can't do this, you're like, oh, yes, you can, because you did this thing over here, right? That's helped me in so many areas of my life I can't even begin to tell you. So when people say that, they're not probably going into the nitty gritty like I am right now, telling you how it works, but that's what they're kind of getting at. That's what they probably have realized helped them without being able to divulge in it. But that when they say like start exercising, that's why, is because it does more for you than just make you more fit. It does, it's like a mental thing too. It really, really does help you mentally. So
Mm.
I just want to encourage you to like to not speak that way about yourself, and speak
Yeah.
those types of things over you, because that will keep you in the same place forever. Okay? That will you will be a self-fulfilling prophecy, and it will destroy you. And that's
Mhm.
so I'm glad I was able to talk about that now kind of in the middle. But anyway, we can go to the next question. So,
No, no, that's good. That's good. This is important. I kind of want
yeah.
to tag on some comments that were where is it here? I like Maxim's comment here. He highlighted another thing is at some point you have to stop listening to people who don't care about you and focus on improvement for its own sake. Absolutely.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I can attest to this. Like I when I was in my abusive relationship, I wrecked my knees and I got super depressed. So I couldn't join any sports teams anymore. I was I gained a lot of weight really fast, especially like being depressed and just all that. But that was actually my saving grace because then the guy dumped me because he's like, "Oh, you're fat and depressed." I'm like, "Okay, you know what? I'll take that." That saved me because at that point I was like, "Lord,
Mm,
either you have to get me out of here or I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end myself because I can't get
yeah,
out of this." Um, but then yeah,
that's real.
for years I was like, "Okay, like yes, this was my saving grace, but now I'd like to get rid of this, please. This would be great." Um, and my struggle was I had people in my life who basically all they'd talk to me about was my weight. That's all they cared about. And even when I did lose weight, I didn't receive like any like encouragement or like, "Hey, great for you. That's awesome." It was just like, "Oh, you could lose more." And so eventually I just kind of gave
Mm,
up because I was like, "Well, I want to lose weight for me, but if I lose weight, you're going to see that as I did that for you, and I don't want that." And that I hate the
mm,
thought of that. So I gave it
mm,
up for a while. Um, but then I got back to like, you know what? I separated myself from said family member and was like, all right, I'm gonna do this for me. I'm gonna focus on my health. I know I'm probably never gonna be Malibu Barbie, and that's okay. But I'm doing this for me. And that's what matters in the end is I'm doing this for myself because I want to make sure that I'm taking the best care of myself. I want to make sure that I'm healthy. I want to make sure that I can live the life that I want to. So, and I realize that,
yeah,
that's not always the case for some people. Like I realize we have a lot of people in our community who have like different health issues and stuff like that. And I'm so sorry that you have to wrestle with that and stuff. Like that sucks. But again, in the
yeah.
end, like do it for you. Don't do it for others, do it for you. Because as soon as you start doing for others, then that becomes your idol.
Yeah, and let me encourage you too, which I know that this can trigger people a lot of the time because I think our culture has also done this where it's kind of coddled the mindset. But don't let just somebody who said, "Well, I have a you have a medical condition, you can't help it." Don't let that stop you from trying.
Mhm.
And don't let that mentally stop you if you don't see results to say, "Well, I can't do it anyway because." I will say at least from my personal what I have seen, oftentimes it's meds that keep people overweight. That's one thing. Okay,
Mhm.
a lot of people are on meds nowadays. Those things make you they mess with your thyroid. It causes hormones to go out of balance. It causes a lot of different things, and it causes you to gain weight uncontrollably. Okay. That's one particular thing. But just because somebody says, like some doctor says, it's not your fault. Don't let that be an excuse to not keep trying and not keep putting in the effort. Because what I will say is, a lot of the times for a lot of people, both men and women, if you're putting in the effort of trying, but you're just not there yet, that's attractive in and of itself because it's the mentality behind it. They're actually attracted to the concept of, oh, you're trying to improve yourself. It's what the part that isn't attractive to either side is going to be the I can't do anything about it, and this is just the way that I am. So if you don't like me at my, worst, you don't deserve me at my best. That's a turnoff for literally anybody, right?
Mhm.
Um, but if they see you're trying to put the work in, and you're just like, I'm just not seeing the results. I'm trying so hard and sweating like a pig trying to do it, but it just nothing ever happened. That in and of itself, there is an attractiveness to that. So just saying, you know. Um, but Yeah, so again, I wanted to encourage that, and I know you said a lot of other things, Outcast, but I do want to make sure that we get to these other questions first. So
Mhm.
maybe we'll save some more of that for the end. So
Mhm.
um,
Yeah. Also, Max, sorry, I meant to arrow the previous comment, but also I'll arrow that comment too. Like, no one should like you at your worst.
that's a good one,
It's
Maximum.
like,
Yeah, that's
oof.
so true. That's just so yeah, it's so true. Like in your face. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, so true. No one should like you at your worst. That's so true. It's
Mhm.
like
Like, that's fine. We'll move on to that.
yeah. I think at this point, probably
Yeah.
we probably should
All
just to
right.
get because we got a
Oh,
handful
Hood,
of
it's your
questions.
favorite one next. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure someone jumped into both because this question is in both. So whoever did this, lol to you. Um, men, what's a men?
Men, what's a men? What is a man? Anyone ever play Symphony of the Night, Castlevania? Um, yeah, man. What is a men? What's a men? I mean,
What's a
it's
men?
it's Adam. It's the son of God. It's the opposite of woman. It is it's also 2025. It can be whatever you want it to be. So,
Oh
there's
my
many
gosh.
there's many definitions, correct? So, I mean, hey,
Uh,
what really do these 3 little letters put together really mean in the end of the day? So what is a man? That's the first thing I thought of when I saw that, but
I thought of Fank's, Fank? I thought of Frank Sinatra song.
yeah, true, true.
Oh, man. Yeah, no, when you
Good
said
little joke one, though. Good little joke one.
there we go, there we go. Alright, moving on. Alright, how can we as women best encourage our brothers in Christ without accidentally leading them on?
That's a good one. That's a good one. I would say there's like 2 different types of guys, right? So there's the guys and I think that there's far more of one than the other. Um, there's the type of guy that will potentially see any sort of attention that they get from a girl as being, "Oh, they like me,"
Mhm.
and that maybe they're wanting more, and then that's opportunity for me to, like, reach out to them and try to pursue that. I think the far more common answer, though, is that I would say most guys are not going to even if they think it, they're going to convince themselves that it's not true, that you don't actually like them that way.
Mm.
Um, and I think that again, that's probably a cultural thing. They've just been told so often that it's like, no, that couldn't possibly be it. Like, no one could actually be attracted to me. And you're like, so I think that that's going to happen far more often. Um, but when you're talking about encouraging without accidentally leading them on, I think really you do best to not lead them on by simply just not using language that comes across as flirtatious.
Mm.
But if they perceive something that is strictly just encouraging and just saying like, hey, I care about you, as your sister in Christ and whatever, and so on and so forth, and I just wanted to pray over you. I just wanted to do these different things. If they perceive that as you hitting on them and then leading them on and then said about that, I think the like brutal answer for me is that's kind of their problem. I don't like saying it that way, but that's kind of like they perceived it that way. So long as you aren't actively doing things that are, again, like flirtatious and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Because there has to be an area for encouragement. And I do think that the minds of men are potentially harshly divided in that regard, where they can go one way or the other. And so it's like they might take it as like, oh, maybe there's something there. And I would argue probably most guys that think that way are going to still be they're still gonna just poke at the idea. They're probably not gonna go full send and be like, "Oh, wow, thanks for encouraging me. Do you wanna marry me?" Like, they're not gonna, like, go full send like that probably. But, like but I would say too, if you're seeing someone who is maybe now starting to be more flirtatious or being and you didn't mean um, to lead them on if that was starting to happen, you may just have to flat out have a conversation with them, just be straight up. And
Mhm.
because guys do better when you're straight up, that is just kind of the way we are. And just say, hey, I was saying these things because I care about you and because of this and that reason. But I do just need to make clear in case there was any sort of miscommunication there that I wasn't trying to pursue anything more than that. I just care about you as my friend and this and that and so forth. And you can say all those things kindly. You don't have to be mean about it. You can say them kindly. And if
Mhm.
he perceives that wrong and he starts getting upset, that's his problem. That's what I would say. That's my personal opinion. But I think most guys are going to they're going to perceive that as like, oh, she's just being nice. Like she's, so they'll take it as like, "Hey, thanks, I appreciate it." Unfortunately, even if you encourage them, they're probably not going to receive it the way that you would hope that they would. They're gonna probably be like, I hear you, but like, yeah, it's just, that's never gonna happen." You're like that. Unfortunately, that's gonna be what the typical thing is. Um, but I think even if they receive it that way, again, there is truth, and I'm literally I'm living proof of this, by the way. There is truth in like when a girl says a compliment to a guy or says something that's like to encourage them, they remember that crap forever. That never goes away. That is deep within the psyche. It becomes a core memory. Um and so it will still mean something to them even if they act like, thanks, but I don't really, whatever. Um it will still mean something to them, I think. So I don't want to like discourage you from trying to do that. It just might mean you might have to have a conversation if you do that. where you have to be a little bit more upfront and just say like, yeah, I wasn't attempting to pursue anything or anything. Like if you're noticing that, like if you're noticing now they're responding to you and it's becoming more flirtatious, it's like, oh, okay, whoops, I was just doing this to be a friend and because I care about you. So
Mhm.
and again, I think that that needs to happen from the guys to the girls too. I think I don't know, and maybe you feel differently, Kat, so you can say otherwise, but I think guys are probably more susceptible to this question than the other way around, probably. Because they get less attention more often than women do as a general rule of thumb. Do you think
Mhm.
that's fair to say that?
I mean, I would say yes, depending on the
Okay.
situation. Like what was it? I'll give an example for myself. Like I was in college. I think it was like my second year. Oh, I had transferred colleges at that point, and pardon me, I had a guy friend from like years and years before, and suddenly I don't know, or like I asked him like if he could help me with like some study tips and stuff because I knew he was very intellectual. I'm like, I'm struggling with this class, I need tips and stuff. And suddenly, like, he was showing me a lot of attention, like just almost like love bombing me with attention and like wanting to spend time together and talk and chat and this and that and stuff. And so I talked with a friend of mine, like, oh look, I think he's interested. I'm like, I don't think so, because we've been friends for this long, unless like his mind has changed. Like I just always assumed we were just friends. But then I
Mm,
couldn't get out of my mind because I'm like, yeah, like this is so different. Cause like it used to be like, yeah, we'd talk every once in a while, but then it was like just every day him checking on me and wanting to talk and wanting to hang out and stuff. And so he was
mm.
about to head overseas on a missions trip. And I was like, I gotta talk with this guy. Like, I need to figure out what the heck's going on because I am confused. So I end up visiting him and I'm like, I need to know things. And I explained to him, I'm like, now I'm starting to confuse my feelings because you're just love bombing me basically. And now I'm
Mm,
confused. So I just need to know where we're at. And he's like, oh, and so then he was able to explain to me that um and he did apologize because like, oh, he's like, I didn't think it came across that way. Like, no, it definitely did. I'm like, and other people were asking me like if we were dating and stuff because of it. And it's like, oh, he's like, I'm so sorry. And so the way he explained it was he realized that a lot of his female friends were like getting married and stuff, and then that completely changes, which it should. It completely changes the dynamic of that friendship because now it's like, well, now she has a husband. So it's kind of weird if I'm spending the same amount of time with her as opposed to with her and her husband, or she needs to be focusing more on her husband now. And so he's like, oh, he's like, so well, shoot, now I gotta like really like hone in on like my female friends now because these might change eventually at some point. So I want to like cherish these moments and stuff, which I'm still looking back. I'm like, okay, like I get it, but also like that was a lot. But we were able
yeah.
to talk things out, and then like we're still well, he's married now, so our friendship has kind of shifted and stuff, which is okay.
Mm.
But yeah, we're still friends to this day. And like there were even times where he came to me, he's like, how come you're the only female friend I have where we had like a quote unquote define the relationship type conversation and you don't hate me? I'm like, well, one, probably because I came to you first being like, okay, buddy, we need to discuss because I'm getting mixed messages. And secondly, some women just don't like being told that the guy doesn't actually like her. So I don't know. Anyway, but
Mm.
communication, friends. It's okay to be direct. It's okay to ask questions. It's okay to have these discussions. It's actually very good because if there's a misunderstanding, that's going to do more harm than good if you just leave it.
Right, right. Yeah, and again, I wouldn't I think it goes without saying, I wouldn't just come out the gate being like, "Hey, I wanted to encourage you, but I just want you to know that it doesn't mean that I actually like you like that or anything like that," because that feels bad.
Oh,
Like
yeah, yeah,
you
yeah,
don't
yeah,
want to
yeah.
do
Oh
that.
my gosh.
You don't want to do that to somebody. And I've actually seen I think I've seen a couple of scenarios where people have done that because they're like, "Well, I was just trying to make it clear." And it's like, "Okay, but that all because of what that could do is have the opposite effect. Is like, dang, you really had to like say it to me like that, like first thing. So like you came to
Yeah.
encourage me, but thought I was gonna like, okay, like that just feels bad, right?
Mhm.
Um, and so yeah, but yeah, I mean, if you feel led to encourage somebody, regardless of what could happen afterwards, because you believe that God's telling you to, you do it anyway. So like if God's telling you to do it, you do it anyway. And then you just find the proper way to say it so that if you're not attracted to that person, that you're not coming across, um, like where it's not giving them mixed signals or something. And another way to like um, kind of, what's the word I'm trying to say? Counteract that as well is, when you do actually like someone, to try and be a little bit more straightforward. That will help because it'll be, because then if they ever ask you, then you can be like, yeah, no, that's exactly what I was doing. So it's like, I think where people get confused is because, in romantic situations, things can get a little bit, um, like muddled and stuff like that because, despite where our culture has kind of taken us to, there are multiple types of relationships, and there's like kind of a spectrum of them, right? There's platonic friendships that, and then just a little bit past that is like, oh, where there's like maybe like playful banter and stuff like that, where rib each other back and forth and stuff. And then a little bit after that is where you start heading into like romantic stuff. And so sometimes I think in that area is where people can have a hard time, is where it's like, yeah, no, I like hanging out with you and I like teaching you and stuff. But then it's like, oh, but now I can't tell exactly if that's being flirtatious or if it's just you being my pal or something like that. So, um, especially if you're just trying to encourage, you just, obviously you don't want to be clinical about it, but like
Mhm.
staying more in the speaking of someone who's platonic friendship area is the best way to go about doing that.
Mhm.
Um, that's what I would say. I think that's a long-winded way of saying what I was trying to say, but
No, that's fair. That's very fair.
yeah, yeah.
Good stuff.
What do we got? What do we got? What's next? Hit me.
Hit
I'm
me.
ready, baby.
All right, next one. Be honest. How do you tell the good from the bad girls, and how do I show that I'm not with the bad ones?
Interesting. Be honest. How do you tell the good ones from the so like again, as we said earlier, I said earlier, I think some guys have time doing that, especially if they're attracted to somebody. But a guy who's actually good, that's trying to do the right thing, and that's usually gonna pretty much unanimously be someone who's Christian, who's really trying to follow God. Not that there aren't secular people that also can try to do the right thing, but there's still always going to be caveats in there, I think.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, I would say that usually the way that, at least from my perspective, how I've seen good from bad. Now, it's a little bit different for me because I feel like God's kind of given me an ability to judge somebody's character within the first handful of minutes of talking to them. I can usually kind of pick out the type of person that they are. Usually the thing that will come out strikingly to me right from the get-go is whether or not somebody has pride. And that goes for both men and women, by the way.
Mm.
Um, I've seen it so much. I've seen that spirit of rejection so much in my life. I can tell exactly when it's in somebody, like within the first couple of minutes of talking to them. Because there's certain tells that give that away. A lot of times what people will do in relationships if they have a spirit of rejection is they will um like say a lot of personal stuff like right up front, to hopefully like see what the person thinks. And if that person then judges them, then they're like, okay, well, I didn't waste my time on them, and then they can separate from them, right? Rather than like in their mind building a relationship only for it to fall apart later, right? And then get rejected. So sometimes people will do that. Sometimes they'll be very prideful, very bragging. And that's usually because it's coming from a place of insecurity because they've been rejected before. So they try to counteract that by coming across like kind of almost like bigger than what they probably should. There's a
Mm.
handful of different things that you'll notice in somebody when you get used to it. And sometimes I can't even like word them right now. I just can like I'll in the moment though, I'll be like, oh, I can tell because of this. Um, but what I would say in terms of this particular question, again, like coming from the perspective of that, I feel like God has more often helped me with discernment. Is the good from the bad is usually one is how do they treat their dad? That's going to usually be a
Ooh.
pretty good indicator. If they don't like their dad, they probably aren't going to like you either. Like they're gonna treat you the same way they're treating their dad. If they have a good relationship with their dad and they love their dad, or let's put it this way too, they don't even have to have like a good relationship. They just have to like treat them with respect and stuff, despite not having a good relationship. That also says something about somebody's character, right?
Mhm.
Um, and it says too that they probably care more about what God thinks than what they themselves think and stuff like that, right? So that's a pretty good indicator. But again, I would say just like how they treat other people is a really good thing. Like if a guy gets good at people watching, um, they will start to slowly pick out things like how much of a servant is she? How much of like, does she go out of her way to help other people or is she kind of selfish, right? Um a lot of the times, that'll be the difference between whether or not you can tell if they're feminist or if they're not. I'm gonna tell you right now, I think it goes without saying for most of the people in the chat, but if you have a feminist mindset, you're gonna turn off pretty much every single guy you will ever come across that's any good for you. I
Mm.
can nearly guarantee you and promise you that because everything that the current feminism is the exact opposite of what guys typically want. The exact opposite. And but they'll try to trick you and say, "Oh, that's just toxic masculinity. That's just the patriarchy talking." And it's not. It's just literally like that's what guys desire. In the same way that like girls desire like I get like guys to be like someone who's a provider and protects them and some of these different things. Those are very basic things that doesn't come from a patriarchal mindset. It comes from like it's how you're hardwired. You're just
Mhm.
hardwired to be that way. So so they're going to look for things that are typically going to be like are you being a servant when nobody's watching type of a deal? Do you just do it naturally? Are you just like, helpful and sweet and kind to other people? Like they'll see it come out of your personality, right? Um so that's how I would say that's how you show it. And again, probably this is kind of a cop out answer, but truly the way that you show it is if you are trying to do what God wants and quote unquote be a good person. I don't like using that terminology, that's why I said quote unquote. But like if you're trying to show that, you have to have the mentality that you live in a glass.
Mm.
So, in essence, always like think about like that you're always being watched by God and what would he think of the things that you're doing and how you should be responding to things. And then despite whether or not you have any prospects of anybody seeking you out, all those types of things, live as though you're just living for God in that regard and those things will come out of you. Those fruits that a guy is looking for, they'll just slowly start to come out of you because you're not doing it for any other reason than to please God, right? Um and you're not doing it for any other reason than to show love to others. Showing love to others is a big one, I think, again for both sides.
Mhm.
But from like even like a guy's perspective, um, it also shows like motherly traits to do stuff like that too, which guys are attracted to. Um, so I don't know if that's like maybe the best answer, but usually the best answer is like the concept of you can show that you're not one of those by literally just living your life that way. You're not doing it with the intention to say, I need to show this person that I'm a good person. Ironically, the people that say that usually aren't good people. It's the same thing like when you say like, I'm such a non-dramatic person. I don't like drama. Those are always the people that love drama every single time. So,
Am I
so
the
you have to
drama?
have more of them. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So you have to be somebody that is thinking that no matter what place in life I'm in, even if nobody is pursuing me and I have no prospects and I haven't reached these milestones that I want to and I hate life and all this different stuff, that you are still acting as God intends for you to because it's when I know it's a cliche, but there is a lot of truth in it. It's when you're typically not looking and not trying to find something, that's when you'll typically find it
Mhm.
because someone will see you for who you really are and you're just like and then you'll get blindsided by it and you'll be like, oh, I was just trying to live my life for God and trying to do what he asks me to, trying to just make it in my life, grind whatever it is that you're trying to do, hustle whatever the thing is, but you're just wherever you're going, you're being that ambassador for Christ. You're being that example of Christ wherever you go. Um, no matter who it's with, whether it's, with men, with women, with children, with animals. That's, those are always good indicators. I've heard like something my mom did with my dad was that she actually took him around animals and children to see how he would respond to them and how the children and animals would respond to him
Ooh, that's
because
smart.
they're very yeah, they're very good. Animals and children are very good at being
Mhm.
perceptive of a person's true character. So if they like being around you and hanging out with, that's probably a good indicator that you're the person that you're putting on. On top of the fact of do they actually enjoy being around them and like can they play with them? Do they like, hanging out with them or are they disgusted by them? That tells you a lot about a person, right? So so it makes me think of stuff like that in that regard. But that's probably how I'd answer that. I don't know if you have
Okay. Thunder had a question earlier up on something you said about this. What if they
mm-hmm.
have a complicated relationship with their dad?
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. So like again, if it's complicated, like that doesn't mean that you don't have to that doesn't mean you can't still show them respect and quote unquote like honor your father and mother like scripture says, right?
Mhm.
You can still honor your father and mother whilst having a complicated relationship. That doesn't even mean that you have to be close to them. It just means that regardless of how you feel, you are still trying to do the right thing by them. The thing I was talking about is like when it is very obviously percepted that it's like, yeah, I hate my dad and I
Mhm.
don't like anything about him and this and that. That says a lot about a person.
That is
That's
true.
saying that they'll probably be that way to you openly and even potentially publicly. Um, Whereas someone who is like, no, it's like I'm not even saying like you have to be like, everything's fine, but it's just, sometimes we just have some irksome things. Like I think you can even be where it's like, yeah, we have a stressful relationship, um but despite that, I still wish to do what God asks me to, so I still show him respect. I still try to be good to him even if he's not good to me, so on and so forth. That will come out of you if you are actively attempting to do that. That will be perceptible to other people.
Mhm.
It will come up. But if you have the other mentality, it will be perceptive that way too, where it's like,
Mhm.
oh, this person hates their dad, rather than, yeah, he bothers me, but I still try to do I still try to do right by what God asks of me. And again, some of that you have to take to God, and each situation's different. Obviously, family stuff can be difficult.
Mhm.
Everybody's got their own little things. So it's not always that simple, but it's more of the mindset behind it of like, are you still trying to do what God asks you to despite how this person is treating you? That's really the base of what I'm saying. And that goes beyond just dad. That can be
Mhm.
anybody really, but the dad is especially the one because that's an authority figure in her life that you would, as a guy, you would be replacing at some point. You're going to be in the place of him, and however she's treating that authority figure is probably how she's going to treat the new authority figure, right? So
Mhm.
that's why that's an indicator. So
Yep. And ladies, keep an eye out for how they treat their mom. Same thing.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
uh,
yeah, and that's yeah, and heck, even again, not to be super dark again, but like the guys that don't like their moms, it's like makes me think of people like, and again, it obviously doesn't always go to this degree, but I'm just
yeah,
saying
yeah,
it's like
yeah.
first thing that came to my head is like Edmund Kemp, if anyone knows that serial killer, that he
Oh
became that way
gosh.
because his mom and him had such a terrible relationship and his mom was terrible to him, and anyway, so yeah, so but yeah, no, definitely also in reverse. That's a good thing to look at is, I would even say too, like from a girl's perspective to the guys, that like girls will probably notice, like if you were out with your mom, let's just say it was at church and you went with them, and let's say you were driving in the same car or even you're heading in together, they will notice little things like you opening the door so you can go in, or opening the car door for her and different stuff like that, because you're treating her like you're going to eventually be treating your spouse someday. So
Mhm.
again, it's kind of back and forth, but
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. And we could, yeah, I
yeah,
don't know. I
yeah.
just they're not there. But yeah, I definitely get the complicated relationships and stuff. So
Mhm. Yeah,
all
for sure.
girls are just bad, full stop. Well, gee, I wonder who this is. Must be Jeremiah. Hi, Jeremiah. How's it going?
How we doing, my boy? Coming in with the memes. Let's go.
I'm not the drama. Drama finds me.
Hi, I'm the drama. It's me.
Proverbs 12:10a. A righteous man has regard for the life of his beast. Yeah, there we go.
Mm.
It doesn't mean they have to be like obsessed with animals, but
Yeah, just that they're okay with them, that they're good with them. That was just it's just a nice little test, because if they are not nice to them or nice to children, that tells you something about like something deeper within them. Because I've even heard people that say like, I hate children and I don't want anything to do with them. Yet when they're actually around them, they treat them very, very well. So it's
mhm,
usually that's coming from a different place. You know what I'm saying? It's not like who they are. Ironically, it'll be the people that's like, oh yes, no, I want children and I think animals are great. And then you see them actually like deal with them and they're terrible with them. That's
mhm,
usually a telltale sign. Yeah. So
yeah, yeah.
people almost never say what they actually feel. Always remember that. They almost never say what they actually feel.
Yeah, Yes, was
So,
it you that I was talking? Who was I talking about? I was talking to someone about
yes.
that. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yes. It
It's just
was
like
us.
it's so true. It's so true. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, they only will usually say what they truly feel when they're pushed into a corner, usually.
Mhm.
Or when you're having like a deep heart to heart and they feel like they can be vulnerable. That's usually the only couple of times you're going to see it. Any other time, this is how you can like write good subtext in a story is by knowing that people naturally will say anything except what they're actually feeling. Again,
Mhm.
just using the meme again, when a girl says I'm fine, but her body language shows that she isn't. And it's like that's a very obtuse example, but that's the same principle. So, but anyway.
There we go. Also, Max with God never commanded you love your parents. He commanded you to honor them. Show the respect for the station of your parents, and God promises He will bless you. Yeah. Fun fact, guys. Out of the 10 commandments, honoring your parents is the only commandment with a promised blessing,
True.
which is
True. And
crazy.
I would argue too that honoring them is showing them love. I
Oh,
think maybe
absolutely.
even
Yeah.
like maybe what you're saying, Maximum, is that you don't have to like them. Like you
Hmm.
don't have to like be buddy buddy and pals
Yeah.
with them and
Besties.
pretend like everything is fine. You can still honor them and in doing so show them love by doing what God asks of you regardless. That would be in a similar state in my mind as the one who gives a glass of water to their enemy and has them come
Hmm.
to their house and feeds them even though they're their enemy, right?
Yeah.
It's that type of mentality, I think.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. How
okay.
to not be a bad person in general. Learn and apply the fruits of the spirit. Amen, Jeremiah. Amen.
Yeah, yeah. If you want to answer a couple of those, I'm gonna run to the restroom real
Yeah,
quick.
no
I'll be
worries, no
right back.
worries. Sounds good. I try to respect my dad, let's say at a distance, because every single thing he does, says, always hurts. So yeah, no, absolutely, Lizzie, absolutely. Like again, and again, call me blasphemous if you want, but I strongly believe that the Lord does not want you in abusive relationships. Like, if like yes, we're supposed to love our enemies, pray for those who persecute us. We're supposed to honor our father and mother. But if you're being like constantly like harassed or beat down, whether it's physically or verbally and stuff, like uh I think you're allowed to distance yourself from that person. And again, like I feel that, Lizzie, like I have some family members who treat me the same way and I've had to distance myself. Like, do I still love them and want the best for them? Absolutely. Am I going to be a doormat that can walk all over or kick while I'm down? No, absolutely not. I have more respect for myself than that. Nowadays, anyway. I'm a chronic people pleaser recovering person over here. So hi. Um, but yes, absolutely. Um Also, how guy slash girl treats the other parents. Yes, that too. That too. My gosh, people get on whatchamadiddle, like uh the other person's parents like mistreating them stuff. It's like, but also like the opposite can happen too. Your special someone could mistreat your parents too. So it's like be mindful of that as well. Not that you have to be like on the lookout for every single possible problem. It's like, but just keep that in consideration. So ooh, yes, care. Okay, as soon as Hood gets back, yes. That was another thing. That was another thing that was on my mind. It goes the other way too. You got to be careful with the mama's boys. Yes. If they are still a man child, they're probably not ready for a relationship. So, um yeah, I'm going to bring that up when he gets back. Um My mother still honored my jerk of a grandfather even after he broke their family and abandoned them. God knows your struggles. He is asking you to respect his order of things above the worldly situations. My dad and I don't get along, but he knows that I'm the only son who will be there for him when things happen. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Again, it's. I remember having this conversation with a family member of where do you draw the line between children obey your parents in the Lord and honor your father and mother? It's like, well, I think it goes without saying children obey your parents in the Lord. Like my mom grew up in a non-Christian home and her parents did not want her to marry my dad. And they were both Christian. Well, my mom and my dad were Christian and they felt like no, like we feel like we're supposed to marry each other. Um but in the eyes of my unsaved grandparents, my dad was not a wealthy dentist who made like six figures every year and drove a fancy car and this and that and stuff. Like, no, he was he was a pastor and a an accountant. So they didn't really like him so much at first. So sometimes, yes, you're gonna have to go against what your parents wish. And not doing it out of rebellion, but out of being like, hey, I've prayed about this. I feel like the Lord's leading me this way. Like I had to respectfully tell my parents, like, hey, like I appreciate that you guys want what's best for me. Um, however, this is where I feel like God's taking me. So thank you. But I need to go this way with my life and stuff. So there are ways you can do things respectfully. There are ways you can not agree with someone. You can turn someone down or you can turn the argument down respectfully. There are always those opportunities. Sometimes they get a little messy, even if you try your best, but yeah. If your mama don't like them and she likes everyone, that's a problem. Yes. Oh my gosh. It's so true. Oh man. My mom was always like me, me, me. Yeah, unfortunately there are parents who are narcissists or selfish and stuff like that. And it's unfortunate. So I think it's half and half. Out of the mouth still comes the desire of the heart. Oh, true. True, true, true. Love is an action, yes, but people feel guilty by not feeling love. True. It's also the commandment between the two halves of the Ten Commandments. The first half is how to honor God, and the second half is how to honor man. In other words, oops, come back here. This is your first and most important responsibility below honoring God. Absolute facts. Well, that reminds me, women can divorce their husbands without adultery. It's in Deuteronomy. If your husband has abandoned your needs, you can walk away from him. Interesting. I need to read Deuteronomy again. Huh.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there people miss.
I know, right? Welcome back.
Howdy.
Okay. So Care had a comment earlier. I was gonna wait until he got back because where is that?
Mm.
It goes the other way too. You got to be careful with the mama's boys.
Yeah. Yep. And
So,
that's like a whole other different type of issue because that's like the opposite of dad hater. This is
mm-hmm,
the other one can be where you become like too attached to. I
mm-hmm,
mean, technically, I guess that can happen where if it's like a daddy's girl, that can kind
mm-hmm.
of happen as well.
Yeah.
I think like the main issue of that is like when either party is so close to that one parent that that parent starts to replace like the spouse in their
Mm-hmm.
decision making and stuff
Yeah.
like that. That's where it becomes a bad thing. And where it's like, well, you know, but my mom wanted this and my mom said this and my mom, you
Mm-hmm.
know, like it's good to get advice from your parents, especially if they have good advice to give.
Absolutely.
Um, I definitely know, like from my perspective, my mom's always been someone who's, you know, always had really good advice and knows a lot and understands a lot, but has also like never overstepped like bounds in that regard too. So she's someone I would definitely like if I was trying to figure something out, like and you know, like that might be something that you know I might take to her, but you don't do that before your spouse, if that makes sense, right? And so that's kind of yeah. I think some people can get like so attached to their you know, um, to their mom, their dad, whoever that that person starts to like intervene into people's lives. I've even heard of like scenarios where guys were so close with their moms that they let their moms come over and like redecorate the house
Mm-hmm.
like in their wife's stead, and like that's not cool. Like what the
No.
heck?
No, no,
Um,
no.
Yeah. So, and or at the very least they won't like the because I think that's gosh that's a whole nother element of that too. But like just I think sometimes when moms don't have children to take care of and they didn't have anything else in their life to like have ambition after, they don't
Mm-hmm.
know what to do with themselves, so they start inserting themselves into their kids' lives, son, daughter, whatever, doesn't matter. Um, and so then that's why I think that starts happening is they're like, well, I'm just doing this good thing. I'm just trying to help you out. Not like either not realizing or willfully being ignorant that it's like, okay, but you're also invading our space and invading our whatever. So like if the guy, in this case, if we're talking about like the guy, if the guy doesn't say, hey, yeah, but this isn't your place to do this, and they're not willing to have enough like, uh, assertion. I don't know what the word you want to say there is, but like enough pushback to be able to say like, hey, you can't do that. Okay, this is my house, my wife's house. This is whatever. I appreciate you wanting to help, but this isn't the way to do it. That's when the issues start to occur, when they're just like, not willing to like try to put their foot down and stand up to anything like that, should that type of thing occur. So, and it can happen the other way too, but I don't see it as often. I think I see it more often where the moms will start to insert themselves rather than like the dads inserting themselves. But I don't know. There's probably cases where that happens.
Hmm. Also, hydrate, sir.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Grace. And the posture check. I started hunching. It's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a difference between letting them completely like take over your life and then sometimes going to them being like, like how would you handle this situation? What would you do? Or like, do you know something about this thing that I don't know about? Like
Yeah. Oh my
things
gosh!
about.
Sam!
Oh, hey!
Sam
What's up,
said,
guys?
welcome in! Hello, Raiders! Welcome in! How's it going? How was your stream? What were you streaming? Welcome to Morning
River Raid.
Monologues. Sorry, I'm just trying to clear
What's
my throat
up,
here.
guys?
Hello! Sorry, I'm sick. But welcome in! Welcome in! I'm Kat, this is Hood. We host Morning Monologues. And we are currently doing a segment for see, this is where I always get confused. Like, it's women asking men questions today. So,
Mm-hmm.
but yes, welcome in,
Yep.
welcome.
Yeah, we probably should go to the next question
Yeah, we
because I
probably
think we
should.
still got a bunch more, and we're already at the halfway mark. So,
Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it.
hey,
Let's go.
Thanks, Salmon.
Horse girl game, then Bible study of Job. Ooh. I think it's a mix of salmon and Samson, is what I think I remember from your debut. Yes, fantastic. Well, welcome in. If you guys need to raid and run, that's okay. If you want to stick around, stick around. We got some really good questions some of the ladies have submitted for the men. So
yeah, for sure.
Funny you say that. We kind of dipped into relationships too. Let's go. Did I hear? No, Joseph. No one said horse girl game. People have addictions now. My gosh.
Say horse girl?
Oh my gosh. All right. Let's move on to the next one. Because I don't know if we're gonna get through all these.
Yeah.
All right. Our next submitted question. What is the most important thing for a man when it comes to seeking a partner?
I mean, the cop-out answer is going to be whether she's Christian or not, I think, for any guy that's actually worth his weight in salt. But
that's fair.
Yeah, if you're saying a singular most important thing, that would be it. And it's only because when somebody is an authentic Christian, there's a lot of implications that come with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of character things, a lot of worldview things, a lot of political ideology, a lot of all of those different things that are important to under having a relationship, child rearing things, all of those things. And there might be caveats within there, but you're gonna have the broad things covered. It just might be in the specifics that then you have to find those things out. So maybe that's a cop out, but that is what I would say. I feel like there's anything that really overrides that, especially because of how much spread that has when you find out that somebody's a Christian. That covers a lot of ground in general, typically, if they're authentic. So yeah, that's what I would say for that. I think that's probably like my one and done deal.
Honestly, yeah, we could dive down to things, but I think, yeah, if we hone on the most important thing, that's fair. Lion, good morning. Welcome in.
Lion. Hello, Lion.
She's here. Huzzah. All right, moving on. Let's go. Are men turned off to quote unquote motherly women, i.e., the mom friend? Where's my mom friends? Let me see you in chat. Where are you at?
Yeah, I think it depends on how you define mom friend. Because like I said earlier, guys are definitely attracted to motherly traits, which is usually very compassionate, it's very caring, very servant-like, very just where they have a tender heart. That's usually what that means. If you mean mom friend in that she's like constantly getting on you about not doing thing and berating you and whatever, those
Oh
types of things, like,
gosh.
you need to be doing better, you need this, you need to be that, like, that's gonna get old. That's not fun to have that all the time. So, like, that's not really that would, like, what I'm talking about is almost bordering on the idea of like, the tsundere personality almost,
Right,
where
right,
it's
right.
like we like seeing it in anime, but like in real life, it doesn't really work because it starts to
Mhm.
become like just annoying after a while.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
When it's legitimate, like when it's a
Yeah.
legitimate and not whatever.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Um, but even as like a joke, like even if it was like, yeah, I'm the mom friend that makes sure that everybody's kept in line, like that can still be endearing to a degree. But like I would argue that a lot of men are probably going to be like, ah, yeah, I just that feels kind of bad to just always have that over your just someone kind of like seeing all the flaws you do basically and everything,
Oh, yeah.
especially from like a guy's perspective where we're already usually pretty self-conscious about all the things that we're bad at or that we're not good at or that we don't do right anyway.
Mhm.
Um so that doesn't really help that particular thing, which is this is probably why again places like the manosphere say like I just want a woman that brings me peace. That's really where they're coming from, even though it's like dumb the way that they're talking about it. Um, when they're talking about peace, it's more just like, with all the chaos that I have to deal with in the physical world, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, that I then have to like in a lot of guys' minds, I have to like kind of look away. Um, they're usually going to be looking for the motherly woman, the other version which is compassionate, more kind, more caring, more um, you know. But I would argue, see, so this is the other thing too, to tie in with the last thing, the other thing we were talking about, like I think it's I think it's I think it's definitely like a red flag if the guy is wanting you to be like to
Yes.
treat them like their mom did, you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Like to
yes,
be
that's
like to
exactly
be
what I
their
was
mother.
gonna yeah. I was like, there's a
Yeah,
line between, like, the woman being,
motherly
like, nagging
and
motherly, but then also the man being like, "Oh, well, she's just gonna be like my 2.0 mom." And I was like, "No!
right, yeah.
No! Don't do
Yeah.
that." Yeah, exactly, caveman. Big red flag. No, 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 no. Ladies, run.
Yeah.
Just no.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not good either. And again, because there's a difference between like because like girls say that all the time. I want him to have like the qualities of my dad, but she doesn't want him to be her dad. You know what I
No.
mean? And
Ugh.
so in the same way, it's like, yeah, there's things like that I find endearing about my mom, but I don't want you to be my mom. You would hope
Mhm.
that the guy wants to be the one that's like taking care of you, not the other way around. That it's like, at least that the mentality is there, right? Like even if he struggles with attempting to do it, that the mentality is like, I want you to be in a position to where because it's like again, like the way I've always worded it is it's like it's not that you can't do things, it's that you shouldn't have to. It's not your
Mm.
responsibility, it's mine.
Mhm.
Like in terms of like work and stuff like that, right? And
Yeah.
especially if they have the mindset, which is again I would argue is a green flag like for guys to women, is that like if they have the mentality of like I'm the head of the house, responsibility is on my shoulders, like even to like the even to their own detriment, which I'm not saying that they should do it to their own detriment, but I'm saying when they have it to the degree that it's like, I don't want you to have to worry about anything. I would rather bear all that on my own shoulders. That's usually, I think, the type of guy that's because they care enough that they're willing to do that, and they're saying
Mhm.
those types of, they're talking that type of way. And I would argue that regardless of what what gender, in that case, whether it's man or woman, I would argue that the spouse that's being told that, they're gonna much more happily and more likely want to help you do those things and not feel like it's a begrudging thing or like,
Mhm.
that's not my part of the relationship. That's not my job. They're gonna see that you care enough that you're trying to do that, and then they're gonna be like, well, I can help. I can do stuff. Like I want, you don't have to
Mhm.
carry that whole burden by yourself, right? That's where it can become wholesome. And that's I think where God often like tries to get both parties as to where it's like you care enough about each other so much that causes the other spouse to then care about you in return, and then it becomes this like reflective
Mhm.
infinity loop of caring for the other person because it's not about you anymore. It's
Yeah.
not about what you get out of the relationship. It's not about, again, you don't want to be his mother. He doesn't want to be your father. They want you want someone who's going to live life together with you and who's going to edify you, who's going to challenge you, but who's also going to actually like try to help you with the things that you struggle with in life. Um, you know, whilst both of you know it's like again, it's like well, it's not your responsibility. I know it's not my responsibility. I'm going to help you anyway. Like
Mhm.
that's endearing, right?
Mhm.
Makes me think of like if anyone's seen Little House on the Prairie, it makes me think of like Charles and Laura Ingalls, or not Laura,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
excuse me,
Not
Charles and what's her name, Caroline. I can never
I think
remember the mom's
so.
name. I always mess
I
up her name.
know. I always
Yeah,
forget her
Laura's
name
the
too.
daughter. I always forget that. But anyway, yeah, them two, Charles and his wife.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Caroline. Yep.
Caroline.
Yep.
Thank
There
you.
we
I
go.
always forget that every time. I want to call her Karen, and I'm like, I know it's not. Um, yeah, but no, like their relationship was like, you know, very
Mhm.
wholesome in that show because for the same reason. It's like Charles would very often he was so like a no, this is my thing. I have to do this, and he would like hurt himself trying to do things. And then Caroline would come in and try to help, assist him, even if he was like, no, it's my thing. I got to do. I think even like the first episode of Little House is kind of like that, where
Mm.
Charles nearly works himself to death trying to make it, and so then and that's when I believe the rest of the family helps pitch in to help him, and he has to be humbled a little bit there to not let his pride get the better of him because he felt that so strongly. But that's endearing. Like we love that. We love to see that he's willing to do that, and then we love to see the rest of the family come and try to help him. So anyway,
Mhm. Oh, that's
that's
good.
my answer to that.
Take heart, mom friends. There's
Take
hope
heart.
for us yet.
Take heart.
All right, moving on.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, here we go. Is okay. Oh, I think it's supposed to be. Is it okay to tell a guy I like him, or is that a turn off for guys?
I think the common consensus nowadays has become like, yes, no, tell us because we don't know and we don't know if it's okay and this and that. But I would argue, like, deep, deep down, guys don't really like that probably. They don't like it's not it's when I say they don't like that, what they don't like is they don't like being the one being pursued.
Mm.
But what they would appreciate though is you like letting them know in your own way, whether that is a little bit more straightforward or not, just that like that you're willing to be pursued by them specifically, right? Like in whatever way that is, whether that's um, you know, in whatever way being flirtatious, being whatever. But like so yeah, I guess if you're just sticking to the idea of like is it okay to tell a guy I like him? I don't think that that's necessarily bad. I guess when I first was like reading it, I'm thinking of it as like the main thing is like I think deep down guys don't want to be pursued. They want to be the one to actually do the thing even though they are scared to do it right now. Um but yeah, I think it's okay to do that. I think there's like multiple ways you can do it too in a way that so that the scenario I'm talking about can happen.
Mhm.
Cuz sometimes especially in this current climate, sometimes guys I think need to know that they are desired because if they're not desired, they're just never going to. Heck, even if you tell them, even if you say it, a lot of guys will just be like, "Ah, they didn't mean that," like they're gonna they're gonna like second guess it because they just have mentally probably you know convinced themselves that it's just not true or something, right? So, um, so I think it's okay. I think it's just you have to find the right way to do it. That's what I would probably say is, um, to not like and maybe this is a harsh way of looking at it, but like you just don't want to end up in however way you end up pursuing that to like emasculate him. So I think what I'm thinking is like, that like if the question instead was like, is it okay to ask him out on a date? Like, maybe I'm a little more traditional. I would usually say, like, that's usually better when the guy does that because I like even if it works out, even if it was like, "Yeah, let's do that," I think the guy is usually gonna feel a little worse deep down, even if he says he doesn't. That's my personal opinion. That's, like, truly my personal opinion on that. Um, this might be different. I'm kinda curious to see what guys kinda think. Maximum says, "I think it's half and half. I don't mind if a girl was more forward with me." Yeah, that's kinda what I mean, right? So it's like it's not that, like, you have to play games and be coy and whatever, but, like
Mhm.
like just in other words, again, I think the best way to say it is like you can be forward and let him know in many different forms and facets that like, yeah, I'm attracted to you, I like you, this and that. Um, without again, kind of like emasculating to the degree of just like where you're now being the one that's the pursuer. That's really the main thing that I'm trying to get at,
Mhm.
so if
Yeah.
that makes sense.
I will say I've heard this one story. So gentlemen, you can laugh or groan or whatever you want. But I have a friend who and like they're not Christian, so just premising there. But she really liked this guy for a long time. And she again, I love this woman so much. She was dropping hints left, right, and center. Like she was even good friends with his sister and was like, how do I let him know without actually telling him? She's like, oh, well, have you been doing like this? And so finally she went to her sister. She's like, girl, I'm so frustrated. I've dropped all the hints. Like, I don't think he actually likes me. And she's like, no, he actually really does. And she's like, how then? This isn't working. And the sister like confided in her, being like, I think he's just convinced himself that no girl could like him. So he's every time that you do drop hints, he's just like, oh, well, she probably just means it as this way or just that and stuff. So this woman, again, I love this woman so much. This woman, they were at a party or something together. She ended up like crawling into his lap, grabbing his face, and be like, hey, I like you. And he just sat there for a few seconds, just sitting there, just like wheels turning, wheels turning. Oh, oh, they are now married with two beautiful babies. So,
That's like a literal real world example of what I'm saying too. That's so
oh my
funny.
gosh. Like even when she was telling me
Like
this,
they
I'm like,
just
that's
don't
so
pick up on it.
frustrating. she's like, yeah, she's like, I started to like wonder if his sister was gaslighting me, being like, no, he actually does. Like, keep going. And it's just like,
Yeah.
oh
Yeah, and I think
man.
a lot of that comes like that's the that I think see that's part of the reason that I'm like a little bit back and forth, like kind of like what Maximum said, I'm half and half. Only in the
Mm-hmm.
sense of like I think the Me Too movement messed with guys' minds a lot.
Yes, I would
I
agree
think
with that.
feminism has messed with guys' minds a lot. And so in terms of like a girl coming on to him, he might not be readily jumping into that for some of those reasons too, because oh, if I pursue that but I'm wrong, then maybe something bad could happen. And I will say for a lot of the guys that are listening, a lot of that is just online, like Twitter is not real life. So always remember
Amen.
that.
Amen.
Um,
Oh.
you know, sometimes touching grass actually does like show you that like, oh, people are normal in the real world when you're not online all the time. So
Mm-hmm.
you do have to take those concepts with a grain of salt. But the point is I think it has still affected the mindset, even if that's not truly the case. So I think that could also be why that is also happening. They're just like, that's why they're not as bold as they used to be is because of different events like that that have taken place and were so massive and they saw the repercussions that came from those things of just like dang, like over an allegation, like really, like, and no one it was just like believe all women, don't believe the dude. Okay, cool. So that's like, so then they become very defensive. But I am even seeing like in the chat here like, you know um I don't feel emasculated by it, quite flattered. I appreciate honesty as long as you can handle my honesty in return if it's not reciprocal.
Mm-hmm.
Um, having been in the military in the 2020s, I prefer a woman that does say it. I have serious issues about being the one who starts because it was so easy to kill your career that way. So see again,
Yep.
it's kind of
Yep.
proving my point. It's like there's certain environmental aspects that I think made it to where it's more like, it'd be easier if you just told me so that way I'm not having to second guess and then put myself in a situation that I'm like uncomfortable with.
Mm-hmm.
Um and again, I still think though deep down for a lot of people, as long as whatever you're doing is not like again, like what your friend did, like that was kind of
Mm-hmm.
cute and very literally, quite literally in his face saying I like you.
Yep.
That doesn't strike me as the thing I was saying. I think mentally I was taking it to a different place, but it's just like again, ultimately guys want to be guys. They've just
Mm-hmm.
been told they can't be because that's toxic and bad and whatever. And
Mm-hmm.
so what I've seen is people try to say, "Well, what if the girls start being the ones to take the reins and stuff?" And I don't think that's the proper way to handle it. The proper way
Oh
to
yeah.
handle it is let the guys be guys, and then when they get criticized, like fight back against the criticism and be like, "No, they're not toxic, you're toxic." Like, you know what I mean? Like, quit going
Mhm.
against these things that have been around for literal millennia. This is how this has worked, and you
Mm.
know, where guys go after the girls. It's just
Yeah.
that's all I was really trying to get
See
at.
oh,
But
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah. No, see, the way I I like how 2 people can read the same sentence and get the complete different thought on it. My
yeah,
mind,
yeah,
which hi, my name is Kat and I'm a weeb, guys. I went to, like, the typical, like, the girls writing, like, confession that I love, and like, "I actually really like you." It's just like and so, like, the guy either, like, is like, "I don't feel the
yeah.
same
That's
way,"
totally
or
different.
yeah, see, that's the thing, but
That's
that's
totally different. That's totally different. Now, I will say I don't know if what a guy would know what to do with that. I think it might freak him out, and he'd be like, "Oh, I've never been in this situation before."
this only
Um,
happens in
no, that's
the
totally
animes.
different.
Oh, hi, Zari. Oh, it's
Sup,
okay,
Zari?
girly. We'll put the VOD on YouTube. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Arthur,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, what's
welcome
up,
in.
Arthur? Yeah, man.
Oh
Big
man.
cheese too. I didn't see you before either, man.
Oh, it was funny.
But yeah, no, that's totally yeah, and that would be totally different. Like if that was like a one to do, like you know, I'll make a little gift package to say like, hey, I actually you know really like you and stuff like that. Like I think guys would appreciate that. I think they would be so dumbfounded by it because they would just never have expected it. Because again, I think there's definitely truth to the fact that guys don't really get compliments. They don't really get hit on. They don't. That doesn't really have. Oh, perfect example. Okay, would be would be oh shoot. Let me think. Well, let me think. Should I talk about that? I don't know. I'm trying to think because these are things that certain people told me. Maybe I'll save that one. There
All
was a
right.
situation. I'll just say I'll say without saying who the people were involved. Um, but I was told a story where there was a girl that saw a guy that she thought was. She said the only word I could describe was that he was beautiful. I thought he was beautiful, and
Mm.
so I used that, and I went up to him, and they were in club or something like that, and he was by himself, I think, or something, and she just said, I just wanted to let you know that I think you're really beautiful. I think you're just really beautiful. That's the only word that I can say for that. And so then with nothing, like, was just trying to pay a compliment and then walk away. And then of course then the dude comes and like asks her out, and she's like, oh, I wasn't really meaning to do that. I just was simply, you know,
Oh
just I was
no.
just paying a compliment. Um, you know, it ended up being where like, you know, it was an okay thing or something. It wasn't like a bad thing. But the point was is that the guy just like you can imagine in his mind, and he was like you know, older than her by I think a handful of years too. So um but it was like you know, guys get like a compliment like that and they're just like, okay, that's either one of two things. Either she's messing with me or that was serious. So like what you know, like it's like so it's like they just are not used to, I think, getting compliments like that
Mhm.
very often. Um yeah, again, like I remember a handful of years I was doing door dashing and stuff like that, and I had to go into a Taco Bell. And as I'm walking in, another girl um and she just simply all she said, because I wore a beanie at the time. I just always, you know, definitely back at that time I always wore a beanie. Even when it was like in the middle of summer, I would wear a beanie. And and I just remember she just like she looked my way for a second and she just said, I like your hat, and moved on. And I never forgot it. It was still I remember that whole encounter. So it's very real. It's a very real thing.
Uh,
Hood why? Hood what do you mean hood why? What do you mean? Why what? What, man? Oh,
it's
for
too
the hat.
hot to
Oh,
wear that in
to wear
summer.
and then some. Listen, man, I was okay with heat back at that time. As I've gotten older now, a bit more. I can't really handle that, so I wear caps now more. But yeah, dude, no, I just wore it very, very relaxed on the back of my head, kind of, you know, like not on my ears, just kind of on my
Mhm.
head. It was my style, man. It's why I have the beanie on the dog head. So
Mhm.
anyway, anyway,
Anyway.
it's about making a statement. Oh my
Oh
gosh.
man.
So funny.
All right.
All right, next one.
Oh, sorry.
What do we
There's someone
have?
just pull up in the yard. I'm like, who's this? All right. Next.
Yo, new car, who this?
Are guys actually as oblivious as the memes say?
I think we've made it pretty clear that that's pretty true
Yeah.
overall.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I think maybe oblivious is maybe like it depends on the guy. I would say if nothing else, they overthink way too much about situations. This is why you have like if anybody's seen that group of like frat guys that's been going around recently on Instagram and I think even TikTok, where they'll like put up on the screen the DMs that one of the boys was having with a girl that he like I don't know found on Tinder or anywhere else, and they're like look, you sent one text, a second text, and then a third text. Dude, you're done. She didn't answer to any of those. You're done. She doesn't want anything to do with you. And he's like, no, but she said I was like really nice up here and stuff. And then so they're trying to like dissect it and be like, you don't get it. You don't get it. And so like that's like a funny but very extreme, I think, like how guys think with different things. So like they'll either overthink or they will be straight up super oblivious to something. But I think again, I think the obliviousness is just a self-defense mechanism ultimately. So you kind of have to break through that self-defense mechanism. They're not they don't receive compliments the same way because they're not used to it. They don't receive someone saying they like them probably the same way because they're just thinking that's not that can't possibly be it. That's just I'm making that up because because probably in the back of their mind they're like, because if I'm making it up, or because if I am making it up and I pursue it and then I'm wrong, that's gonna feel really bad, right? And it's gonna feel like, what an idiot, and you have to feel that rejection again because again, traditionally guys are the ones that are the ones typically getting rejected. I think more often they're the ones, historically, that they're the ones saying, "Hello, madame. Would you
Mhm.
perchance like to go out on the out on the how do you say that? A night on the town or whatever, however
Mhm.
they say that with me." And then they have to either get smacked in the face or accepted. And so it's like, when you felt that at least a handful of times, you're just like, I don't know if I want to feel that again. So some of that you have to just actively kind of break through that in your mind if you are trying to say like, I want to let them know that I like them. You just have to know that that's something you're going to have to overcome a little bit. That's all.
Mhm.
So,
Hashtag milady.
milady, tips for the world.
Milady.
Hmm.
Oh, I love that. Hood! Zari brought up the video that we were gonna start with, but we could probably end with it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's
Nice.
one where a guy rejected a girl's invite to come over for tea because he doesn't like tea.
Yeah, that's the group. That's the
Yes!
exact group I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yes!
Yeah, and he's
Okay.
just like what? I don't like tea. He's like, that's not the point.
That's
It's so
not the
funny. Yeah.
Yes, we'll pull that video up
Anyway.
to end with because I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I love those guys. Whether it's real or they're just bits, it doesn't matter. It's still very funny to me.
Oh, it's so funny. It's so funny. Worst she can say is no, hurt, ew, hashtag relatable. Guys, it's the same way for girls. I've been given an ew once or
Mm,
twice. Like it's
mm.
not just the ladies, but it does suck. Either way, it does suck.
Yeah, and in that regard, to just all the guys, since this is Guys' Day today anyway,
Mhm.
like, uh, honestly, guys, like, I know that that feels bad, and like, again, that's not even like ew is not even the worst thing. It could be far worse. Like, people have gone into like where they go into big like, well, what if they like call the police, and what if it's like a sexual
Mhm.
allegation or something like that, and all these different like, I'm gonna tell you right now, again, if you are praying about things even before you do them, and you have God with you. I'm telling you right now, it is better to be brave and to just ask kindly, don't be weird, but to kindly ask somebody out and get rejected for it than to have walked away and wondered what if. I promise you it's better. I promise you it's better. You'll look back at it. It might be cringe, but you'll have a good story to tell, whatever it could be. And it takes time to learn those things, but you will regret it probably for the rest of your life potentially, where you're thinking in your mind like, man, what would I have, what could have been had I have just been brave enough to just take a step forward, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
So don't let the fear of, again, fear is not of God. He gives you not a spirit of fear but a spirit of power,
Mhm.
of
Mhm.
love, and of sound mind. So always remember that.
Mhm.
So if you're feeling fear because of those things, that's the enemy probably
Mhm.
trying to keep you from being happy and all that type of stuff too, because if you're miserable, then he has more control over you. Always remember that.
Mhm. Mhm.
Anyway,
Mhm.
um but
Also,
yeah,
oh
like,
sorry, go ahead.
yeah, go ahead. Nope, nope, finish. Go ahead.
Gentlemen, if she responds with ew, that's on her, and that just shows her character because that is not classy. We don't claim that, sister. That ain't
Yeah,
classy at
and
all.
that kind of goes into the same thing too, where I've heard like guys they freak out about like, oh, I'm going bald. I won't have hair, and so no woman will like me now because of that. And my response to that is always, uh, if she doesn't like you because of your hair, she doesn't like you. Period.
Mhm,
Like
mhm,
that,
mhm,
she doesn't like you for any of the part of you that's actually you. Like so, just know that. Like just know that your hair should not matter.
mhm,
And it's gonna matter more about your personality and stuff. Like yeah, looks are important. Like
mhm.
and I am a firm believer in that. But like if only looks are important, then you know that that person's not meant for you
Yeah,
because if petty things like that can like even like what Kat said, if she said ew, that's her problem, and
yeah.
same way vice versa. So
We stan our balding brothers. We love you.
yeah,
That is
guys,
fine.
I don't know if it was just somewhere down the grapevine, if it's like the degrading of the genome, or if it's just like because of how wars turned out, and like maybe all the dudes that had luscious hair that could have passed those genes on to the rest of us, maybe they were all evil and died, and so then the good guys were the ones that just had the balding. I don't know what it was, but for whatever reason, that's just how it is, guys. That's our lot in life. So, you know what? You just take it in stride. And honestly, again, because I've seen so many guys freak out about stuff like that, it is so much better to just embrace it rather than try to protect and hide it because eventually someone will find out. And then what happens? What, you're mortified now? Like again, it's like so there's always that transition of I had hair and now I'm switching to where I don't have hair. You're going to get people talking about it for the first couple of weeks. It's going to happen. But you just get through that and then now that just becomes part of you. That so people just know, "Oh, yeah, you're just the guy that doesn't have hair." Okay. And then the people that like you will continue to like you and the people that don't never did. So, there you go. Um
Mhm,
yeah, it's really not that big of a deal, truly, in the
mhm,
grand scheme of things. It's like it's not
mhm.
fun, but it's not that big of a
Yeah.
deal.
Some girls like a fuzzy head. It's okay.
Uh-huh.
It's fun.
Mhm. Some girls even like, smackable bald heads, it just depends. You know? Where
Why'd
you
you
got
have
like
to say smackable?
haven't you ever heard that where people are like, "Oh, dude, look at that guy's head. It just yeah, I just want to give it a smack, because 'Cause it's
No.
got that like where you've never heard that? Oh, I've heard that so
No.
much. Yeah. Look at that bald head. I want to give it a smack. I've heard that so many times.
From women or from other men?
I think it was typically men, but yeah,
I was gonna
like
say, I don't think the ladies are sitting here being like, "Oh, look at that head. I just want to smack it."
yeah, no, not typically. I'm just saying that was like a phrase that I think that I've heard multiple times. Dudes would be the slapping. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my gosh.
Baby, I would change my
Anyway,
hair for you. Please don't. You can floss in the mirror of the bald
get that baby
head.
polished to a shine.
You'll never lose your man. You just have to look for the shiny spot and like, there he is.
Uh huh.
Boom.
It'll be like a reflective lighthouse surface in the distance. The sun glistening off.
Yes. But yes, no, we stand our balding brothers. That's just life, and like it is sad. We do grieve your hair loss with you, but we also
Yeah.
still love you the same. So
Thanks, guys.
there we
Also,
go.
for any guys that for some reason may not know this, balding is worse than bald. So just always remember that. So
Mm.
it's always worse when it's like again you're trying to save what's left versus just like it ain't working no more. You just
Mm-hmm.
gotta go. You just gotta get rid of it.
That's fair.
So always remember that as well.
And that's Ote.
All right, what's the next one?
I need a girl to want to find me in a crowd. Max! Come on, man. Uh, fine. All
My
right.
boy.
Next one. Did we mention that Max is single, ladies?
Yes, he is.
Talk to him.
Yes, go
Ask him
find him.
out for
He
tea.
he posted a picture of himself on
Yes, yes,
his
yes.
Twitter where it only just a certain like his eyes are blocked out, but you can see
Mm-hmm.
the rest of him. So there you go. That'll be a good
Mm-hmm.
perspective. There you go. That's what you get, Maximum. That's what you get. You wanna self-deprecate in this household? That's what you get.
Sorry. Guys, you should be careful about these bald jokes. People have been mauled by bears over stuff like this.
It will soon be deleted. Don't you dare. Don't you dare,
No!
Maximum.
No, Max!
Don't you dare.
Max, come on. You're a good looking dude. It's okay. Let the ladies see ya, brother. Dang it, Hood. You shouldn't have. You
Goodness.
shouldn't. You should have like just secretly made it aware at the end. Be like,
Yeah.
ladies, here.
Once I knew Maximum wasn't here, then I could do it. And then he'd be like, "What's all this? What's everyone's coming? What's going on?"
My
Just gets
DMs are
these
blowing
flooded
up.
DMs.
All these ladies asking me out for tea.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Yes, I
My
still got
face
plenty.
hurts.
I know.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh.
Ooh, here we go. Do you believe guys and gals can be friends? If yes, how should they interact? And then in brackets, kind of at a loss since I barely interacted with guys before I went to college.
Mm. Yeah, this is definitely heavily debated. I think I
Mm-hmm.
think I I, I even could potentially be on opposing views here because I actually went through like a period where I flip flopped on this a little bit, and but I think it was just because at the time I was emotionally hurt because of a situation, so
Mm.
there was like where I'm just like, no, this, you can't be friends. It just doesn't ever end up working out. It doesn't work well, and this and that and whatever. Where I'm currently at, like having gotten past all that and realizing that I was just kind of stupid. Um, I do definitely. I mean, obviously, I think that, but it's like I think it just the way that those relationships are conducted usually just end up being different than if it was the same sex. Does that make sense?
Mm.
So, because again, like the how should they interact thing is I think I think that can depend upon individual to individual. Some people just say that it can never work and it will always someone will always catch feelings. I think that that's definitely very possible, very likely even
Mm-hmm.
potentially. But if both parties are mature, then I think you can continue to be friends and hang out and different stuff like that. And again, this is assuming both parties are single because I think once you're in a relationship, things can start to be different depending on the other person's like spouse and stuff like that, or girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever the scenario is.
Mm-hmm.
Um, some people are more uh better word, more jealous for their partner than other
Mm-hmm.
people. Some people are really chilled and laid back, and but I think in those regards, so like if you're taking that scenario, it's like you just have to kind of be aware. I think you have to be what's the word I'm trying to say? Be conscious of your testimony, I think is one thing.
Mm.
Be conscious of what you're putting off to other people because you don't want to uh not just hurt the testimony but also hurt the reputation of anybody involved, whether that's the person, like if you're the person with the boyfriend or girlfriend, you don't want to hurt them. You also don't want to hurt your friend
Mm-hmm.
and stuff, but I think there is a way that you can definitely. I think most people would probably say like group activities is going to be better than one-on-one activities usually with
Mm-hmm.
that person. But again, I think it just depends. I am a little bit maybe more um whatever you want to say, libertarian in that mindset where I think that if everyone involved loves God especially, and there's understood things, and then again that you just conduct yourself in a way that you're not doing anything that's flirtatious or something like that where it can potentially come across wrong or again lead to mixed signals or something like that. I think it's possible. But I do think it becomes, and again, I've advanced this now to where one of them, even potentially both of them being in a relationship, it becomes more difficult, I think, because of that. If you're
Mm-hmm.
both single, it's different. It it
Mm-hmm.
is it is different, I think, in a lot of ways. So, um, that's probably what I would say is you just have to make sure things are kosher. Because again, like if you are in a relationship with someone else and you have a friend, you know, I've some and again, I think people feel differently. I think from somewhere in the pit of my stomach, like I don't think it'd be good to like as the two of you that are friends go out to like have coffee together and stuff like that. That seems just it could potentially be, awkward. Unless again, all the parties involved are they very much understand the situation. Cause like I'm thinking of like situations even like with my parents because um, you know, they had different people that were of the opposite sex that they were friends with on different occasions, but they were very secure with each other. They did
Mm.
not have this like really bad thing. But um, one of them at one point, just because I'm trying not to put them on blast necessarily, but one of them had felt like, like maybe just for the sake of what it might look like to other people, just because people are nosy and sometimes will talk about things that they don't know anything about. Um, Maybe it's better to like not do those things. And so then they kind of just agreed, okay, yeah, maybe it's better to not. But it wasn't like a big bad thing. It was more like they just agreed upon, like, yeah, I think this is the better way to maybe handle this just for testimony purposes and whatnot. So, yeah, but like if you're both single, I think you can be. And I think
Mhm.
even after the fact you still can be. It's just the nature of the relationship probably has to change some. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like um and that's just kind of how it is. I think ultimately where people want is that like if you found somebody, then you would want the other person to find somebody so that you guys could like hang out like in like a group date type of a scenario probably, right? Like that would be the most kosher way of doing it because then everybody is present at the same thing and yet you're able to still hang out and have fun with your friend and also with your spouse and then with their spouse or girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever. Um but I don't know. I don't know. I think people are probably going to be polarized on that. So,
Mhm.
oh, Maximum, you're leaving. All right, see you, man. Bye,
Yeah,
man.
take care, Max.
Um,
Our based
Lizzie says it
brother.
could be dangerously. What's that?
Oh no, nothing. Sorry, I just said our based brother's leaving.
Yeah, oh, yeah. It could be dangerously misunderstood unless you've been friends for ages, and even then, it ain't good. Oh, keeps moving on me. It ain't good most
Mhm.
of the time. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I think it just there's potential issues that could come about, and I'm a firm believer in like I've always tried to be someone that like I don't really care what society says. I don't care like what people think. That's their problem. So I know who I am, and as long as everybody else involved knows who they are and they know the situation, then I don't care. Like let people talk if they want to. That I don't care unless in the case of like that. Oh, but again, like if you have a boyfriend or girlfriend or something like that, right? You don't want just because you don't care, you don't like want their reputation to be messed up either or your friend's
Mhm.
reputation to be messed up or something either. So I think that overrides that, but just from like my perspective, that's like I think where I'm coming from a lot of the time is I'm like you don't get to dictate like what just because you don't think it's whatever. Like I think that's where it's probably just the rebellious part of me. I think a little bit there. Um so yeah, but no, you're definitely right, Lizzie. Like I think that it's definitely something that is a little sketch. Like it just
Mhm.
can be perceived poorly. And again, there's always the thing that it's like, like one of you could have feelings and then it's like, dang,
Mhm.
that's bad now because you are they are in a relationship.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um but yeah, it is just kind of a difficult scenario and I do, but I would still say like after having taken it to God, it really just kind of would be something that has to be discussed between the parties that are involved. I think personally, that's my opinion. But as a general rule of thumb, yeah, usually the nature of the friendship, if it was there prior, has to alter some.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. I'd
doesn't mean
agree.
that you can't still be there for them though. It doesn't
Yeah.
mean like if they were like, "Man, I need someone to talk to," that you can't talk to them and stuff like that. It's just like in what ways do you hang out now, right? Like, probably not good to do like the one-on-one uh types of stuff too
Mhm.
often, especially if it's in person, that's even more so. So it's like there's like degrees. I think there's like levels and degrees of that. So,
Mhm. Yeah. Like
but
the example I would use is like with my besties. Like I was friends with the guy first. Like me and him were good buddies back in college, and then I took a year hiatus, and then I came back to college, and at that point he was engaged to this girl. And so because of something someone had done similarly to me, like me and my bestie, she started dating someone and he's like, I want to become friends with you because you're friends with the woman that I want to marry. And I'm like, yeah, of course, sure. But
Yeah.
we did it in like, yeah, like I was basically their third wheel for their entire time in college, but they never made me feel like a
See,
third wheel.
yeah, and that's cool. I'm glad that they didn't, but I don't like that scenario. That always feels bad too. Like if
Yeah.
you're like if you're like so let's say like the person asking the question, it's like you're the one in a relationship. I don't think it's like I think it would be more hurtful to be like, I still want to be friends with you. So like you want to be doing this with my boyfriend in this case, since this is a girl asking this question. It's like you
Hmm.
want to like because again, it's like oh, so I can be the third wheel. Okay, I guess like that feels
Yeah,
kind of
when
bad, you know?
yeah.
Like
Yeah, when
you wouldn't want to do that to somebody.
especially when it's like your opposite gender friend, that's just weird. Whereas for me, it's like me and my girly friend, it was her boyfriend at the time who was like, "Hey, like I want to become friends with you." And so he'd invite me to like they of course have their own dates and stuff, but he'd invite me to join them.
Mm,
And then he'd invite his cousin who was the guy who I became good friends with.
mm,
And so there'd be 4 of us, so it didn't feel weird.
yeah,
But then when I came back, the guy was then at that point engaged, and so I'm like, "Okay, well, I still wanna be friends with him, so I'm gonna make that effort to be friends with her." And then we became best friends to the point where, he sat us down one day, he's like, "Kat's still my friend, I still wanna hang out with her, like, you can't have her all the time." Just so it was funny, and, like, even now to, like, they've been married for, like, what, 8 7, 8 years now, and I can still go visit them, and, like, yeah, like, I more so spend my time with her or with them together, but then, I don't know, he'll be like, "Hey, let's go get Slurpees." I'm like, "Okay." So we'll go get Slurpees, and we'll just chat, and she'll be at home, like, either just taking an introverted break from both of us because we get really hyped up when we hang out. So I'm just like, "I need a break from both of you guys. Go get Slurpees, come back, and then we can all hang out. I just need a minute from you guys." But there's that level of trust and respect of like I acknowledge like he's married and
mm,
that's like the only kind of one-on-one time we have is just few and far in between because we both respect the fact that he is married and we respect his wife and I love her dearly. So I'd never want to put any of us in a position where anyone would start to question that. So,
right, right. And this is where like again, like the best scenario is when you both end up finding somebody, then you can have like group get-togethers where like,
mhm.
like where I don't know, they come over to play cards with you and your spouse and stuff like that. And so then everything's like kosher and cool. Um there's one other thing I was gonna say, like as a cap to that, and then I can't remember now. It was something. I thought it was something that Grace wrote, but maybe it
Maybe?
was no, it wasn't. I can't remember what I saw now in the chat. But yeah, I think my main takeaway is just that like you want to have respect for the people that are involved and stuff
Mhm.
and whatnot, probably overall over everything else. But I there is something a little irksome to me when there's people that just are like, oh yeah, no, we just like we can't be friends anymore, and I
Yeah.
shut you out
Yeah.
of my life. That that's not cool too. I think that
Mhm.
there's a middle ground of just there's just got to be understanding
Yeah.
involved there.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, because I've seen people like they go so far the other way, and again, there's a part of me that just wonders like, how much are you telling on yourself when you do that? Right? It's like you're
Mhm.
so adamant about being like, oh, we can't be friends anymore, and it's like because you think you would maybe cheat or something. I don't know. Like it's like people get so
Mhm.
like they go one extreme to the other. Either we can be such best friends that we can like go out and do stuff and you shouldn't feel insecure about that, or we can never be friends again to the other person, and it's just like and that's just and so like you throw this whole relationship completely away for someone that maybe you only met a few months ago or something. I don't know. Like it just
Mhm.
yeah, I don't know. It's just that's not the way I would wanna handle it.
Yeah.
I think that those it's usually it's never the extremes that are the correct answer. It's always there's some middle ground there that has to be found, so. But yeah, no, that's a good question though. That's a good one.
Yeah. Well, that's good. These are good, guys. These are awesome.
Mhm, mhm.
Let's see here. All right. Here's the
Next.
next one. Should I, as a woman, actively seek a husband, or I think that's what we'll say, is that a job for the man to do?
Yeah, I feel like we kind of already mentioned
Mhm.
this one to some degree, but
Mhm.
um, saying that it's like their job is maybe a little bit like bigger language than I would use. It's more like again, I think I think guys they would rather do that. So it's more like trying to coax that out of them by maybe doing stuff like being like how even some of the guys were saying earlier, where it's like, yeah, I kind of would like it if they're forward, so that way I'm just assured, that
Mhm.
I'm not getting myself into something where I'm like, oh, I thought I took this as, I took this as maybe something and it wasn't that. Like, but I would argue guys do want to do the pursuing rather than the woman coming up and being like, hey, you want to go out sometime? Like they'd probably be fine with it, but like somewhere deep down, I'm just convinced in the back of my mind, somewhere deep down, they're gonna like feel bad about that, in the back of their mind because it's it just again it's in a similar vein. It's not the same, but it's in a similar vein as to like if like the guy was like a stay at home dad or something like that, and the girl was going out and getting um getting the bread, being the breadwinner or whatever. It's not that those relationships don't occur and that they're bad or that they're whatever. I just think there's something in a guy deep down that they're like, I want to be that thing. I want to be the pursuer. I want to be the provider. I want to be those. But it's just again, they've been told so often that those things are bad that they've almost
Mhm.
convinced themselves that, oh, maybe I don't want that, but they do. Like actually deep down they want to do that. They just need the go ahead, like they need to know it's okay to try and do those things, and most of society tells them that they shouldn't right now.
Mhm.
So again, this is why this is probably good too, like in this circle that we've got, because this is majorly Christians to
Mhm.
Christians, Christian men to Christian women, and so
Yeah.
on. That that you know, guys, this is kind of telling you then that this is that women are wanting you to ask, they're wanting you to reach out, they're wanting those types
Mhm.
of things to the point that they are deciphering over what the right thing is like because they're wanting it so bad that they're like, I don't know, should I just do it? Like I don't know. So, this should hopefully encourage you to just take the plunge, give it a shot. And if you're
Mhm.
wrong and you get the ew from whatever, move on, dude. Like
Mhm.
it's
That's
one
on them.
person.
Yeah.
Yep, eat it and move on and you'll grow stronger for it. It'll feel like trash, don't get me wrong. It'll feel like crap, you'll feel bad. You'll probably mull over it for the day or maybe the week, who knows. But you'll get over it and you'll do it again. I
Mhm.
believe in you. You can do it.
Yeah.
So,
When I
yeah,
was
but
Oh, go ahead.
no, that's it. Go ahead.
I was just say, ladies, like, yes, you don't need to be actively on the hunt for a man, but I would challenge you. Are you, how do I word this without sounding weird? Are you putting yourself out there in the sense like, are you going to places where there are godly Christian men around? Like, are you going to young
Mm.
adult groups? Are you
Mm.
like engaging in conversations when there are what are you doing? Like, you can't just sit at home and be like, oh, I hope my prince knocks on the door. Like, no, 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 because he's not gonna know you're there. So that's
Yes,
something
such
that
a
I
good point.
that's something. Well, even the men too. Like, if you're just like sitting home like,
Yes.
oh,
Yes.
she's gonna walk by my window someday. It's like, maybe, but also no. Like,
Yeah. You have to put yourself in environments where you can do that, whether
mm-hmm,
that's in person, whether that's online.
mm-hmm,
And I don't when I say online, I don't just mean dating apps. There's
yeah,
other places that you can do that because dating apps kind of suck. And
yeah,
by kinda, I mean I wish they were all destroyed. But I don't know. I might like a pretty close friend of mine that I do D&D with IRL is him and his now wife met on Hinge and that worked
mm-hmm,
out great for them. So it's like
yeah.
that it's impossible.
It's
It's just
hard.
kind of gross. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
'cause
just can be gross.
yeah, but yeah, make sure you're putting yourself out there. Like, not to sense be like, "Men,
Yes.
here I am. Look at me. Love me." Like, no. No, no, no. It's just like, find like a young adults group or like I realize like for non-Christians like, "Oh, go to the bars, go to the clubs." And it's like, "Well, I don't know if I'd really want to be meeting people there cuz most of the people are all drunk." But like,
Yeah, and like if you can't find anybody in like your local church, because like I've heard that many, many a times. In fact, I've
mhm.
experienced that myself, where it's just like, people are like, "Why
Mhm.
don't you go to church to find somebody?" It's like there's no one there. No one
Uh-huh.
goes to church anymore. Okay, it's all old people or married couples. That's it. That's all that's there. Sorry.
Mhm.
And then the few singles that are there, I'm not attracted to them, or I don't feel the same way, or whatever. It's like a small, tiny little infinitesimal pool that you're allowed to pick from when people do that to you.
Mhm.
But um but I wanted to encourage too to say that just because you go to a church that you feel like is your family or whatever doesn't mean you can't go elsewhere to a church to do like if they have like Bible study groups or something like that. Like you can just in a lot of cases go to a different church to do a Bible study group where there's more people of your age like, that are singles and stuff like that if you can find that. So that's not like a bad or wrong thing. That's just you trying to find that's you're just trying to widen your pool of people that are hopefully believing the same way that you are, right? So,
Mhm.
don't think that because I've heard some people say that it's just like, well, there's nobody at my church. It's like, well, it's okay to go outside of your church and look at other
Mhm.
churches and just maybe just, you know, because they're like, but you can't leave, your church just because you're trying to find somebody. It has to be where God leads you, and that's my point. So, okay, God's leading you to the church you're in now. That doesn't mean that you can't like go over to the other one and just like put your foot in it and meet people there. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Mhm. Mhm.
So,
Oh my gosh, Zari. So sorry.
wait, wait,
I
what? What is
Zari
this subject?
okay, Zari said earlier, like, I have a solution for signaling to a guy that she wants you to ask her out, and she did, like, the eyebrows. I thought you meant the eyebrows, like, looking at men and being like that. I'm like, "Okay, that's funny." But, scrolling down further, Zari says, "Carry around a jar of pickles or the food of your choice. If there is a guy you'd like to ask you out, pull out the jar, struggle to open it, and then directly ask him for help. This gives him the opportunity to pop the question." Oh my
See,
gosh.
Zari's already figured out the game because that's what I've said in the past, which is that one of the most attractive things you can do for a guy is to make them feel needed. That is so true,
Oh,
and so like that's
man.
a small way of doing that. I love that. I love how obtuse that
Oh,
is.
sorry. I got a funny pickle jar story for you for later. Remind me later to tell it.
I'm
I
telling you
love
guys,
it.
I've said it once. I'll say it again. Guys become golden retrievers when you act very feminine and need help. I promise you, they'll melt over all that. I don't care if it's a secret. You need to know it because it works. Okay, so
Mhm.
if you're trying to find ways to like pull them in without letting them, again, without stepping on toes or whatever, like people are worried about, it's a great way to do it. Just this is why people like jokingly say like, just go to like a Home Depot or go to like a Tractor Supply or something like that, and just like walk around aimlessly, like trying to like look like you don't know what you're doing, even if you do know what you're doing. You don't know what you're looking for, and then see what happens. Like I love that because it makes me laugh because it's like it's just the guy that passes by. Oh, girl need help. Oh,
Girl?
help girl, help
Help
go
girl.
help girl. Can't reach high shelf. Get high shelf. I tall. I get high shelf.
Hi, me tall.
Like
Me reach. Me
me
good.
tall.
You date?
Yeah. You need help more often? More often than now? I help. I help all time.
If you can master the hair flip, that works too.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh my
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
Oh, okay. Um, oh, I don't know if I sent it to you or not, or if you sent it to me. I
Mm.
saw it somewhere, but it was like, I think it was like the newer Looney Tunes or something. And it was Porky Pig and Daffy Duck sitting in this diner, and it's raining outside, and this like this female pig character walks in. And someone had like titled it like how my husband sees me versus how like I actually look. And so Porky Pig's looking at her, is like, oh, like she's doing like the hair flip and stuff, but then it cuts to her and she's like actually like, just trying to like shake the water out of her hair, and it goes like poof, like all curly and frizzy. And then it cuts back to him just like, whoa, and she's like walking like very like slightly seductively and stuff. And then it cuts back to her and she's like kind of like her wet rubber boots are like squeaky, like eat, eat, eat. And she's walking to the stool. And then like it cuts back to him and it cuts back to her like just very gracefully like jumping and sitting on the stool and like flipping her hair, and it cuts back to her like just wiggling like trying to get on the stool. Just I gotta find it, guys. It's just oh, ladies, find yourself a man like that. It's like I'm so awkward and I look like a drowned rat. Like she's the most beautiful, graceful woman I've ever seen.
Oh my gosh. That's funny.
I'm sorry. Oh man, that just immediately came to mind. This is so funny. Anyway, I'm sorry.
uh,
Did we finish with this question? I
I think we're good.
All right, this one's a long one. All right.
Oh,
Whew. All right. So, my partner constantly tries to hide his emotions, going through very stressful situations, wreak anyone with
wreck anyone maybe, or with a smile.
maybe it's supposed to be Greek. Anyone with a smile while not trying to burden me with helping him. And I constantly have to remind him, hey, I am your partner. I want to and should help you. I know men are pressured by society to be manly and strong, but I honestly feel bad now. Is it really that bad for men?
I would say mentally in many cases, yeah.
Hmm.
Mentally, I think it is. Whether it is in every guy's particular life can differ, but mentally, definitely, there's the mental burden, quote unquote. And again, that comes with. I heard so there's this video that came out for anyone that cares. Shoe on Head, if you know Shoe on Head. She does videos pertaining to sometimes political stuff, a lot of cultural, societal stuff, but a lot of her stuff focuses on men because she sees that as a big issue. She is like like not leftist, but she's a Democrat, and she is like she believes in socialism. She thinks that's a good thing. So like there's differences in belief, but I think some of those other things she actually gets pretty spot on how like on how she is talking about them and like understanding how men think in certain regards on different things. Um, and part of the video that she was showing was is like you see a lot of like even on like Fox News and stuff like that, which luckily not a lot of like our generation and younger is like watching the news like that. They're getting it on their phones and stuff now. But just a lot of like it used to be very a Democrat. Well, I mean, no, it was more Republican. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is like a lot of the older men nowadays are just they don't want to do anything. They just are lazy and they just don't want to, work and and so this is why women won't date them and stuff. And very much like a um I forget how it was worded, but it's something like life is hard for men, women most affected or something like that was like a slogan people were saying or something like
Mm.
that as to basically say in other words like it's not really that bad for men. It's actually worse for women that men are so bad. So like men, you need to do better so that women can whatever. And so like there's been this culture that's been cultivated where women are told like, yeah, go be a girl boss, go do this, go do that, and then also get married, do all the stuff that you want, but the guy is still expected to be like how old timey traditions were, while also not having always feeling like they have the same opportunities or getting like trash talked all the time. And so like that could be coming into play just if we're talking again anything that people might see like online for stuff like that. Again, online is not real life. I can't stress that enough.
Hmm.
Um but I still think that that mentality is there because they're thinking I'm supposed to be trying to do the right, the right thing at all times, and people depend on me in this case. My wife depends on me, maybe my kids depend on me, depending on the situation. And so they're just thinking again, like for the person that wrote this, saying, "Hey, I'm your partner, and I want to and should help you." That's a really good mentality to have, but like I think from his perspective probably what's happening is he's saying but you shouldn't have to. So the fact that you have to help me probably is like in his mind maybe making him feel worse about himself because what that's maybe making him think to himself is I'm not good enough. I can't I can't create a world where you can just, you know, uh be a stay-at-home mom or whatever the thing is, where you don't have to lift a finger. And maybe that's unreasonable. I would argue it unreasonable, but it is a very real feeling because it for guys that are worth their weight in salt, that hurts them greatly to feel like that, you know, that you have to, and again, that could be a cultural thing because again, if you take things from like a biblical perspective, like God literally calls Eve the helper. Let's make Adam a helper, which helper does not mean servant. It means someone who is like a power or a strength to him, which is to say like so where he falters, she's there to then pick up that part of the burden, right?
Mhm.
So he's carrying the brunt of it, but then when some of the rocks like, slip out from underneath, she's there to pick up those pieces, right? But I think the culture, specifically Western culture, the most has taught that like guys have to be independent and take care of everything all the time, no matter what. And if your spouse has to do anything, then you're not doing good enough. And I think that's what they're probably constantly hearing. So that's where the burden comes from. It's more of like a societal pressure. And so the only ones that don't feel burdened by that are, I think, oftentimes, again, if they don't have the right mindset, like God hasn't worked that out with them to help humble them in that. They're the only ones that don't feel that way are the ones that have gone the complete opposite way and think, I don't need to have any burden. You need to do this, and you need, what, I'm doing my part. You know, husband. I'm doing the husband part. You need to do the wife part and all this types of stuff. And then that's where stuff starts to really devolve and become bad in a relationship because now it's about who's doing what and who's doing the most of what. So, um, but yeah, I mean, that was a long-winded way of saying I think mentally it can be pretty bad for guys. And
Mhm.
I haven't read any of the comments to see what any of the guys here are saying, but um, it's definitely, I think it can definitely be taxing to feel like, man, I have to figure out, I have to be the one to figure all these things out. Whether or not that is a societal thing or whether it's a personal thing they put on themselves. Maybe their parents told them that, like their dad maybe was
Mhm.
hard on them and told them that they had to do it. There's like a handful. They're told that, you have to be the head of the household, you have to be the leader, you have to be the, you represent God in the relationship. I say that, right?
Mhm.
Um, that's a lot of responsibility that you're putting on somebody's head, especially if they're like, I don't know how to handle that kind of responsibility. Like I never
Mhm.
had to. Um, and so, you know, I think that that's really probably where a lot of that could be coming from. But I think it's really, really healthy and really wholesome and to do with him to help him break out of that. And it probably will take time for him to fully break out of that. But the
Mhm.
more that you keep encouraging that and take the initiative to try and like carry some of that burden with him,
Mhm.
because I'm even thinking in my mind, I don't know what this particular relationship is like, but it very well could be something where he might snap at you for doing that because again, it's not you that he's mad at. It would be his own insecurity of that, if there was insecurity there, of it being like, no, don't help me, because then all that tells me is I'm not good enough for you, right? That's really what it is. So it may be something where you have to have like a sit down talk and really, really reassure him that those things aren't the case and that you really want to be like
Mhm.
like I've even heard somebody say it before, like, okay, you're trying to take on so much of the responsibility in this relationship, like what's my part? Like what am I doing here? You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Because it's like I feel like I need to be part of this relationship too, and I think a lot of guys just that does not register very
Mhm.
readily in their minds. So know
Yeah.
that in most cases, I think it comes from a place of they're wanting to do the right thing and don't know how, and so
Mhm.
they're just like, so that again, because I've heard people be like, I just was trying to help and he snapped at me. That's why he's snapping. It's not because he's mad at you. It's because he's thinking,
Mhm.
gosh dang, if she has to ask me for, if she has to, say to me that she's willing to try and help out with stuff because it's too hard, that means I'm not doing good enough.
Mhm.
That's how he's hearing it, even if that's not how you mean it. So,
Yeah.
um, that's what I would say to that. So,
Yeah. Yeah. I got a couple comments here I just want to read quick. Jeremiah says, I would say there's a problem with communication that needs to be addressed. Shutting out your significant other is not correct. You could explain your feelings last situation while not being emasculated in the process or feeling less manly. I would say this goes for both men and women because I know women can be like, I don't know, like, oh, you wouldn't understand or oh, you don't care and stuff. It's like, well, you need to communicate. But
yeah,
also Jeff says, where is it here? It's hard to learn that asking for help is not a sign of weakness. Sometimes it's the most courageous thing you can do.
yep,
And I've seen a lot of people
yep,
say here, like, oh, well, growing up with like, oh, real men don't cry and stuff like, and just basically the conceal don't feel mentality of you gotta be a man. You can't show emotion and stuff like that. It's like, which, like, to some degree, it's like, yeah, it's like some like men are like called to be the leaders and stuff. So yeah, that comes with responsibility, but that doesn't negate the fact that like you experience emotions as well. Like it's okay for men to
hmm
cry. Like I think I've seen my own dad cry. I could count on one hand how many times I've seen him cry. And every time that like all those times, like it made sense. And it actually made me feel like not happy to be like, yeah, cry, but just happy that he was able to let out that emotion because they were all like really big in like crazy moments where it's like, yeah, I would be so concerned for him if he didn't cry.
Right. Yeah.
So,
And another, like, I think a final element to some of the burden, mentally too, that may not be noticed is if he feels obligated to his spouse's, like, father or parents in general, because it's like they're entrusting their daughter to me and I have to be able to make this work. That was kind of the thing, right? And that's again, that's a very, um I think it just can be a mentally taxing thing where it's like, like my parents didn't entrust me to you, yours entrusted you to me. It's like it's different. It's just like different in their heads. So
mhm,
that could also be coming into play too. So, but no, that's a good. I don't know if that. I guess it's technically is still a question, but yeah, no, it's a good thing to have brought up. I think,
mhm, mhm. Yeah, and
but
to all my brothers out there, I get it. This society and the world, like it's really hard and it's thrown a lot at you. And I'm so sorry you have to deal with all that. But know that there are sisters out here and other godly men who are here to support you and encourage you and love you. And you're not in this alone. And it's okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So,
What's the next one?
all right, our next one. Do men really care about the looks and size of the women they are dating?
Okay, that's that one that would be the one where people would say this is the one that's gonna get me in hot water. Um,
Well, I feel like we've
I
also kind of touched on this already.
We did, yeah.
A little bit,
Like,
not a lot, but a little
I
bit.
yeah, just being, like, brutally honest, I think this goes for both sides, like, this matters, I think, in the same way for, like, everybody involved. I don't think it's just a men thing. I think it became culturally a men thing, like, you see it all the time in movies, right, where it's, like, the hot girl, the hot model girl that he's,
Mhm.
attracted to and whatever, and um, that's just but it is truly it is one dynamic of a relationship. Um, think of it from like the perspective, like your perspective, right? So think if someone asked you that, do women really care about the looks and size of the men that they date? I would argue that deep down it does matter to some degree, and there's a handful of reasons, right? Aside
Mhm.
from just raw I'm attracted to you, it says something about their personality, right? It says if they're unhealthy and not in shape and stuff like that, and they're not taking care of themselves. How is that indicative of how they're going to treat you potentially, you
Mhm.
know? And that's again, one might say, well, that's judging a book by its cover, but it is still, like, the cover is still important to a degree, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, it's part of the complete package of who you are as a person, right? So, I think that when you get down to the nitty-gritty stuff, those things start to become less important than things that are more important, but they're not
Mhm.
unimportant. That's the key factor, because the world we live in now is so focused on just like, oh, but what about their personality? Yeah, personality's great. But then they
Mhm.
try to say, like, as though looks don't matter. They absolutely do. You
Mhm.
should like the person that you're with. You should like what they look like, size and all. Like, all that should matter. And so to a degree it should. And
Mhm.
so, everybody has, different preferences. Everything, likability is subjective, but there is also objective beauty that is just a reality. Like, for the girl, like, from guys to girls, that's usually going to be, they like the thinner waistline. They like, I'm trying to be discreet, but like
No, you're
larger
good.
ass, that's okay typically. But
Mhm.
it's like, for the guy, okay, then for the guy, it's like, typically muscles are attractive. Now, I've even seen what's been interesting is I've seen where there was a guy that posted before and after pictures of him uh prior to getting stripped of basically like a lot of his body fat and just having raw muscle versus prior to that where he had um, a little bit of like body fat, but it like when I say a little bit of body fat, he looked more like a just like basically like a lumberjack who like drinks a beer every night or something, right? Like that type of thing. So he's got like where he's not like chiseled, but he's
Mhm.
like big and he's strong looking. Versus his newer look, which was like all the fat was cut off. He had cut like crazy. He had like very defined abs, very defined arms, very all of that stuff. And so what was interesting was a lot of women actually liked the before than they did the after. And a lot of the guys liked the after than the before, and so there was like different reasons for why people felt like that was maybe the case. And from
Mhm.
the women's perspective, if I remember correctly, it was because the other version where he had that little fat on him, he wasn't like he didn't have like a gut. It was just like just stuff was less defined. You could
Yeah.
just see like a little bit of like just natural fat that would be on a person.
Yeah.
It something about that they said made him look like he could protect them better was a
Mm.
really weird thing that they were saying. Um, and I think even in some cases it probably looks a little more human probably
Mhm.
than
Yeah.
when you're so cut that, like there's veins rippling out of your stuff like that. Like that's not natural. The natural look is
Yeah.
like your skin is kind of supposed to be smoother a little bit more typically.
Mhm.
So,
And
and
some
again,
cr
that's in the
no,
no, go
no,
ahead. Go
no,
ahead. Go
no.
ahead.
Finish what you're gonna say. Finish what you're gonna say.
I was just gonna say that kind of like walks into the whole like plastic surgery argument again, which is like the more
Mhm.
uncanny valley you start to look, like the less human you look, the less attractive you become because we're naturally attractive to human bodies the way that they're just naturally kind of are. Um, and I would argue that most people like don't really like, and I think in both cases, like men and women, like you'll hear I've heard so many men that they're like they don't mind a little bit like there, like because it just means that somebody's healthy and, and this and that. It's the disingenuous people that are like they'll see like gosh, what was the person that I just saw recently?
Oh.
Objectively not overweight, and they're like, "Oh yeah, she's way too fat." I'm like, "Bro, you deserve nothing if
Yeah.
that's what you consider." And I can't remember what I was seeing. I can't remember who the person was now, but anyway, like it's gotten to where people take it to like way too big of an extreme. Those are the people you ignore. You don't listen to them. Same that's the same people as like from the guy's perspective of the women who are just like, "Oh, bald guys, I can't stand that. I don't want anything to do." It's like, yeah, you
Mhm.
ignore them because they're not worth your time. Um but again, I am also a firm believer that like while you should do exercise and those things and care about your looks like for yourself, I think it helps
Mhm.
you feel better about yourself when you care about those things. Um if you are in a relationship with somebody, I think you should have the mindset of you want them, how do I word this in a way that makes sense? Like you should want your spouse to like looking at you and want to be
Mhm.
attracted to you. Like in other words, you do it for them, not for yourself because you're married to them or whatever, right? And
Mhm.
so I hesitate to say it's like an obligation because I wouldn't call it like an obligation, but I think it's like it's very healthy mindset to do that. Like the guy that continues to work out even though he got the girl that he wanted or whatever, he continues to work out because I have to still not just for looks purposes, but I also want to be strong enough to be someone who is a formidable opponent should anyone try to do anything, right? Um, and then again, it works in the opposite way too. Um, so I do think those things are important. I think they're important on multiple facets. I think again, a lot of it could be very primal. Um, the more overweight somebody is, again, the more unhealthy they are. Like, are they going to be around long? Are they going to be able to have children? Well, are they going to be able to take care of those children, whether it's men or women in that particular regard? Versus then when they have a more healthy physique that is more indicative that they're probably all those things I just said are the opposite, right? That they actually can do those things and whatnot. Um,
Mhm.
so I think there's give and take there, and everybody's a little bit different, but as a general rule of thumb, there's a reason that there is objective beauty for both men and women, and of course, then there's the extremes on both sides, and then there's the middle ground. And I would argue again, not just like even just putting in the work, but even if it's typically as long as you are just not like insanely unhealthily like overweight or you're not insanely just like in that particular regard, then most people don't really care. I think that's more of like an online mentality that's kind of occurred. Um, that's just my opinion. That's what I believe. So that's probably what I would say as a full answer to that. Again, very long winded. Sorry, but
No, you're good. You're good. Like again, like I would agree with that. Like you need to be attracted to said person.
yeah,
More so like yeah, it's I would say that yeah, it's the inside that counts more, but you still need to be attracted to them.
yeah,
So, and like I've seen some of the guys say throughout the comments and stuff like some guys like chubby girls, some guys like skinny girls,
hmm
some guys like tall girls, some guys like short girls. Like it just like to each their own. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
yeah, and again, like it's kind of a cliche, but it is so very readily true. Bible even talks about it that looks fade. They eventually all fade. All of them.
Mhm.
The most attractive people become old. That will
Mhm.
just happen. So there needs to be like the part that binds you needs to be the things that person is as a person, not just that element, you know.
Mhm.
So that's why it's like I would consider it like looks are important, but they're secondary to the other. But just because they're secondary doesn't mean that because I've seen so many people try to gaslight people and say like you shouldn't care about those things. Yes, you should. Sorry, yes, you should care about those things. They are still important because they're part of the bonding that you have with the person too. So like and think of it like that this way too. Like if someone, you know, I've heard these stories before, okay? Like if somebody was your boyfriend or girlfriend and then was like, "Oh yeah, like, you weren't like the most attractive person to me, but you were just like you were just really safe. You made me feel safe and stuff like that." Like that doesn't feel good. Like I don't want you to
No.
you get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like you would never want someone to do that to you, right? Um now on the flip side of that same argument, I think it's mean and not fair. Or let's put it this way: if you ask it, expect a result that you don't necessarily always want, which is when I've heard different people say you know, do you think that person over there is attractive? Or like, am I the most attractive person you've ever seen? That's
Mhm.
like that those are traps that are not fair to do to people because let's be honest, for all of us, there's more attractive people than all of us.
Oh,
That's just
absolutely.
and we've all seen them. We've all seen them.
Yeah.
So like if you ask that question, expect to get smacked a little bit because like yeah, if you want someone to be honest with you, they're going to probably tell you the truth and that should be a good sign that they're telling you the truth and not lying to your face. But like don't ask questions to things you don't want the answers to in that regard. Okay? I guess
Mhm.
is what I'm saying. I've
Yeah,
seen both sides of that. So,
there's some questions that don't need to be asked.
right.
And in that regard it's like I don't know, like that like do you really need to ask that question if your
Yeah,
spouse
it's like it doesn't really benefit anything cuz
Yeah, that's the
anyway,
thing.
yeah.
It's
I don't know.
just like if your spouse loves you and chose you, like why would you try and like throw a wedge in that? Like, you know?
Right, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, why would you try to throw a wedge in that? Because
Yeah.
because that should that should hopefully tell you. Because here's the thing, right? It doesn't matter how much society says one thing or another. People will always still have their basic kind of like primal things. There's certain things you just can't breed out of a person. So one of the things will be you can know if somebody's with you that they are attracted to you at least in to some degree, hopefully more, than just like what I was saying before, where they're like, ah, yeah, chose you because you were safe. I hope that's not the
Yeah.
case, but I think those are further and farther between. Like, I'm more talking about like if you just have a naturally like happy, good relationship, that person is probably attracted to you. Like you could probably guarantee that. But then when you try to like you said, throw a wedge in there by throwing out this like crazy like, well, am I the most attractive person you've ever met? It's like expect to get an answer you don't like because that's crazy. I don't know. Like it's like if I ask that question to somebody, I'm expecting them to tell me the truth. And so then it's like, yeah, obviously I'm not I don't know, who are the hot guys that are out there? Like Chris Hemsworth, Chris Evans, I don't know. Those are like I'm not Jack like that, dude. I don't have the luscious locks. I know that, but anyway, yeah, that's a little bit more of a rough one. But I would say like again, I think the like very basic answer to like kind of cover it all broadly is I think both men and women care about the looks and size of each other in the grand scheme of things, but it's not the
Mhm.
most important thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. That's true. I agree with that. Cool beans.
What's the next one?
All right,
What's the
our
next
next
one?
one. What is the first thing you look for when you meet a lady? When you meet a lady, my lady.
When you meet a lady. What is the first thing? I think didn't we already answer this? We answered this one, didn't we? Because they said
It
what's the
was
most important thing to you, right?
yeah, I'm trying to see here.
Because that's kind of the same thing. Because I would just answer this again with like
Yeah,
that they're
it'd be
Christian.
what is the most
So
important thing for a man when it comes to seeking a partner. So this one's just another variant, I guess. So
yeah,
I
I think we
guess
can skip that
yeah,
one.
that's true. That's true. Um, can't be with a woman if I can't laugh with them. You know, that's fair. That's
Yeah,
fair.
that's so true. That is such an important thing. Oh my
Yes.
gosh. Sticks in the mud people are so hard to be around.
Mhm. Mhm.
That's so hard to be around.
I got to be able to
Like
laugh.
nothing is yeah, like where everything is serious, they can take nothing as a joke. Like, dude, I could never do that. I could never. For as much as I like to tease people, like friend or otherwise, that's just part of my personality. Like, if I
Mhm.
care about you because I'll mess with you.
Yeah.
Um, I could not do that. I could not handle somebody who is just like hurt by that like every 5 seconds.
My
Oh, man, I
puns,
couldn't do it.
man. My puns. I need someone to,
Puns.
at least if they like groan but chuckle, I'm okay with that because I know that they're
Yeah,
cheesy.
yeah,
I know that
yeah.
they're lame, but it's like, I need someone to at least admit, like, I can't, like, that was kind of funny. It's like, I can't thank you.
Yeah, I'm usually like the type with puns and stuff. I'm usually the one that I laugh ironically where it's just like, gosh dang it, why? Like it's so good, but it's like so bad at the same time.
Oh, those are my favorite, is where it's like, oh my gosh, but you can tell that I'm smiling. It's just like,
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, it's
yeah,
just, oh, that's a good question, Jeremiah. A lot of these were aimed towards our single brothers and stuff. And then
yes.
next week's questions are gonna be aimed towards our single sisters and everything. So um y'all need someone who can take some punishment.
Hmm.
Yes!
Ha ha. Ha ha. This one understands.
Yes. I love it. I'm here for it. I gotta
Oh
call
my
what I
gosh.
missed. You can't be with someone if you can't laugh with them. It just it we all agreed that yep, you got to be able to
Mhm.
laugh.
Mhm.
All right. Well, I guess we
All
kind of
right.
already answered this one. So, next. I grew up in a home where crying and being emotional earned me strong scoldings from my father. Do all men hate when women cry or are emotional, or is there hope for crybabies like me?
No,
Well,
they don't. I
shucks.
think
Sorry.
I just
All us crybabies
you
sitting here like, ouch.
I was going to say did you want to talk on this one
No,
first?
no, you go ahead. You go ahead. I'm just sitting here like, oof, us
Okay.
crybabies.
Yeah, no, I think this is another case of like some guys just don't know how to handle that because they don't. Again, this is very much a difference between guys and girls thing. It's not that guys like never cry, but they usually. I'm not even saying like culturally. I think like built in, we're just a little bit more stoic naturally.
Hmm.
Um, and I think a lot of the time they just don't know how to handle emotional situations if they haven't like actively tried to learn how and they haven't tried to understand those things. That can be, that's usually going to be like your boy's boy. It's usually going to have a little bit harder of a time with that, I would argue. um no, I think it's not like a all hope is lost type of a deal. You just have to find somebody who's more emotionally mature, probably.
Hmm.
If you're getting a guy that's kind of like, stop crying all the time type of a person, I would argue that's a red flag, even if he doesn't know how to handle that. At least it's a red flag for you. Let's put it that way. Because even
Hmm.
if he's meaning it, just like, look, this isn't a situation we need to cry about. Just, we just gotta, take it in stride or handle it or whatever. The main thing is he specifically, it's not all men, it's just he specifically is not able to be to give you what you need in that relationship, because maybe you need someone that's a little bit more sensitive. You need someone that's a little more empathetic. Um, but I would argue too, on top of that, that even in saying that though, that because guys are that way, I think that's actually one of the benefits of guys that they're not allowed to do anymore. Is there is actually a virtue in letting guys be there to be like, hey, you know, like not straighten up, but you get what I'm saying. In other words, it's like
Hmm.
trying to be that pillar for
Yeah.
you where it's not always just about like, I have to get my emotions out because sometimes, sorry whether you like it or not, there are some things that you don't need to cry about. That
Mhm.
that does sometimes happen, and some I think that's where guys are good at finding those areas when they are emotionally mature. Um, they can know when those moments are and when they're not, and so then they'll know this is a time when you really need someone to be uh like compassionate with you and to just hold you or whatever. And then sometimes you, without realizing it, you may not realize that you need someone to tell you, "Hey, straighten up." Like, and maybe not that curt, but the point is like sometimes that can happen. And in the same, in like again, I'm taking this in reverse. That's why I like to always bring the reverse out, because the reverse could be where when the guy is like bottling up his emotions and doesn't want to share them, there's virtue sometimes in letting him do that and just saying, okay, well, I'm here. And then
Mhm.
there's also virtue sometimes in being like, you need to get that out. You need to quit like bottling it up all the time. You need to let these things come out because it's going to destroy you if you don't.
Mhm.
Right. So both of those things are like give and take. And those are just like it's just the difference between men and women. So I would
Mhm.
argue that, um, you know, again, men are going to be attracted to things that they are not. So crying and stuff like that, I at least from my perspective, like for instance, like a girl that like cries at movies, even though she's seen it like 50 million times, is still endearing to me because I might cry at a movie once when I've never seen it, and then usually I'll never cry again because oh, I already know what's coming. But because the way a lot of women usually function, they're like, I know what's coming, and that's why I'm crying because it's sad and I know it's gonna happen. Um,
Uh, Violet Evergarden, anyone? I will
yeah,
watch that again and again and like
yeah.
cry. I know what's coming, but I still cry every time. I'm like, gosh.
Yeah, and that's I think a lot of guys that aren't insane, like the guys that are actually good for you, I think they'll actually find stuff like that endearing. Like
Mm.
that type of thing is endearing. Where when it becomes less endearing is when you're crying about things that are either petty or crying all the time in the sense of things that are like serious situations where almost to like where they potentially feel like you're weaponizing it. You know what I'm saying? Does that make
Yep, yep,
sense?
yep, yep. Yep.
Um, because that I think can happen without it without the realization being there, because maybe it's just that sometimes people learn behaviors without even realizing this is what I'm trying to say. And so that could be one that some ladies maybe have had. And so I know some guys that would be something that would be like they're like, you're not gonna manipulate me like that. Like, don't do that to me. If
Mhm.
they're good for you. Now, if they're bad, then they could just be that way no matter what. Like I've seen some guys actually like they get embarrassed when their girlfriend, their wife, whoever would cry in the movie situation, right? Like they're crying over it's like
Really?
you've already seen this. I have heard of stories of that, like where they're just
Dang.
very yeah, there's just like no wiggle room for those things because
That's
they
rough,
just think
buddy.
it's like yeah, they just think it's like weak or rough or not
Oof.
rough, weak or lost the other word that I was gonna say, but yeah,
Just
basically like to where
embarrassing.
it's like yeah, almost like they perceive like there's never a good time to cry type of a deal.
Mhm.
And it's that's obviously that's the extreme. That's pretty much gonna be good for nobody. That person's probably somebody who doesn't know how to handle their own emotions, let alone somebody else. They're then yeah. So I would say that it's not a bad thing. It's just that there might be times to cry and times to not cry, and you just
Oh,
have to
yeah.
kind of find where those things are. Um and I'm saying find them as though it's like, yeah, just like control it. Like, you can just control it happening. That's not really what I mean. It's more
Mhm.
like just it's again finding the right type of person that understands you and understands those things and can deal with those things even if they disagree that like, it's a crying moment or something, that they care enough about you that they're willing to handle that. But then also be receptive to the fact that they might have moments where they're going to try to help you in stoicism by trying to be like, this is not a time to let this get ahead of us. And I think that's become like wrong in people's minds because we've entered into a culture that's so much about just like we need to feel
Mhm.
all the time. We need to no, sometimes you don't need to feel.
Yeah,
Sometimes
sometimes, yeah.
so, sometimes you just have to tough it out. It is quite that simple. And people are like, "No, that's how people were so toxic and why things didn't work out." No, that is a virtue. Sometimes sometimes life doesn't allow you to cry about things. It's just going to come and it's going to hit you in the face and you got to just take it and move on. Like that is just the way it works sometimes. So it's like that's where the virtue of having that masculine and then the feminine being more in tune with the emotions that they balance each other out well, right? So
Mhm.
um that's what I think I would probably say to that, but
That's fair. That's fair. Also, chat, I have a surprise for you. I have a surprise for you guys. Hold on
I
a
hear a cat.
second. And Hood passes out. Say hi, baby.
Immediately more tired.
Anyway, Charlie says hi. Just want to quickly, because
Hi, Charlie.
I told people last time, I was like, oh, Charlie says hi. They're like, where is she? I'm like, oh, she ran away already. so, so I owed some per taxes. So there we go.
Let's go.
Okay, bye. She hates it when I put the mic in her face. So I need a smaller mic to shove in her face. But yes, sorry for the distraction. But yeah,
No, it was
no,
good. Nice little distraction.
I would agree with that. Like, there's definitely a difference between like, yeah, like someone who's like more sensitive and a little more emotional than like someone who like, yeah, cries about anything and everything or is like
Yeah, yeah.
weaponizes their emotions and stuff. So, um, coming from our community though, I see as whatchamadiddle. I see this question as just because with being the president of the babysitters club, or not the babysitter, the crybabies club, we have quite the group. We've accumulated quite the group, and I think they're all pretty based ladies. If I do say so myself.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, like I can't say it enough that I think on the opposite side of things, it's good that the ladies know that it's like it is okay that you're emotional. Like that there is like that is part of your hard wiring. Like that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's like that's what balances out the guy. So it's not like a bad thing because I've heard a lot of people they get like hard on themselves because they're like, I cry at everything. And it's like, well, but that's okay. You just feel deeply. That's okay. As
Mm-hmm.
long as you know that you just there does come times where you have to keep that in check.
Oh yeah.
And just like guys have to know that there has to come a time where you gotta get it out or else you're gonna explode and whatever. So it's yeah. So anyway. But um so yeah. So I just wanted that to be known because it's actually it's it's a good thing that you guys feel that, you know. It means that you're more empathetic and stuff like that. So
Mm-hmm. You hear that, ladies? Let's go. Burrito. I like all the hashtags. We got
Burrito Blankies for the Crybaby Club. Club.
hashtag crybabies for life. Hashtag crybaby club. We need jackets. Yes. I have a jacket for my situational cries. You know what? Bet. We'll get jackets designed, and yeah, anyone's welcome. It's not just the women; men can have them too. So,
Tiny Snorlax, you read Ranger's Apprentice? Oh my gosh. I love Ranger's Apprentice. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know the part you're talking about too, dude. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I never finished that series. I got like up to book 6 and I never finished it. I need to go back and like reread and then finish that whole series. It's just so long. It's like 12 or 13 books. Oh my gosh, someone else knows about Ranger's Apprentice. I'm freaking out. Oh, I
Hood
love
is
that series
literally
growing up.
fanboying over here.
I am. I loved that. It's such a good I wanted them to make a movie out of it, but now I'm just afraid they'd ruin it nowadays.
Oh yeah,
Man.
that's
Anyway.
fair. That's just fair. All right, we got 3 more. Well, I'll have to double check and see if any. I don't know. I'll have to check and see if anyone submitted any. But we got 3 more on my screen here.
Okay. Copy.
Do you guys find it difficult to date a woman who is a full-time caretaker? Would it cause a problem within the relationship?
Define caretaker. I think that's the
I
first thing.
I would think that it's either they're caring for uh, a parent or elderly family member who is living
Mhm.
with them, maybe?
Right. Um no, I don't think that that would be I guess it depends on the situation, right? I feel like that usually like traditionally happens once you've already been in a relationship. Um then the parent falls ill and so then you're both kind of technically taking care of them.
Mhm.
No, I don't think again, unless the dude is just really insane or toxic, I think there would be understanding there. It might cause some issues here and there depending on how much care the person needs, how stressful that is on both parties, you and the other person. Um how much that interferes with the two of you and stuff like that. I think some of that can come into play, but I would say as a general, I don't think it should cause problems. So,
Mhm. Yeah, it's
um,
I think it's like with any person, like, yeah, you gotta decide what's worth, quote, unquote, "fighting for," like, in the sense of same with, like, single women or single moms. Like,
mm,
some people would be okay with helping raise the child. Some people are like, "Nah, that's not for me." Some people be okay, like, "Oh, you're taking care of your parents or grandparents full time? Like, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm down." And other people are like, "Eh, that's not for me." It's like,
yeah, yeah, it's going to usually depend on the person, I think, and some might even want to help with doing that. They might want to
"Mhm,
be like part of that. Some might be willing to date, but they're just not really wanting caretaking for that person, probably because they don't know them. And then there's the people that don't want it at all. So I think it just quite literally depends on the person. So, but
mhm."
yeah.
I would agree with that. Yep, true, true.
Pretty straightforward on that one. I don't really have much more to say on it, I guess.
I was gonna say you could even turn that around for like, uh, do women find it difficult to date a man who is full time caretaker and stuff? So it really just depends
Yeah,
on the person, and kind of like what Jeremiah was
right.
saying, their maturity level too. Of like, oh well, I don't get
Yeah,
all your attention. Well, shucks, no. It's like okay,
mhm,
so but yeah, no.
right.
Anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
Another one here. How would I, as a woman, let a gentleman know I'm interested in him? No.
Alright.
I was gonna say we kind of talked about this, but we didn't go into detail.
I suppose, yeah, I feel like I did, like, I'm not sure how much more I know what to say on that because it's
I
pretty much the same thing. I
honest,
guess if you wanted to give example.
I was just gonna say I think it really depends on said person because
Yeah.
you would know the gentleman best. Because okay, first things first, ladies, you gotta be friends. Men, you gotta be friends. Like
Mm,
this whole
mm,
like that's why I don't like the whole like dating apps and stuff because it's basically you're just part of a catalog and you're trying to impress the other person rather than get to know the other person. Or we've gotten to a point
mhm.
where it's more so about impressing than getting to know because it's like, oh, I need to find someone quick. Talk, the clock's ticking. Whereas if you get to know someone first, then it's like, okay, I don't know. I also don't have
Yeah.
the best track record with men, so don't listen to me.
Well, and I think I still think that there's room for just, like, blindly asking somebody out because you're just like, "Oh, they're attractive." And, maybe you see little
Hmm.
personality traits while just whether it's like, I don't know, barista or a cashier, whatever. I don't know. Like I'm just thinking, don't
No,
laugh,
I'm not laughing. I'm not. No, 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 no,
don't
no, no, no,
laugh.
no, no, no. Hood, Hood, please, please. I swear, I'm not laughing because of that. I need you to read Jeremiah's comment, please. I promise. I
Oh,
just read that. I promise. I just read
I
that.
could throw finger guns.
I promise.
Oh my
I
gosh.
promise.
No, no, no. I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you.
Okay.
I'm messing with you. Um,
No, I'm about to
for
cry.
anyone that doesn't know, I asked out a barista girl before, so that's what I was. That's why I was saying that.
I wasn't laughing
Um,
at Hood. I was laughing at the finger guns. I promise.
but no, like it's I think like one of the like best ways that you could do that to be like it's very clear what you're asking, but you're also just being like you're leaving it up to them and being coy, and it allows them to take initiative. Is I've always been a fan personally of the leaving your number with somebody, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So like, you just walk up to them and you give them a little note and you just say hi, whatever. And, hey, I wanted to give you this and see you later. And then, it's like some people probably don't always like that because maybe it feels a little too aloof, but I feel like that's a gentle way of saying, "Hey, I'm interested." That's very straightforward. Like, "Hey, just I thought you were attractive, call me sometime," or even just call me sometime or whatever. Like any of that is like saying, "Oh, okay, this person must," especially if they don't know you. Okay, they like me at least from a physical standpoint. So then then that might make them say, okay, maybe I'll reach out and say, hey, what's up? And then that's when you can get coffee sometime or something, right? So,
Or
um,
tea.
or tea, or tea. There you go. Yeah. Or tea. And if she says that, brothers, if she wants you to come to her place now, if she wants you to come to her own place by yourself and only her by herself for tea, and you're a good Christian boy, that's something maybe to be a little bit more skeptical of. But um, I digress. Um, yeah, no, I would say like I like the slipping the number personally. I think that oddly enough, that becomes harder when you actually are friends with the person because there's enough of a connection there established that they may already have your number, or if you did give them your number, it could just be perceived as like, oh, because you're my buddy, right? And that could be more confusing versus someone that you've never met before. So I feel like that's actually better when you haven't met them, to get to know them better. So I think, there's a handful of ways that you could do it, without being too intrusive. But as we've even heard, a lot of the guys are saying like, straightforward works pretty
Mhm.
good for them. If you were just coming up and just, you know, hey, like, and maybe like one of the best ways too, I guess that I was kind of skating over, but is just starting a conversation. You
Mhm.
know, you just start talking. Hey, like, what do you do? Oh, hey, like, what's this and what's that, and like kind of just try to keep the conversation going, especially if he's not like fully getting it yet and is just kind of just like giving you maybe quick answers. Um, and then if he's still by the end not really seeming like he's interested, like you can't tell, but you want to just try to go that full extra mile, you can say, "Well, I just wanted to come up and talk to you because I just, I was attracted to you and I just wanted to." Again, this is assuming you don't know the person before. And it's just, and so I just wanted to let you know that, and so anyway, and then move on from there and then see if maybe they try to go further from there, because if they really were oblivious but liked you back, they might be like, "Well, wait, are you gonna come around again? You're gonna be, can I get your number?" Whatever.
Mhm, mhm.
Um, but yeah, so a lot of the times, just trying to form a conversation. If they're already your friend and you're trying to do that, that does, I think personally, throw in a couple more wrenches that you have to like kind of, you know, figure out there a little bit more, just to evade the idea of it's like, oh, I'm just doing this as a friend. Now it's like, because they're probably going to naturally think that way. They're like, oh yeah, they're just being my friend. So,
Mhm.
you might have to navigate that a little different. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like the I think it was funny, especially because of the build up to it of what you said your friend did, where she was trying and trying and trying and trying, and then finally just had to do the sit down, sit on his lap, in his face, say that to him. Um, that was actually really cute because it's like, she only became that forward when he was just that dumb. Like, I love that. Like, it's just so. Yeah, I think, just
Ah.
feel it out a little bit too. Go by your instinct.
Mhm.
And if you're like, oh, my instinct tells me to never say anything ever, well, that's not your instinct. That's just you being shy and being
Mhm.
maybe a little antisocial. So go by instinct in terms of like, think of if it was you, right? If a guy's coming to like do something, like, what would you want him to do? Right? You probably wouldn't want him to be like, hey there, doll face, you're looking pretty fine today. Like, trying to riz you up, like catcall you, right? So
Oh my
probably not good to do
gosh.
that. So
Yep.
maybe, maybe just a conversation. Or again, I personally like the leaving the number. That's my personal opinion.
Mhm.
So,
That's true, because then it kinda leaves it in their court of like, "Hey, I'm letting you know that I'm interested, but also, if you're not, then that's okay." Because
mhm.
I don't know why this came to mind, but, ladies and gentlemen, stalking is not a good way of letting someone know that you're interested. That just freaks them out.
It's true. That is very true. Yep. Yep.
I will probably
And
touch on this next week, but I have
yeah, yeah,
stories
yeah.
and it's not good.
Yeah. Well, and for me to just touch on it too, like, coming from a guy's perspective, I know that there can be sometimes a struggle in figuring out when you, especially if you're not used to having done it, of like what constitutes stalking versus what constitutes like pursuing. Because there can be, I think, sometimes in the minds of a guy who's thinking I have to be the one pursuing, they don't necessarily know what that looks like exactly. They don't know like what so they're like, "Oh, well, like maybe they're thinking I've seen in movies where people do crazier stuff, or I have, maybe she just maybe she said no, but it's like she's just playing hard to get, so I'm gonna try and go further and try and do something that she won't forget and that type of thing." Like I know that sometimes can happen, but you really do gotta like feel out the
Mhm.
situation and like know kind of like what you're doing. But like that is something
Mhm.
that just sometimes can come with trial and error if you're not really sure. But again, I would go by instinct and say, if I was in her position, how would I feel? Right?
Mhm.
And then weigh the weigh the consequences of that. If you're like if really you're like the thing I'm about to do, whatever that might be, is something that I would be okay with, and you're honest with yourself. Well, then if it does turn out bad, then it's like at least you're being honest. Like I didn't think that was a bad thing. But if in your head you're like, nah, that probably would make me feel bad. That's probably good into so uh again,
Mhm.
the rule of repugnance maybe or whatever. So
Mhm.
or wisdom of repugnance, I forget what they call it, but anyway.
Mhm.
We got one more,
We got one more. Let's see here.
seemingly one more.
Do men really have a nothing box in their minds?
Oh, yeah, kinda. Kinda, yeah. I I think it like I don't know. For me, I don't feel like I have like a straight up nothing box. I have more just like I'm quite literally like Deku from My Hero Academia. I just
Mhm.
mutter to myself a lot, like in my head. I mutter to myself out. I talk to myself. That's what I do when I'm just like kind of letting my mind kind of just go, letting the gears turn. I have never, I don't think once authentically said to somebody when they said, what are you thinking about that I just said nothing unless I said nothing because I didn't really want to tell them what I was thinking about because I'm like they would never understand the things. It's like the Holy Roman Empire thing all over again where it's like you wouldn't get it, you know. Um which, mine hasn't been the Holy Roman Empire, more just like, like what does God say about this, or like what is the meaning of our existence? Like what do you think, like if I was to explain that to somebody, what would that's what my mind does as I go into those areas a lot. And I'm like, that's a lot to get into, so I'm just gonna say nothing. Because ultimately it is kind of just um
Can
but
confirm.
yeah,
Hood is literally Deku when it comes to these things, but
a
it's
little
great.
bit. I
I
am a
love
little
it.
Deku, yeah. That's why I resonate with him. I feel him when he's like
Yeah.
overthinking things and he's strategizing and he's doing all that. I'm like, yeah, man, I feel that. But yeah, it's like I don't think it's maybe some guys more than others. It's not like I think they're probably thinking about things. The things they're thinking about just probably aren't important. That's probably what it is. So when they say nothing, it's more just like it's nothing that matters. So
Mm.
no point in even bringing it up. Like I was thinking about why the grass is green. I just wondered, curious. I don't know. It's just like dumb stuff. Like that can just happen. I don't know if that's just a specifically a guy thing though, but
Uh, I wonder if it because I know that a lot of people have said like that it's like, oh, that's a guy thing, and then a girl thing is like everything's connected to everything. So if you're thinking about one thing, you're gonna think about like six other different things, or your mind
mm,
just gonna spiral. But it's like I know some men who do that too. So
yeah,
I think
yeah, no,
it's
for sure.
I think it's more common with men, and the other is more common with women. But both can go either way.
I wonder if it's more accurate to say that men like contemplate bigger ideas, whereas women like talk in their minds about like smaller ideas, like things that are more like your average everyday tasks or just like smaller things. So like where
Mm,
girls might be like you get what I'm saying? Like
yeah.
there's more of a plethora where guys are more focused on like one detail of something. So
Mm-hmm.
like women might be like, thinking, "What are you thinking about?" "Oh, I was just thinking about how fun I'm having right now," or like that I would like to do this today or I'd like to do that. And it's like, but if you ask a guy that, it's like, "I'm thinking about the meaning of existence in life." It's like going into these like really big, and that's not to say that like that women don't or can't do that. I think it's just like that's maybe more often where like guy brain goes versus girl brain, which is why I think the Holy Roman Empire thing even came up as a joke. Is it's like, how often do you think about the Holy
Yeah.
Roman Empire? Like, who thinks about that and for what purpose? Well, it's because guys maybe are trying to get into like why did it fall? What caused it to fall? Is America going to fall the same way that the Roman Empire did? If so, what are the things that caused it to fall so that we don't repeat those things, right? That's that then now there's the rabbit trail you're um
Mhm, mhm.
so what made it so successful? Can we repeat those things? And like was it a better time back then? And what was good about it? What was bad about like going into like those bigger topics is probably what guys think about. But then when it comes to
Mhm.
like the small things, they
Yeah,
don't really do that.
that's fair. I can
They're
see
not
that.
chit chatters. Let's put it that way. Probably is more accurate more often.
Unless they're monologuing about their big brain idea and stuff or thoughts
Right,
and stuff.
right, right. But that's like the contemplating out loud at that point. So,
Mhm, mhm.
and you're kind of just in it for the ride at that point. If you can ask Kat, I do that to her a lot. So,
That's good times, I enjoy it. 'Cause then I'm almost like, "Ooh, like, what if?"
yeah.
And then I'm like, I need you to update me if you find out anything about these things." I'm like, "Now I wanna know."
On Snorlax, I'm thinking about things. Those things just happen to be a fictional scenario where I became king of Sweden, abolished the how do you say that
Rickstock?
Rick Riksdag, aka Parliament, and restore Sweden. Yeah, no, that's pretty real. That's like, oh, dude, that's like the same mentality of like when guys go to church and they like look at every exit because they're like, what if somebody came in with a gun right now? How would I respond to that? Would I like pick up this chair and like charge at him with it or throw it at him? Or would I just like bull rush him? Would I like sneak around and try to, should I come prepared? Like, that's such a guy thing to do that. It's not even funny. Oh my gosh. Like, how am I going to save the day if something happens today? You know?
I love that though.
But
See, I don't know if maybe women we just like daydream about just I don't know other things. There's men like daydreaming about like, "Oh, what if I was the hero of this story? What if I was
yeah.
invincible? What if I
Mhm.
could? I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting. I just always assumed like, and it's funny to see chat because like yeah, there's some people that are saying like, "Oh yeah, we have a nothing box," and others like, "I have an ADHD box." It's like okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah.
Oh, man.
Okay. I we did have two submitted during this. Are you good to
Yeah, we can do those.
okay. So the first one is what should I tell a guy if I don't want to have kids but he does? Does this make me selfish if I don't want kids? Ooh.
That is fascinating. That is a very interesting and deep topic.
Mhm. Mhm.
The fact that you added, "Does that make me selfish?" Um, that's interesting. So, I have had for a very long time, which, more recently had now it could be different for you because for me, my scenario was very nuanced, I think. It was very different. Um, the question,
Yep. Sorry, I'm getting it ready on
yeah,
the screen here. You keep
yeah, hold
going.
on one second, then you'll be able to see it. But um, for me, what it was it wasn't that I straight up necessarily didn't want kids ever in my life. I wasn't like dying for it necessarily, right? But it wasn't that I was like appalled to the idea of it or something like that. More though that like I got into an existential area of where I was like, but I have no control over what this kid is going to choose. And I'm bringing them into a world forcefully against their will in my mind that they don't have an option to say anything, right? This is all while I was a Christian, by the way. I've been a Christian my whole life. So this was during a time of like nihilism for me trying to like figure these things out. Hey Doki, what's up?
Thanks for the gifted sub,
Um,
Doki.
thanks Doki. Um, but I was like, what? Like I'm bringing someone into the world um, where I didn't get to ask them ahead of time. And now I'm putting them in a world where they have to suffer and feel pain and feel loss and all these other really bad things that they didn't ask for. On top of that, they have to basically their whole goal in life until they do it is to figure out whether or not they're going to serve God or not. Because if they don't, then in essence, in my mind, I'm thinking I created them to spend an eternity in hell.
Mm.
Versus if they do choose God, then then, okay, sure. But then now their whole thing in life is now they have to be persecuted and they have to go through all these different things, which sure, that's what we're told as Christians, like that is just kind of part of it. But I think in my mind where I was at was I'm like, I actually was wondering if it was more selfish to have kids, because in
Mm.
my mind it's like when people say they have kids, it's like, well, I want kids because I want them, right? That's usually what it is. They're never saying it for the kids' sake because you can't. You don't know what they're thinking. They don't exist yet.
Mhm.
So, you know, and people would say, but kids are a blessing. They're this, they're that, and I'd be like, okay, but yes, a blessing to you, but who's to say that when they come that they're, and how many people that say, I wish I'd never been born. It's even in the Bible people say that, okay? So it's like, obviously that suffering um, is going to be there. And so it's like, is it is it right for me to put that on somebody? I had to really struggle with that for a long time. I really battled that. So it wasn't because I just straight up was like, I don't want kids because I don't like them, or I just don't want to be a dad. I just don't like. I never had anything that guttural. Mine was more on the and that was what kind of prevented me from. Oh, you okay? You good? Oh, oh my gosh. She decided to do gymnastics today. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. You guys can still hear me though, right? Okay. Um, yeah, so Charlie did a somersault off her shoulder, kicked her mic over. That's what happened, basically. So for anyone that couldn't hear that, yeah. So she got sabotaged by Charlie apparently. The feds got her. She was being too wholesome. Yeah. So
We'll just
true.
do this. Okay, there we go. We'll just do this instead.
Okay.
It's not
Does it
cutting.
work now? Can you hear her now?
Hello. It's coming through on my end, so yeah, no, sorry.
Okay.
Charlie did some weird somersault thing and just like body slammed into my microphone and knocked it over. So
Yo,
uh,
what setting did you change by the way, real quick? Like what when you said, that'll be good enough or whatever, what did you do different?
oh, I just in OBS, I have it come through my voice mod program. So but for some reason, because I accidentally disconnected my mic, it's not coming through anymore. So I just switched it back to my Blue Yeti mic.
Weird, because whatever you did made it so that you're a little more you or on my end you come in a little bit robotic-y sometimes. It's like me, like sometimes like while you're talking. So
Oh, just now?
interesting. Yeah, like when whatever switch you did, that's when it started. So
Oh, is it still doing that?
I don't notice it at the moment.
Okay,
So
because it should. My microphone's with Discord is just coming through my Blue Yeti. So
yeah, oh yeah, it is still doing it a little bit. It just clips out every like 2 seconds or something while you're speaking. So
hold on a sec. Let me
um
try.
yeah.
I
Well,
think.
anyway, while she's trying to figure some of that out, yeah. So like to me, that was where my conundrum was more in: is it right to have them rather than like my feelings of whether or not I wanted them at all. I was just more concerned about wanting to do the right thing, and of course, any Christian that I had ever talked to about it, which was few, um, obviously didn't see it the same way as me and would
Mm-hmm.
bring up you know different areas of scripture where it's like, well, we were told to you know fill the world and multiply and stuff like that, right? Or to have dominion of the world and multiply. And I was like, yeah, but that was in the Garden of Eden when everything was perfect, and so maybe that's changed since then. Totally forgetting, by the way, because for anyone that may have thought that themselves, it was also decreed that that same thing was decreed to Noah as well, and
Mm.
so that was after the fall. So that was something that foiled that particular idea for myself. But then also there's like Jeremiah, I think it's 29, 17, something like that. It's in Jeremiah. I can't remember exactly. It might be 29:6. Anyway, there's there's a part where God is talking to the Israelites, and then he says, basically, and this, of course, would be way after the fall, but he tells them, even in their time of calamity, take wives for yourself and do not decrease, but increase. So he makes it very clear, this is what I want. And so I was like, okay, so there must be something that I'm not fully understanding, even though I made the argument that I just got done explaining to all of you.
Mhm.
So I was like, what do I do with this God? Kind of whatever. And what I came to realize myself, which, came to me in a way, it like the realization came to me through someone else in a way that was very blunt to me, but that I needed to hear it that way because it was almost like I needed that smack to wake me up a little bit,
Mm.
which was by thinking that way. And I'd heard this before, but it just didn't resonate with me until that moment. By thinking that way, I wasn't really trusting ultimately. I wasn't trusting that God would be there to actually, you know, that should that ever happen, should I ever be in a position to where I I could and would have kids, that he'll be there to help with the whole train a child in the way that they should go thing.
Mhm.
And it's like, oh, yeah, I guess you're right. I kind of am just stripping you out of that. And if I'm saying that you know, that I'm trying to be responsible, I'm trying to be ethical, I'm trying to be all these different things, right? I'm trying to do the right thing. If I'm trying to do the right thing, then why don't I trust God? Because trusting
Mhm.
God is the right thing, right? So, very simple, but that was something that made sense for me. Now, if you're talking about just saying, you don't want them because you don't want them, that's perfectly fine. Okay. My scenario was very different. Mine was like I was trying to figure out the ethics of it for myself. But if you're
Mhm.
just like, I just don't think I want to be a mom, it's just nothing that I want. Well, yeah, you just got to be upfront about that.
Mhm.
So like what should you tell a guy if I don't want to have kids but he does? Tell him you don't want to have kids, and if that's a deal breaker for you, he needs to know that right now so you don't
Mhm.
waste each other's
Mhm.
time.
Yeah.
Um because it doesn't matter how much you like all the other stuff, like that's a big part of your guys' life that
Mhm.
one of you will become disgruntled if you are forced to have them or forced to not have them. That will be not fun, for whoever is the on the receiving end of what they didn't want. So, um, it is quite that simple. And as far as the does it make you selfish? No, I don't think it makes you unselfish at all. It just means that you just have to find somebody who also has that same goal and desire as you. That's all.
Mhm.
Um, because there's so many places in scripture where like even Jesus says, some were made eunuchs, some were born eunuchs, and some made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of God, which is just celibacy. But I think that can apply to marriage as well. It's like not everyone was made to have kids, and so it's like sometimes a married couple can just sacrifice themselves to the Lord and live their lives for God that way, and it's not necessary to you know have dominion of the earth and multiply, so to speak. That's not uh, the main thing necessarily to do anymore. But it's not a bad thing either, right? Um, so you just need to find somebody that feels the same way, and I don't think it's selfish. I think that if anything, if you think it's selfish, then maybe if you're thinking that about, then maybe ask God because he knows you probably better than you know yourself, right? So
Mhm.
ask him and say, like, am I being selfish in this? Like, why don't I want this? And then just really be honest with yourself. Like, why don't you? What is the reason? Is it for some is it a good reason or a bad reason? You know what I'm saying? Like, does it come from
Mhm.
maybe because of a traumatic past that you had? Does it come from because you just don't think that you would want to take care of them? You don't think you'd be a good mom? You want to focus on a career? I don't know what else. There's many different things
Mhm.
that people have had as different things. And then just pray about that. Just don't leave it in your own hands because God might say, actually, it's my will that I think that, that you should have children, and then he might tell you why. And but if you're not receptive to God, then and you're not saying that, you let your will be done over my own, you could chase after something you thought you wanted and then realize later by the time you realize it, it could end up being um to where it's either extremely hard or too late, where you might have been like, oh man, no, I didn't realize, would have been receptive to God and really taken it to him first, you might have figured that out sooner, right? Um,
Mhm.
Now that's all to say too that like I want to make it clear too, like Sarah had a kid at 99.
Mhm.
So age doesn't necessarily mean anything. God is the God who opens and closes wombs. So like, don't let that be the thing that like defines everything. Like, because everyone's so worried about like because of the again the culture we live in. The ticking clock. Even Republicans talk that way and conservatives and whatever.
Mhm.
Don't worry about the ticking clock. Worry about being on God's time. And then God will bless you one way or another. And if you give him the desires of your heart and you tell him what it is that you desire, he's a good father and he will give those things to you. It just might be in a way that you're maybe not even expecting, or it might be a while from now. And by a while,
Mhm.
I mean it could be many years. And you have to be willing to go through that to get to that point because oftentimes that's a training process to make you ready for those things. That's marriage or children or anything else. And it could be in the reverse. Like, I don't want to have children, and he might put you in a position to where maybe he ends up ironically putting you in positions where you have to take care of kids at like a church or other places,
Mhm.
and that actually trains you to be a good mom that you weren't realizing that you were going to be or whatever, or that you wanted to be. Because maybe right now you just think that you don't want something, but you actually do. Just like
Mhm.
the person that thinks they might want something but actually doesn't and doesn't realize it until because like I've seen many cases where people think that they want to get married and have kids and all this different stuff, but they only want it because they're told they want they're told by everybody else this is the right thing to do. This is just how people live lives. That's just the way things are. Well, it doesn't matter how things like the way things are. It matters what God has for your life. So that's the thing that's most important. Um, and I know I'm mostly speaking to Christians, but that does still apply to those of you that don't believe too. Just so you know.
Mhm.
So whether you agree with that or not, that is
Yeah.
ultimately the thing that matters. So um, yeah, that's what I would say to that. But I wanted to give a little bit of like my context to that because like then you kind of really get that it's like I really to decipher some of those things for myself. I had to really like dig into those things and really be like, God, I need you to show me this because I can't see it differently right now. I'm in a place where this doesn't make sense to me. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So yeah, but I don't think it's selfish to not want them. You just have to find the right
No.
person for you. That's all.
Yeah. And yeah, like what other people have said in chat, like I do think it's important to have that conversation cuz yeah, cuz if you know that well, guy or girl, if you know that they
Hmm.
want kids but you don't, you need to talk with them. Um
Right. And
I've
and early.
yes, yes, yes.
Like, don't, like, wait until you've caught feelings and all these other things have happened, and then all of a sudden, "Oh, yeah, now this big thing, like, makes everything fall apart." Like, do that early.
Mhm. Cuz if it's something that neither of you are willing to compromise on, then you're gonna have to go your separate ways. Doesn't mean like either of you is in the wrong. Just means that y'all need to like you're not maybe you guys just aren't meant for each other. And that's okay. There's
Right,
plenty of other people out there who want kids or don't want kids.
right. And I would argue something like that's as serious as having a kid. I maybe other people would feel different, but I personally, at least where I'm at right now, especially coming from the mindset that I used to,
Mhm.
I would argue that's something you shouldn't compromise on. Like, it shouldn't be like, "Well, I guess I'll have a one."
Mhm.
Like, you are not meant to be a parent if you're thinking that way.
No.
Don't do that. You're dealing with a human being, you know what I'm saying? A human life that has a spirit that will go to heaven or hell one. So it's like you have to know that like the only way you could quote unquote compromise is if you're not partial to either or. And so you're like, yeah, I could have kids, but I'm also okay if I didn't. That's maybe different. But if you're like
Mhm.
actually adamantly against it, and then the compromise is, well, I guess I'll have them, or the opposite, I really want kids, but I guess I won't have them. You are going to be miserable.
Mhm.
It is going to be not good for you. So I'm just saying, that's an area that I would say probably you shouldn't compromise on until unless God works it through with you and shows you something about yourself or whatever the thing is that you're dealing with for why you feel this way, that maybe you weren't realizing before. So that's what
Mhm.
I'd say.
Yeah. And I like what Coco said. I think it's important to also recognize that it's okay if you don't know right away. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
As some people
Mhm.
are like very adamant, like I want kids or I don't want kids. Where some people are like, well, it's like I don't know yet. But that's also good and important to communicate.
Yeah.
Be like,
Right. And
I don't know where I
again, a lot
stand.
of
Yeah.
people I think want kids because they're just told they do.
Mhm.
I think a
Mhm.
lot of girls growing up want kids because they're told that they're supposed to be moms. You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
Yeah.
And not everyone's meant to be a mom. Like I
Mhm.
don't care what conservatives say, not everyone is made for that. And some are. Some are absolutely made for that and they know exactly what they want, ready for it and they know. But again, I think a lot of us get told and that goes even beyond just kids like told, you should want this kind of a life and then this is why people have midlife crises because they're like, I did everything I was supposed to. I became a lawyer. I got married and had kids, 3 kids. I had a white picket fence. We have a dog, and I hate my life. And they
Mhm.
don't know why. It's because maybe you were just doing what the world told you to do, but you weren't
Yeah.
actually asking what God wanted you to do. And that's really where you're actually going to be happiest is and it could look a totally different way. People could call you a loser. They could call you all sorts of names. I can't believe you're ruining your life because you're chasing after the thing that God asked you to. So it's more important that you go after what God wants because eventually one day you'll see how that does. I feel like if I'm thinking like right off the top of my head, like NF was probably a good indicator of that because
Mm.
when he was trying to start his rap career before he got big, he had so many people like chewing him up because he was in his 20s, like early, middle, and then even late 20s, trying to peddle this thing, trying to make it work, and just working, as to my understanding, just low end jobs, trying to just get by while trying to do that, and didn't have a girlfriend for a long time, didn't have if he did, he went in and out of relationships and, probably was perceived by a lot of people as like a loser and you're never going to make it. But guess what? Now he
Mhm.
affects tons of people, myself included, with his
Mhm.
music in a way that like really I know honors God, right? And so he did what he felt like this is what I'm made to do. And he talks as much in his music. He says those types of things. So,
Mhm.
but yeah. Oh, hey, Chronicle.
Hey,
What's up,
sis.
Chronicle? What's up?
My
My
mom.
mom asked
Oh,
me
go
if
ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
My mom asked me if I was going to have kids in the future, and I told her no, that I wasn't mom material, and that I guess, that I get stressed way too easily and would never want to put that on a kid. I'm more excited to be an aunt than anything else. See, and so like, yeah, if you know that about your, then that's good that it's like, to know thyself, to know like who you are and what you're capable of and all those types of things and that's why I always still preface even with knowing that even with being like that certain still always take those things to God, still
Mhm.
always just even if you're like it doesn't matter, I know, because sometimes God just has something that you weren't expecting. I would argue though, if you were someone like in Chronicles position where you're like that adamant, that's probably the way that you were designed to be, and you probably just have a different goal than everyone else. Like you probably have a
Mhm.
different purpose, a different mission, and that's fine. That's totally fine. That doesn't make you less of a woman, by the way. That's
Mhm.
crap that gets shoved out there. You're not married and have kids. Guess you're worthless. Guess you don't matter. Guess you like are useless. I've heard people literally say those things in like conservative spaces. I'm like, what the frick? Like, and it's like again, like people have said it before, it's like if conservatism is not conserving Christianity, what is it conserving? Well, they would say, well, it's like right wing beliefs is what's conserving. Okay, well, if one of the right wing beliefs is that women are useless unless they get married and have kids, I don't want that. So that's why I call myself a little bit of a libertarian because I don't agree with everything that they say. I think some of it actually is trash. It's like they go too far and hurt people by doing stuff like that. So anyway,
Mhm.
but yeah. So,
Agreed.
I don't know if you had anything else to say since I monologued on that one, but
No, well, dude, that's the whole point of this episode was for you to monologue and for me to just put my 2 cents in. It's
no, no, no.
okay.
I didn't say it was a bad thing. I know usually this time I was just saying that I did it. I was just
Okay.
wondering if you
It
had
just it
anything.
sounded like you were stating negatively, and I was about to smack you.
See, guys, this is the mom coming out. This is where she's
Oh my
being mom
gosh.
to me and saying it's okay for me.
I'm trying to be nice. So you can be hard on yourself. Gosh. All right, but yeah, no, no.
Thank you.
You basically said
Appreciate it.
everything that I got you. I got you. But no,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
basically said everything. So I agree with that.
Okay. What's our last question then?
Ooh, before we move on to that though, Lizzie, ooh,
No.
Lizzie, I
Oh.
hate the punchline. A woman is fulfilled when she becomes a mother. I don't know about you guys, but it makes me mad. I want kids. Aw.
Mmm. Mmm. Yeah. Yeah. No, and that's the thing, right? That's the gaslight. That's a very much a man's, and I don't mean men specifically. I mean like mankind. It's a worldly view to say that.
Mhm.
You become fulfilled when you're a mother. It's like, no, you become fulfilled when you follow Christ. That's when you become fulfilled.
Mhm.
It's like all the other stuff is hearsay at that point. Not,
Mhm.
and this is why I like writing when people say like, "Do you believe God exists?" And I'm like, "Yes," because there is nothing else. If he doesn't exist, nothing else matters. There is
Mhm.
no purpose, there is no meaning, there is nothing. And so if God doesn't exist, then truly, truly, like people would say that sounds ghoulish to say that, but I'm like, no, it just makes sense. Like it just makes sense to end it all because there is no purpose without God. Nothing matters. Everything you do is in con. So it's
Mhm.
like, so so it's like if you take God out of that equation and it's just like, oh yes, you're fulfilled when you become a mother. It's like you're setting yourself up to fail. And
Mhm.
this is what I was touching on earlier, by the way. Many a time have I seen women who make their whole lives be, I'm a mother.
Mhm.
But guess what? Eventually your kids get older, they have families of their own and they move on. They're not under your roof anymore. So now what happens when you don't have those kids anymore, right?
Mhm.
Uh, either you start going insane, which has happened before. Women will like go insane because they don't have a purpose anymore to do. They fill their time with like nothing things, and start, kind of going into madness, or they insert themselves unwanted into their kids' lives because that's their whole identity. They don't know anything. So I don't think it's healthy for women to be in that position. It's like it's not actually
Mhm.
good for them to be so like, yes, my identity is a mother. No, your
Mhm.
identity is under Christ first and foremost. And then yes, you may be a mother in those things, and those things are they can be fulfilling and all those different things. That's all fine. But those are add-ons to a life that God has for you on top of that, which is, my personal opinion, like I've mentioned in the past, is um and I specifically speak to women when I say this only because I think this is kind of like a given for men typically for whatever reason. But like women should have like something greater than themselves that they are trying to achieve. And
Mhm.
people would say, "Oh, well that's my family and kids." No, it isn't. That's an add-on to your life. I'm talking about something that like goes beyond just yourself, like helping other people in some way. So like for me, as a guy, for me, I believe that that's writing stories that will hopefully touch people and bring them to God, but then also um, will, if nothing else, just hopefully make them want to be better people because they relate with the characters and they say, "Wow, that's just like me," and if they can do that, so can I, type of a deal.
Mhm.
I'm very passionate about that element, and I think because those things changed my life. Gurren Lagann literally changed my life. It's not a meme. It actually changed my life. So, The World Ends with You is a game that's my favorite video game of all time on the DS.
Mhm.
Changed my life. And it sounds goofy, but it did. It actually changed how I perceived people, it changed how I perceived the world, how I perceived myself, all those things. And none of those things had anything to do with God. And yet they still had that impact. So I'm like, I want to do that for somebody else. So that
Mhm.
became a driving force for me, right? And so I think ladies need that as well. That goes
Mhm.
beyond just their kids and stuff. So,
Yep. 100%. I agree.
but
Um, I
what's
think
that last one?
all right, this last but not least.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How does studying the Bible together work? Do guys like have a devotional to follow? Is it more of reading a passage together and discussing it?
Oh, okay, so this is they're treating this like it's just talking to the both of us then, not really like a to the men question. Is that what I'm getting?
I think this is meant to be like a man and a woman studying the Bible together, maybe?
Right, because it doesn't seem like it's directed specifically at men. It says, well, it says, "Oh,
Yeah.
do guys like?" Oh, I read that wrong when you said that. Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
I thought it was, "Do
yeah.
you guys like?" I thought that's what it was saying. Okay,
Mhm.
okay, my bad. I read that wrong. Okay. Do guys like have? Oh, do they like have a devotional to follow? Is it more of reading a passage together and discuss? Okay, okay, okay. I totally misunderstood what that was. Okay,
All
so
good.
I have a devotional that I do just because it's a nice little upkeep when I feel like, especially if I feel like I have a hard time getting into straight up studying the word every single day, which you should do, but like life sometimes gets hard, so you
Mhm.
just can't. Um, but so I do have that devotional. I do appreciate much more reading a passage or I wouldn't even say reading a passage, just reading in general, and then you pause and talk about something when something intrigues you. Or the
Mhm.
other person that isn't reading says, "Well, hold on, pause there. I want to talk about that." And then you discuss it. Um, and then, if you can study topics like, healing or faith or whatever else, and then you just try to find scripture that involves that to see like if you can truth on that or even go deeper. What is God's character? How does it make sense through from the Old Testament to the New Testament? And then you kind of study that. That's from at least from my perspective. But see, I'm a little bit more. I like getting, uh, like really deep, deeper truths rather than just like I'm not just a. I feel like at least in my life, I've gotten beyond just wanting to be like just reading to like uh what's the word I'm trying to say? Like to like hear the same things that I've heard before just to get like that good
Mm.
refresher like people talk about. I need to go like deeper into something that I haven't either thought of yet or that I don't have an answer. That's the stuff that I'm most interested in. It's not that the maintenance thing is bad, but if I'm studying with somebody, that's usually what I'm wanting to do. I'm wanting to find an answer to something that I don't currently have an answer
Mhm.
to. So to me that's like the productive way of doing it because then that's where you gain wisdom and stuff. But no, I mean, and if you're trying to say too, like, do guys like studying with like a girl or their girlfriend? If they're a good guy, absolutely. That's that's like the cutest thing you could possibly do, as far as I'm concerned. But
Mhm.
super wholesome and all that. But yeah, no. I would say, you know, that if you were wanting to do that, I would just offer to if you're in a relationship, that offer it to a guy and just say, this is something I'd like to do, and I want us to do it together or whatever. And if he's hopefully seeking out God, he won't have a problem. So,
Mhm.
but yeah,
Mhm. Mhm. I think it's good.
you could you could even plan out to have that on a specific day of the week. For us, we like to discuss the sermon after church, like what we learned from the sermon and what stuck out to each of us. Yeah, and there's different ways that you can do that for sure. Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
So, um, I think I've seen men and women's devotionals too, like paired up, like
Mm.
individual books for men and women specifically. Yeah, 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 yeah. Because all the ones that I have are like men oriented, so
Mhm.
they're kind of talking specifically to men in a lot of ways. Um, but I've also had ones that are just flat devotionals too, where they're just universal for
Mm.
anybody. Um,
Mhm.
the one that I'm actually reading right now is like it's a 45-day one, but I started it
Oh.
at the beginning of the year, and I'm still not through it because I didn't do it every single day from the beginning. But I'm almost through it now, and that has been the most actually like prolific one for me out of any devotional that I've read so far because it lined up directly with what I felt like God had been teaching and showing me, which has had a lot to do with showing um how do I word that? Like perseverance through the story of Elijah and like how God helped him as it words it like push his plow, so to speak.
Mm.
Um and so for me, for someone of what I was learning, super useful for me. So but yeah, the devotional for me is more like it's just a bridge to do like it's either a bridge into studying the Bible or it is what I do when I don't have time to do the other when I didn't have just sit down and just read multiple chapters at a time or something.
Mhm.
So, because like right now I'm reading through the Septuagint, and so but I haven't gotten back to that in a hot
Ah.
second. Yeah, yeah, very interesting, very
Mhm.
interesting.
Mhm. Hello, Charlie. Charlie's
Good
back
stuff though.
again. I'll make sure she doesn't knock over the mic this time.
I've heard people say that you actually shouldn't do Bible study slash prayer with who you're dating because it's a bit of a conflict of interests. What? Bro, what are you talking about, man? What?
Interesting. A
Really?
conflict of interests.
if maybe they worship Satan, I suppose. Uh, um,
Hi,
because by
Gleeful.
praying you like cast out demons from them, maybe I don't know, but I don't see how that would ever be a conflict of interest. That's kind of crazy. But unless you expound upon that, but
Yeah, I'm curious.
yeah, I am
It's
curious. I'm
like,
curious too. If
cause
you
like
want to
I
expound upon that, sorry.
distant choking. Like I've heard in the sense people like err on the side of caution because it's like, oh, are you doing it because you want to grow closer to the Lord together, or are you doing it to like impress the other person and stuff like that? But that's with
Oh,
anything.
right.
That could be with anything.
Yeah, that truly it is with anything.
So,
Yeah, I mean, so I mean, I could be prideful no matter what.
mhm.
I guess.
I could
Yeah.
fake it till I make it with anything, really. Be like, I go to church.
Yeah.
I've never been to church in my life, but I'm going to church. Just yeah, to pretend and impress. Yeah, exactly, Lizzie. Yeah. I've heard that, but it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah. Yeah.
at the end of the day, it's like I don't know if they're gonna fake it, then that's on them, and that's gonna come to light eventually, and then you're like, oh, okay, well, you're not the person I thought you were, so
Well, and here's the
okay.
thing, like, if they're faking it, it's gonna come out in how they're studying, because 'cause they're not gonna be doing it authentically. They're not gonna be, like, trying to seek actual truth, because 'cause they're not really there for that. So that's the greatest indicator you know if
Mm-hmm.
they're really trying or not,
Mm-hmm.
because 'cause it'll come out in how they're talking, it'll like, you'll hear the holier than thou and or, like, tones of trying to impress you throughout, right? So I feel like that's I don't know. I can't remember where I heard that at, so I can't really give any more details. That's fair.
That's
That's fair.
okay. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, there's some things that I've heard in passing that I'm like, I don't remember where I was or what it was about, but I just remember in passing being like, huh, interesting. And it stuck with me, but I don't know the details of it. So no, I get you, girly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Jeff.
I think what?
Sorry.
Where's Jeff?
When I say Jesus Christ during prayer, my significant other starts twitching. Should I be concerned?
Yeah. Her eyes roll into the back of her head. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no. I can't fathom a time where that would be bad unless yeah, I guess if you were doing it with the wrong motive behind it, but um that's like Kat said, that's with anything. So I see this as an absolute win as far as I'm concerned. Um, I pray with friends. I've done
Hmm.
Bible study with friends. Is that a conflict of? I guess that's not a conflict of interest because you're not trying to like pursue more. I guess technically, but I don't know. It's like,
Mm.
is it wrong that I've done that? Am I trying to impress them? Am I trying to like? I don't know. I'm doing it because I care about them and I believe this enough that I'm like trying to actually seek it out in my real life. So
Hmm.
I don't know, but good questions though, guys. This was
Very
very
good
fun.
questions. I
Um,
like this.
I don't know why I thought that we would be able to easily get through the questions and then talk about other things as well, but
I was also
that
trying to,
was short-sighted of me.
dude, I was also trying to think of like little side things we could talk about and such. I'm like, huh, silly me. We didn't need to. We went
Yeah,
way over four
it's gonna be like
hours.
this when we do it for the girls too, I guess. So
Well, I let me take a quick look see. Let's see. Wow. Yeah, we've had five
14.
more.
Okay,
We've
okay,
had we've had five more submitted. Very nice. Very nice. I'm excited. It's gonna be
okay.
good.
All right, pretty good, pretty
Um,
good.
Gentlemen, if you still want to submit more questions throughout the week till Tuesday, the link will be in the Discord server in a previous announcement.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
just remind everyone we're not going to be doing this Thursday. Hood's not going to be here, and I'm probably going to be very sick this week, in case you
Mm,
didn't already notice. So, we're postponing it
yeah,
till next Tuesday. So, gentlemen, you have time because I did notice that we had double the questions for the women than the men, but I took it as like, oh, maybe some of the guys aren't sure, need time to think about it, or they're not sure what to expect. But hey, here we go. We had a good example of it. So,
yeah. And I guess like my final thoughts just to the guys is,
mm,
since that was the reason we did this in the first place, is don't beat yourself up and don't be hard on yourself just because the world you know, has been saying the stuff that it has been and that, things haven't worked out, if you're somebody who has tried to pursue somebody and it just never seems to ever work out for you. Again, just know that God's I know it's a cliche, but God's timing really is the best timing if you can really sink that into yourself. But don't let God's timing be the thing that prevents you from like actually trying to seek it out unless he specifically tells you not to. If he specifically says just be this way for now, then as I would typically say, learn to be okay with that for the time being,
Mhm.
because there's virtue in learning to be alone. And then when the time comes, whether that time is now or later, like, don't be afraid to put your foot out there and just be brave and try something. And if you're worried about like if I'm doing the wrong thing, like it, how do I know if I'm stalking her? How do I know if again, just
Mhm.
like treat her like a person. She's a
Mhm.
person. So
Yes,
so she's
please.
she's she's not, she's not really different from you other than just she thinks a little different. That's it. So so how would you feel if someone did the thing that you're proposing to do to you? Like what if they did that to you? How would you feel?
Mhm.
That's usually a good metric to go off of. Now, will it screw you over sometimes? It might. Yeah. And you could put yourself in a position to where maybe you don't look you wished you had, but that's where you just dust the dirt off your feet or whatever, whatever the saying is I'm trying to say there.
Mhm.
And you move on and you try again. And you learn from past mistakes and you eat the rejection if you have to, and no matter how bad that it is, and that will give you resolve. It'll make you resilient. And again, first and foremost, take everything to God and ask Him to help you find the person that He has set aside for you. Because if you ask God like what you want in a person from the shallow to the complex, and you say, but Lord, your will be done. I know from experience and I know from like what God has shown me of his character, he wants to give you those things. Like that's not outside of his will to find somebody. Um, but what might happen is he may lead you into a life where he says, you thought you wanted this, but you actually don't really want this. You just wanted it because who knows why? Maybe people told you you wanted it, or maybe you had this other thing
Mhm.
and you were trying to fill that void with it. Maybe that void was me or what, right? And you needed me and you were trying to seek out a girl or whatever. Or maybe you really are made for that and he's like, hey, just give it some time. Okay. One thing God told, me in my life, which has helped me since, was when I was trying to pursue somebody and then it didn't work out. I remember telling God, so prior to that, I had said, God, I'm kind of an all or nothing person. I kind of want what I want in the person. I had, high standards of what I was looking for. And then I was like, but your will be done. But it's either for me, I want all of this or I don't want any of it. And I was okay to have that to be in either scenario. Well, then after I tried to pursue somebody, I came into this position to where I was like, God, I just need something because I was so fed up. I was so tired of my life at that time. And I was just like, you got to give me something. I need something in my life because for whatever reason, I've been trying to seek you and I'm not getting comfort. I'm not getting joy. I'm not getting nothing. Right. And I felt like God spoke to me in a way that I could understand, very matter of fact, because that's how he speaks to me if he does it all. It's that he speaks matter of fact or he speaks comforting. And this time it was matter of fact. Very rarely do I get where he chastises me, and that's usually when I truly, truly deserve it. Um, but this time it was matter of fact, and so he said, "Well, wait a second," to me, like in the back of my head. Wait a second. So you're saying you want something? Yes, I want something. I need something in my life right now. Okay. But did you not tell me before that you're kind of like an all or nothing person, though? And I
Mhm.
said, well, yeah, I've kind of just always been that way. And yeah, yeah. So he's like, okay. So if you're an all or nothing person, then if I just gave you something, that wouldn't really satisfy you, would it? That wouldn't really fit like your personality, right? Like you would feel like you were missing something, right? And I was like, I guess. Okay. And he's like, so if you know that about yourself, you said that to me, you asked me of that in the past, you asked me for all or nothing, right? Well, then all takes time. That was what I heard. All takes
Mhm.
time. You got to give me time to be able to prepare these things and to prepare you for something in the future if that's the case. Whether that's marriage, whether that's job opportunities, whether that's whatever it might be, okay? Cuz I was really applying that to all places of my life when I was saying that. I'm like I don't want to live I didn't want, I wanted to die trying to do something, more than just what everybody else does is I guess the best way to say it. So that's why I would word it that way. So he's like, "But all takes time. So you gotta give me some time and not just try to you know, uh, stop like half baked, right? Like halfway through it, basically. Keep walking with me, basically, is what I was getting from him. And I was like, okay. And I was humbled in that moment. And I was like, yeah, no, you're right. I did say that. And okay. And so then I kept going from there. And so all that to say that you might be in that position yourself where it's just like nothing feels like it ever works out, but this is a time of pruning. And that sounds sucky to hear that when you probably feel like I've done this for years. Like Hood, I'm even older than you. I've been doing it like longer than you and whatever, but it doesn't matter. Truly that doesn't matter because that length of time, like again, to put things into perspective, Joseph had to suffer in prison for 13 years. The Israelites had to wander the desert for 40 years before they got to the promised land, before they were able to get to the promised land because of all of the stuff that they had to learn and figure out and all that, that God was teaching them through that time. Um, there's a handful of different people throughout scripture where they had to go through things, you know, to be able to get the reward that was at the end of it. But even like Joseph said, my brothers, you didn't put me here. God put me here for such a time as this so that I could be here to help the world, basically. So, in other
Mhm.
words, he realized at the end, all this happened to me because like, I needed to be able to be in this position and be ready for it. And so, the dream that I had when I was 17 or however old he was, um, that dream never died. I just had to die before I could be put in that position. Right? He had to be dead to himself, and that's where he eventually got to, and that's what losing your reputation and being made a slave and then eventually a prisoner will do that, that'll do that to you. So, just to put that into perspective that it's like you may have been waiting a long time, but know that this is actually crafting not just in you the right personality and the things that you need to equip yourself with prior to finding that person, but God could also be working on them. You might be saying like I feel like I'm ready, and you might be right. You might be ready, but maybe they're not.
Mhm.
Maybe they're not ready yet, and God's like, you got to give me a little more time here. We're working on that right now. So just trust God with where you're at in your life, and do everything you do joyfully unto the Lord. As hard as that can be, I know that's easier said than done. Please hear me when I say that. I know that that can be easier said than done. I don't ever want to like
Mhm.
talk down to anybody and be like, like just suck it up. That's not what I'm trying to say. But truly those things are the answers, and maybe you can't receive it from me yet, but if you keep asking God to show you like what you're missing, he will show you as he showed me, because I darn well know I could not receive a lot of the things that I'm now saying from anyone else other than God. I needed to hear it from him the way that he delivered it to me at the time he delivered it to me, because I wouldn't have gotten it. And I had people even tell me that prior. They would tell me that you just got to wait for God, he will tell you in the right time, and I'd be like, that's bullcrap, bro. I'm so tired of hearing people tell me that I'm going to get the answer eventually, and I never, like, I'm tired of that, but it did eventually come. And there's still other things that I'm waiting for, but I now know after having some of those other things answered and shown to me, I'm like, okay, I'm willing to wait now. I get it. I get the process. So trust the process. Just trust the process.
Mhm.
Don't give up on God. Don't give up on your desires, okay? But give those desires over to God, and he will give you the desires of your heart, as scripture
Mhm.
says. So that's all I wanted to say, but I just wanted to encourage you guys, because I know it can be really easy to be hard on yourself, and it's, self-deprecation humor is fun and it's easy, it's the low-hanging fruit, but after a while you will start to believe it, and if you start to believe it, it will become your personality, and if it's your personality, that is how you will respond in your life, to the point where you won't try to ever make things better for yourself. You will stay in this rut and you'll never escape it. You'll never find anybody, you'll never have kids, you'll never, get the job that you're hoping for, you'll never anything, because you think you don't deserve it, and you think that it's not for you, and it's just, this is just my life, I was just, meant to be this way. That's not necessarily true, because if it was true, God would be leading you in a path that where you would no longer desire those things. Like they wouldn't be necessary to you anymore.
Mhm.
If you are like torn up about them, most likely, not always, but most likely it probably is a desire that you have, and it's okay. You just have to be willing to wait for that time to come. That's all. So,
Mhm.
thanks for coming to my TED Talk. That's it. But
That's very good. That was really good.
Thanks.
Yeah.
But I love you guys. I really appreciate. I was gonna say cats chat, but you're kind of my chat now too. I love you
Yeah,
guys,
exactly.
and I just want you guys to be happy, and I know that from personal experience that that will happen if you just pursue what God is asking of you. If you really just put it into His hands and say, just whatever you have for me, God, your will be done, and then just help me, give me the endurance and the strength to get to that place wherever that is, because right now I'm struggling, you know. So quick, someone create an acronym for a hood. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of what that could be. But my
Ah,
hood talk, yeah, exactly. My
there you
hood talk.
go.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, that's I think all I got to say. So unless you got anything else to say, Kat, I'm good to watch this video whenever now.
Oh, perfect. I was gonna
That'll
say, I'm like, I
system.
don't really have anything else to say except thank you so much for taking on this episode and for sharing your words of wisdom and advice and encouragement to your sisters and to your brothers too. We appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I just I know the feeling, I guess, and it's just I know for me it's when you have somebody that you can relate to that has been through the same thing, sometimes it's good to just feel like I'm not alone.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And even if you know you're not alone, it's just good to hear it. It's good to hear, and it's good to hear, like, it's the same mentality I have when people I've had multiple friends and others come to me and say, like, this thing really hurts me, and like I know I shouldn't feel bad about it because like I know God is doing things in life, and I know this and I know that, and like I just like other people have it worse, I get that, and I have to always stop them, and I'm like, but it still hurts, doesn't it? Like, it
Mm-hmm.
still hurts that you're feeling that. It's like, yeah, yeah, it does still hurt. Yeah. Like sometimes you need the permission to say, like, yeah, stuff sucks. It's okay to say that it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
You're not obligated to, just because it's quote unquote the right thing to do, to say that, oh, yeah, it's fine, and just use scripture as a platitude to get by. If you're using scripture as a platitude, it's not really settled in your heart. You're just saying it out of begrudgment. It's not really in you. You get what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? So like you need to get those things out of you. Again, it's like sometimes you got to hash it out with God because it's not like you're hiding it from him anyway. He already knows what you're thinking. So you may as
Mm-hmm.
well just say like, I hate this right now. Like I wish that you would do something. I wish you would help me. Like, what's going on? Like, give me some help, and then just wait for the answer to come, because it will come eventually. So, hey, what's up, Faithful, by the way?
Hi, faithful.
Um, so yeah, sometimes it's just good to hear that, though, that it's like okay to not be okay, but I'm the type of person that it's like it's okay to not be okay, but you just can't stay there. You got to get out of it eventually. You got to climb out of the pit. You got to, and it takes effort, but you got to do it, or else you will be here forever.
Mm-hmm.
And you and the brutal reality of it is you'll have no yourself, unfortunately. And so I don't want to see that for, because you guys are all really cool and you're all really nice, and I want to see y'all happy. So joyful, not just happy. I want to see you joyful. So I can be wholesome too, guys. I have the capability.
Yes, yes, he can be very, very wholesome. So, as much as he's like little cheeky guy over here. He's
Papa Hood. Oh man.
Oh, let's go. There you go. All the loves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Papa.
Papa. Papa Hood.
There you go. I love it. Alrighty,
Let me
wait.
sit down and tell you guys about that time back in '87 when I was just a wee lad and I asked a girl out and she told me to go kick rocks.
Oh my gosh.
All right,
Oh,
let's watch this video.
all
I want to
right.
see it.
Which one do we want to start
There's
with
two of them.
first? Do
I
you
just
want to do the
top down, I
guys
guess.
top down? All right. Sounds good. Let me just get this set up here real quick. Can I pause it? There we go. Okay, perfect. I did. Okay. I need to get this switched over. Ah, I said pause. Excuse you. Pause. Okay.
All
I
right.
think this is set up. Da-ba-da-ba. I think. There we go. All right. So she gave me a kick on the
Yeah.
shins. Alrighty. Here we go, guys. I'll pause the music here. Here's the first one that we were talking about, and then I'll show you guys the second one. So that's so
That's so
good.
real, though. That's so real.
Oh, her name's Petunia. Oh, I love that.
Petunia. Oh, what the heck?
That's so good.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Oh
That was pretty good.
my
Is that
gosh.
new Looney Tunes show that came out like a decade ago or something like that?
I wonder. It looks newer.
Because I didn't like that particular show, but this looks like a different show. This looks like maybe
Mm-hmm.
something even newer than that. So,
Maybe.
because that was actually funny. The other one wasn't really all that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, Daffy's just having a conversation with himself. Maybe we could go teach English to foreigners.
Yeah.
Okay. And then this is the last one.
Recent movie. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, recent movie. Oh, I need to go check that
I
out.
might have to check that out then. That's interesting. Yeah.
That sounds like fun. I want to watch it now. All right, here's the one with all the gentlemen failing at the relationship stuff. It's really good.
Here we go.
Apologize for the loudness if it's loud.
Oh no, bro. Yeah. Oh no.
Oh!
Oh no. Where my hug at? Yeah. So true. Coffee can mean anything.
Tea's way too specific. Come on.
In a way, it is. Yeah, it's like it's actually a good point. It is kind of like super specific. You want to come over for tea? Like, where are we? Friggin' the UK? Like,
I
what?
mean, maybe she was from the UK.
I don't know, man. I mean, maybe if she was, then maybe you could say, oh, okay, there's probably something. But like, nah, dude. Nah, dude. Her tea is different than the tea that he's thinking of sipping on. So,
Oh my gosh.
oh man, yeah, I love those guys. They're so funny.
Oh
Like
man.
they just seem like a wholesome group of friends. Whether these are bits or not, I don't think they are. I think this is candid. I think,
I
but
think like maybe they're like over dramatized
yeah,
with
yeah,
like the
they're
guy
over
being like on his
dramatized.
legs, just like, that's why you need to walk under the like that. That's a little over the top, but
Guys do that though. Guys do that, and the reason, okay, the thing that makes me think it might be more real than not is because usually they're starting the video halfway through the conversation, so you know they were already
yeah,
saying some crap prior, and
yeah,
they're like, "Oh, I gotta film this," like
yeah,
you know.
yeah.
So
The walking to the car one, it's actually a lot longer than that, But yeah, it's like, okay, I need you to just explain one more time what you just
Yeah,
told
yeah,
us.
yeah.
Just like, man, no one's gonna believe me
It
if I
was
don't record
dark
this.
and it was cold out, and I didn't want. That's so. So funny. Oh my gosh. And the hug one, that one freaking hurt. It's just like she put the
Oh,
hand out to guard from the hug. You went in anyway. It's like
uh,
pain,
yeah,
pain.
yeah.
That's
That's
why, okay, that's why I always ask ahead of time. When I meet someone, especially for the first time, I say, "Are we a hugger?" I said, "I'm a hugger, but I'm okay if you're not." And if they act funny, I say, "Hey, that's all right. That's all right." And I'll give them a handshake or nothing if they don't. I've had someone actually refuse a hug from me, so I was like, "Okay, cool." I said, "I just wanted to let you know. I don't just go you never go for it when you don't know the person."
mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. My immediate family is not touchy at all, so I have to ask people. But then I went to a Bible college where every other person was touchy and huggy, and then I had to
mm,
retrain
mm.
myself to ask if people were okay with hugs after I left college.
That was probably
Uh,
perfect for you because you're very like. Didn't you say that you're touchy?
oh, very, very touchy. Which I've tried to. I try, man. I try because I realize not everyone's touchy. But my gosh, going to that Bible college healed something in me. Because again, like my family's not touchy. I snuck up behind my sister once to like give her a hug because I missed her, and I got not one but two elbows in the gut and was on the floor.
Ooh.
And was like, I just
Eh.
want to, like, don't touch me. And I'm like, I just want to hug.
Thought I was just getting tea with Hood, gets assaulted with a hug immediately. Oh my gosh.
Yes, no, I am a touchy person. I am a huggy person. So if you're not a touchy person, I need to know so that I restrain myself. Wow, Bale, welcome in, Raiders. Hello. Welcome,
Hey, what's
welcome.
up? How we doing? How we
How we
doing?
doing? How was stream? What were you streaming?
We're heading toward wrapping up, but it's
I
nice
was
to
gonna
see you guys
say,
being here.
well, hey, we can do a raid train. It's all good. It's all
Yeah, there you
good.
go. Yeah.
Yes, welcome
Zari
in,
said,
friends.
I'm a side hugger until I get to know you. I knew a guy who kept trying to do full on hugs and it was annoying. That would be hard for
Oh,
me because the side hug feels so not human to me. I hate it. Like when I went to a youth group when I was younger where they were really pushing the Christian side hug, bro. I grew up being a hugger my whole life. That just felt like
yeah.
inhuman. And you know what it does to you? It makes you think about the very thing they're trying to avoid, which is the
That's what
let's be
I was
honest,
saying,
it's the sexual
dude.
thing, right? Is they're just like, "Oh, we
Yes.
don't want you to have any problems." But all I think about is the fact that I have to hug you weird because I'm not supposed to like,
Mm-hmm.
hug and hit certain things, I
Mm-hmm.
guess, to be
Mm-hmm.
discreet. And it's
Dude.
like, bro, I wouldn't have thought about that if you wouldn't have put it in my head. So, I don't know. I hate Christian side hug. I felt like it was so inhuman.
uh, yep,
I
yep.
I don't like it.
I remember my aunt sitting me down because she knew because me and her, like, we're like the two. Well, I guess my grandma too, but we're like the three touchy, huggy people out of our entire family on my dad's side. And my aunt's like, "You need to be
Yeah.
careful. Like these boys, they want to hug." I'm like, "Yeah, they hug. I hug. They're my friends." Like, no, 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 no. But like boobs. I'm like, boobs? She's like, yeah, you got some. I'm like, thank you, aunt. Yep. She was trying so hard, but she was so
Hey,
uncomfortable.
the boobs, you know.
She was trying. I love this woman so much. She's to this day still one of my favorite aunts. And she was struggling because she's like, I don't know how to explain this, but boobs. I'm like, okay, yes, we got that. We got that. Okay, great. So then I felt awkward going forward. And then like I had a couple of guy friends who were like, are you like mad at me or something? Like they weren't thinking about it. And I'm like, sorry, I
See?
just
That's all I'm saying.
just like I didn't and I
Like
tried to
you would
decide.
okay, like
Oh,
if there was somebody that was being weird about it or did have a problem, you would know. Like
hmm
like they wouldn't be letting go of the hug or something. It'd be weird and it'd start getting uncomfortable. Like that's how you would know.
I've been in
Uh
some of those hugs before, and those are really, but not all of them. Like this, that was just a greeting, be like,
yeah.
hey, good to see you, hug. How you been? Just
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
There's it's like
sorry,
there's an
Jeremiah. I'm sorry. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off
You
there.
literally changed my concept of hugs.
I'm sorry. She ruined. Well, she didn't ruin it for me. I got over it eventually. I'm like, I don't care. I need my hugs.
Gosh, it's like that video we watched the last time with the dude. He just swallows like literally a whole bottle of pills, and then just today's subject, boobs. It's just like.
We need hugs.
Oh my gosh. Tune in next time, guys, where the whole episode is gonna no. Um,
Different ways to hug.
but yeah, I just so never got it. I just never got it. I don't like it. I'm okay. Like, I'm very easygoing. You want to give me a hug? Cool. If you want a handshake, that's fine. You don't even want to, physically, make any contact. That's totally fine. I'll just wave at you and we're good. But if you come in for the side hug, I'm going to be a little irked in the back of my head somewhere. You'll never know it, but in the back of my head, I don't like this.
I'm sorry. That wasn't my intention. It was supposed to be like a funny tee-hee. But again, it's like, that
I
moment
have
when
two
Twitch
reasons
changed.
to side hug.
I'm sorry. Y'all will forget about it within a week. Don't worry. I did too. But I also have a terrible memory. So I forgot about it after a week. I was like, you know what? Whatever. I know, Faithful.
I'm giving
It's
you the
just,
biggest bro hug. Yeah, man. That's what I expect. I expect good bro hugs, brother. Exactly. Oh my gosh. Honestly, Kat, that's why my stepmom was so protective of me. Like, I'm sorry. I just want a hug, okay? Sheesh.
I know. It's like, especially if
That's
I'm
the
not
thing.
getting it at home. I'm like, I just want
Yeah,
a
like,
hug.
it's like you put so much emphasis on, like, you're so afraid of it because you're so worried that people are going to stumble that you end up causing them to stumble by putting so much focus on stuff they were never thinking about. Just, bro, chill. But I don't know, man.
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to ruin hugs for you, but just again, it's just think of it. You're hugging your bro. You go chest to chest. It's fine. Some guys have man boobs. It's okay. Just think of it that way. Don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Some people have a little bit more squish to them. It's okay. That's just how it is. I like the squishy hugs. I give the squishy hugs. It's fine.
I never thought about the how would you pronounce that? The boobial aspect of arm-based friend caressing, and now my brain has been forever changed. Wow. You really just like you really Pandora's boxed everybody, Kat. You really just gave them the tree of the knowledge of good and evil right now.
See, me and you were on the same wavelength. I just vocalized it, and now I'm upset.
Yeah. I'll let you take the blame for it, though. You're welcome.
It's fine. Oh, thanks for the follow, Coco. Thought you were already following.
I didn't even consider the man boobs 3 reasons now. Okay, isn't that technically 4 reasons, Ari?
No, that's
Isn't
3.
that how
That's
that would
3.
work?
Oh.
How is it 3?
I hate you so much right now. I hate you so much right now.
I love that I got her with it.
That'd be 5.
I love that I got her with it.
I hate you so much.
Oh my gosh. Guys, that was like one of the deep nuts jokes or whatever. It was like one of those for me. Oh my gosh.
You suck.
Oh my gosh. Oh, what a great way to end this.
We hear boobs, we make conversation. Y'all got me snorting over here. Yes, let's go.
let's just for posterity's sake that's not how you open a conversation with anyone, gentlemen, since this is the gentleman episode.
Yes. No. And if a woman says
so,
no,
hey,
don't go
Dollface, I just wanted to come over and tell you, boobs, yeah, It's not gonna work, I promise. It's not gonna work.
I know, Lizzie. I didn't want to delve into that. I didn't want to delve into that, Lizzie. We're not going down that road. It's fine. I've already destroyed people with boobs.
See, Lizzie's trying to like get you even more in trouble.
Yeah. Or Lizzie. I'm the huggy person. Please don't make me scare people into no hugs. I need hugs. I need hugs in my life. And if I scare all you away when I finally see you in person, be like, oh, I can't hug her, and be like, no, please. I will cry. I will cry. I will sit down and I will cry. That is a
Oh my
promise and
gosh.
a threat.
Ugh. Why is this the joke that keeps on giving? Oh
Oh my gosh.
gosh. I
I've
don't
heard.
want to laugh like a hyena in public.
I've heard
Oh
of
my gosh.
breasticles, but not boobsticles? Dang. Well, tomato, potato.
Yeah, at that point, that actually is that at that point.
I'm going to need to
Uh,
repent every time I hug a girl because I'm going to think about it. I'm sorry! You know what? I can make it worse. I can make it so much worse, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to.
wait, who said that? What? Where?
No, Jeremiah said he needs
Oh.
to repent. I can make this worse. I can make this so the girls got to repent too now. But I'm not gonna. There will be hugs.
Oh,
Thank
man.
you. Thank you, Donna. Can I send an emote from
I might, my morbid curiosity might mean you might have to. I can't actually think of what you're thinking of, unless it's. You'll have to tell me later, because I'm.
Okay, I'll tell
now
you later then.
Yeah. It's either as simple as I'm thinking it is, or I'm not thinking about it. It's
Thanks, Thunder. I appreciate it. Hey,
gosh,
we
that's so
got
funny.
support at least with them over the shoulder boulder holders. Guys, I love Rico. I love Rico so much. I have to tell this because it's on stream and it made me laugh so hard I had to leave stream because I was wheezing, I was crying, I almost peed my pants. So Rico did a collab in Peak, what was it the other day, with a couple new people, and he got left with the girls. So him and three.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm lightheaded. I'm laughing too hard. So anyway, he's teaching the girls how to do the game. I think one of them had played before, but the other two didn't know. So he's teaching.
Oh no.
And they start running towards the mountain. Like, all right, let's start climbing. And you guys know Rico, right? He's like, all right, let's sing a little song. Don't let your dingle dangle dangle in the dirt. And he got them all to sing along. He taught all three of them the song.
That is not where I thought that was going. That's not where I thought that was going. Oh my gosh. That's not where I thought that was going.
And he's like, and they're like, I don't know that song. He's like, oh, let me try again. He sings it slower.
Oh my gosh.
He's like, repeat after me.
That's why I love Rico's. He just like he'll just like take the joke like so much like more further than he absolutely has to on purpose. I love that.
Oh my gosh. Oh, exclamation mark, I need an adult.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Man.
Oh, that was a great moment. But yeah, I definitely had to lurk for the rest of that and go cry and not pee my pants somewhere else.
Oh my gosh. The clip is on YouTube, I think. I might have to see that at some point.
Oh, I'll go see if I can find you the VOD. Oh,
I so
my
thought
gosh.
the pivot, like that took a pivot because I so thought the joke was like, oh look, it's the two mountains. Read between the lines. I thought that was gonna be the joke.
No, it was straight up. Don't
Man.
let your dingle dangle dangle in the dirt.
What a left turn. Love that man. Oh my goodness.
I love Rico so much, guys. He's not streaming this week because he's got family stuff, but I already miss him.
Rico hasn't grown out of Barrick's humor. That is true. That is
Not
so
the
true.
school teacher repeat after me.
That was my favorite part. Repeat after me. Sing it along. You know the words.
You know the words. Like, oh, don't worry, I'll teach you the words.
Sing it if you know the.
Oh my gosh. Oh yes, yes. I know there's more to it, but I can't sing it without crying.
Uh,
Now I know who will babysit my children. You're gonna come home and Rika's gonna be like, left, right. All right, I'll see you guys next time.
oh my gosh. Oh, my stomach hurts. Holy crap. Oh.
My guy, I got lightheaded from that first wheeze. That took everything. I think I saw my soul for a second there.
Was put in that stream? I don't remember none of that. I don't
Stop
remember
for
any of that.
inappropriate songs with Cat. The part of the show where Cat sings an inappropriate song.
Oh my
So
gosh.
Rico gets a pass, but I don't? Okay, cool. I see how it is.
Cat, I blame you. I searched that line on YouTube to see if it was an actual song, and now that's for my FBI officer to see. I thought it was an actual song. No, that's just our resident Warhammer Space Marine veteran Rico. So. That was right off the top of his dome, I'm pretty sure.
Oh man, they were singing that over in the barracks. Y'all need to stop doing these on days I work in the office. Y'all making me explain my office to my coworkers. What are you laughing at? What?
But if we were to think about this like scientifically, how does that even? Never mind. We're not gonna go there. We're not gonna. We're not gonna go. We're not gonna. We're not. How does a song even become concocted? Because the implication is that this must have happened before.
The same as okay. I'm sorry, guys. We're gonna wrap up here in a minute, but the same way I would imagine that the old ladies that I worked with would sing the "Do your boobs hang low? Do they waddle to and fro? Can you tie them in a knot?"
Okay, but that one makes sense. That one makes sense because, like, yeah, gravity exists. That's sure.
I mean,
The other one, though, there's an implication that it happened to somebody. That it happened to somebody before, so they had to make a song to say, "Hey, don't make sure it doesn't happen."
It's fine. It's fine.
They were climbing rocks. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, that makes sense.
Oh gosh.
The amount of berating I just got for freaking that up.
Mm-hmm.
Leave the science out of this.
Yeah, did you just say "Do your boys hang low"? No, I said "Do your boobs hang low." There's a difference.
Oh no.
I mean, there are men that don't have legs. Can you tie them in a knot? I think we've lost the plot here.
We've gotten lost in exposition.
I'm sorry, we went there and I needed to wrap things up there because otherwise that song was gonna be stuck in my head.
Bro, I'm gonna get like freaking tinnitus and get lockjaw, dude, after this.
Oh my gosh.
Not tinnitus, that's the ear thing. What's the other one? That tetanus. Tetanus was the one I was trying to say.
Tinnitus.
Oh man, we better rate out before.
Yep, I think we should. Thanks for joining in. I'm sorry, Raiders. We don't normally do this, but when we do, it's usually when I'm sick and Hood's tired, or either way around.
Yeah, TMJ, yeah, lockjaw. There you go. There you go.
Jeff! All right, we're writing out. Gosh.
Everyone ignored Jeff. Also, everyone ignored Jeff.
Go follow Rico, guys, for more dingle dangling. Yes, please go follow Rico. There we go. Oh wait, that's his. Or go donate to him too.
He's gonna get flooded and not have a single clue what is happening when that happens.
Oh my gosh.
This poor man. Oh,
yeah, my head hurts, guys. My head actually hurts a little bit.
For reference from the people that I see, there's Squishy is live right now.
Oh yeah. We
got EP Panda.
Oh, EP's live. Let's go. I thought she was on hiatus. Let's go.
And then Dragonheart, Mia Dragonheart also.
Oh yeah, she rated us last week, I think.
Oh my
man.
gosh. I
Oh, she's
needed that.
oh,
Needed
EP's
that
doing a
laugh.
12-hour stream. Let's go. Okay.
Oh, very cool. Oh, and she has a new model too.
Oh, she does. Let's go. All right. Well, let's
Frankie.
oh, let's go. Oh,
We
she's
want to raid EP.
yeah, let's do it. She's talking about the Apothecary Diaries. There's like some
Oh,
setup thing.
cool.
Let's go. Oh,
Nice.
man.
We'll give you guys all over to her and give her this chaos instead.
I mean, she can handle it. She can handle it. His dingle dangle going to,
Oh.
no, it's not, Jeff. It's not. We're not doing that. My gosh. I'm so glad Rico's not here because he would be fueling this so hardcore right
Oh,
now.
he would. Oh, he would. Oh, he would.
Oh, my Lanta.
Gosh, man, the amount of jokes I still could make. I'm trying to refrain because I'm trying.
Oh.
Okay.
Anyway,
Oh, man.
thanks for being here,
Anyway.
guys. Hood, thanks for running the show.
Yeah, no, this was good. Real talk again. Like I just care about you guys, and so I'm glad we were able to have questions. Thank you, ladies, for the questions, by the way, too.
Yes.
The unsung heroes as well, asking good questions. So, but yeah.
We need to rate out.
Is it actually
What?
Milkman? Is that true? Just say if it's true or not. That's all I want to know, and then we can rate out.
Yeah,
I just want to know if that's true.
That's why Rico sings it.
Because it's real? I thought he made it
Yes!
up off the top of his dome.
It's real. They sang it in the army.
Oh.
That's why he keeps
Okay.
singing it.
I see.
Cat
Okay,
with
there's
a-
context then. I thought that was right off the top of his head. That's crazy.
No, they sang it in the army. Breasticle rape.
See, because like the ones that my dad, the ones that my dad would always tell me are like the ones that were like, they say that in the army, coffee's mighty fine. It tastes like, or it looks like muddy water and tastes like turpentine. Oh Lord, I wanna.
Oh,
But they won't let me go. But they won't let me go. Ho. Hey, and they had a bunch of them. So they'd have one that they'd be like they say that in the army, pretty fine. They
mic
look
keeps
like
cutting out.
Phyllis Diller and walk like Frankenstein. Like that was the ones that he told me about. That was
Oh
that
my
was as far as they
gosh.
ever went. So
all
I
right.
never heard that one. Maybe that's a Marine, because I think he was the Marines, right? So
Oh yeah, it was the Marines. Anyway, it's Rico's song, guys. We'll just leave it at that. It's fine. All right.
time to raid. Let's get out of here.
Time to raid. Oh yes, that's true. Chants are different.
Yeah,
my bad.
chants are different. Yeah.
Okay. Let's raid EP. Let's just raid EP, guys. We need to just raid EP. I think I spelt that
Goodness
right.
gracious.
Malcolm! All right. It's fine, guys. It's fine.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no. The fact that there's 45 people in here when we're doing this. My gosh. Anyway.
Goodbye. We're about to get you, EP. You're not ready for this.
Oh, Grace, why? Grace, why? All right. Well, thanks for tuning in, guys. Hood, thanks again for running this show. For the men's questions next week, Tuesday, tune in. Hopefully I'll be feeling better by that. I love you guys. I'm sorry. I'm just really sick right now and it sucks.
Yeah.
And the laughing and wheezing isn't helping at all.
Yeah, sure.
You got both options. Enjoy, chat. Gee, thanks, Grace. I wonder which one they're gonna choose. But yeah. Hope you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, wherever the heck you are. And as always, remember you're awesome and you are so, so very loved. Mwah. Both my brothers and my sisters. I should hopefully be back tomorrow. We'll see how I'm feeling. All right. Take care, friends. I love you. Until next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.